That's been a thing for maybe 2 years, maybe longer, somewhere in that area. So I do think they created that functionality after I started streaming, but I don't think it was very long after I started streaming. But anyways, so we're going to be getting into more Factorio Space Age today. For those not familiar with Factorio, this is a factory automation game. Generally, the idea is you start off with a little thing, you mine a little ore, you build a machine to mine for you, then you build the machine that builds the machine, then you build the machine that builds the machine that builds the machine, and you just keep going until you have this completely incomprehensible mess of a factory. The thing that this game does better than any other game that I've seen in its genre is just, you want more factory, you can just grow and grow and grow and grow, and it scales extremely well. Whereas, when you get into games like Satisfactory, it has its own strengths, like the exploration side of it, it's got a story and all that, but scaling your factory in Satisfactory is a much slower and gradual process. So with that, we did start Space Age. I forget how fast these save files load. I'm used to modern games where you go and you play a save file, and you're like, alright, hit open save file, let me twiddle my thumbs for a minute and a half on an SSD, and then you're like, Factorio, load my save file. It's there. Or RimWorld, where you open the game and it takes 10 minutes. So with that said, we did start the save yesterday. We're still not super far. You'll notice I have no technology queued up because I'm not making the black or the blue science. So when you look at all this, and this is already going to be looking very, very complicated, but let me give you the quick 2-second tour on how this works to help demystify it a little bit. So when you look here, if you look right there, there's a speck of ore on the ground that I could right-click that, and I get a piece of coal. Cool, straightforward enough. All this building is doing is it's doing that for me. But if you look at that little arrow there, it spits the ore out onto this belt. This belt carries it down here. And then for this, ore goes in here, and it makes steam, which makes electricity. But eventually, we have that ore go over here. I'm going to try not to get slapped by a train, because a train will win. We go over here, and this big jumbled mess here, all that is coal goes in one side. We have iron ore, exact same process I just showed you with the coal, goes on the other side. These are smelters. That goes in, grabs a piece of iron, grabs a piece of coal, puts it in here, spits out a metal plate. Metal plate goes in the belt. Belt goes this way. And you get where this is going. So all of this is just, each building is like 1, 2, 3 inputs and output. So this one, it's like split there. We go over here. Iron goes into this, makes a gear. That gear is then passed up to this thing to make this fluid wagon. You get the idea. So it is like one of those things of just, each of these is raw resource in, takes that, makes this, goes into there to make that thing. The struggles of playing with hundreds of mods. Oh yeah, no, you start modding RimWorld heavily. Now the thing that starts to get kind of fancy is if we go to our map out here, you're going to see like this big gray path going through here. That's my train network. So if we were to look at my trains, like this train is currently not doing anything. I have it where it picks up the coal, so this is the coal train. And it's at the coal pickup. It'll go to the coal drop. So over here, if I need more coal, the train will be asked to come here. It'll park there, it'll drop off the coal, then it'll go back. And I can show you how that gets hooked up later. I'm going to hook up multiple. But I also have another one up here. So I have one train that actually has multiple places it can go, and where it's red named, that gets into, you can do some advanced stuff that we've got set up. That's not important, that's purely optional. But one of the things to keep in mind with Factorio versus Satisfactory is in Factorio, your ore is limited. This ore area here, you'll notice it says there is only 185,000 left, only 71,000 left. When it's gone, and I gotta go find more. So that forces you to gradually sprawl. And the pollution is growing as always, yeah. So, we also have enemies. I don't have any invisible range, but this red cloud here is my pollution that I'm making. If that red cloud reaches those little red dots on the map, those red dots get angry about it and they start trying to murder me. I don't like that. It's inconvenient. So what I want to do is I notice there's enemies here and here. I think this is a dead end area. So if I run over there and I kill these enemies real fast, I should be clear basically from this whole area to the west and that whole area to the north. That all of this I should have no enemies in it. And then once you go out farther, there's just more enemies that are worth my time. But first, I want to do more research to unlock more things. Do nests grow slowly and take over more of the map? Yes, they do expand. So it's not like one nest grows and grows and grows. They'll actually grab a bunch of enemies will get together, they'll go and they'll run off to someplace else, they'll stop, and then new nest gets built there. So you can actually counter it if you see it coming. So they won't just like appear in the middle of your base. They'll actually have to march their people in, plunk down, and then make their stuff. So you can kind of treat it like you played the old, what's the word I'm looking for? The old real-time strategy games. The RTSs. Where you can sit there and as long as you keep people from like sneaking behind you, you don't have to worry about it. So the thing I need to do is before I can do any more technology, I need to get military science going. So that means I need walls, I need piercing rounds, and I need grenades. I would like to scale this. The catch is, that's 5 different materials I need. And so I'm deciding how I want to approach this. Because I can go and set up a train to pick up the stone, pick up the copper, and pick up the iron, and pick up the steel, and pick up the coal and run there. I actually already have the coal. And I can take the time to set that up. Right now, the copper isn't going to happen. I just don't have room here for a train. Once this is gone and mined out, we probably will. But we're not there yet. The iron, I'm good. So the iron and the coal, we're good. It's all set up. Getting the steel hooked up to this, not a big deal. I can put another stop right here, put the steel on there. But the copper is a problem. You haven't played this long a time. Are grenades still the best way to clear the true enemy trees? Yeah, grenades still smash trees something good. So I'm just trying to decide how I want to go. So I've got my coal, I've got my iron, my copper I can't really get a train track to. Yeah, no, there's not a way I'm getting a train up there in a way that's not gonna be terrible.
Luck in getting to space, Rual C. Hope it's fun.
Thank you, Allison. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, no, I figure it should be no problem getting to space. It's gonna take a little while just because I gotta set up our military science. Because while it's actually the blue science that's gonna get me to space, the military science is the one I'm gonna need to keep from being overrun by the biters. And especially with what I've seen at the intro screen about the nightmare fuel that's waiting for me in space, I don't think I want to wait to get military science until I'm already at the awful place. Okay, so let's try quickly to clean all this up. And yeah, you can use grenades just to delete the trees. I probably should be doing that. But what I want to do real fast is I want to try and get the steel on my... Oh, you know what? I just realized. I don't have iron plates on my train network. I have iron ore on my network. That's still fine. Okay, so we've got all this cleaned up. Okay. Yeah, so I need the iron plates on my network. And I need the iron ingots. Sorry, I keep saying ingots. I need the iron plates on my network, and we need to keep other things moving. Meanwhile, I should have a box here somewhere that's feeding... Yeah, there we go. That's feeding the wood onto the grid. There we go. Just to get rid of it. Alright, so what I need to do... Can I reroute these? If I reroute these, I can get probably a second stop here, so that I have one for the plates and then one for the ore itself. Oh, I also need to do a balancer. There. Okay. So, with the coal... Well, it comes in from over here and up here. I could move the coal line to be over here. It would still need to go straight through to feed this. And otherwise, I could potentially move the other one up and around. The steel and the iron are a little trickier. I mean, this I know is a temporary setup because that's going to get mined out. This is getting mined out. You can see how fast it's going. We just cleared off 2 of these, and I've got like 5 more that have run out. So we're getting really close to our iron mine being fully gone. It's pulling a couple, like it's pulling 1,000 every little bit. Which we already have another one hooked up that's got like 8 million ore at it. Oh, for a moment I thought I grabbed too many. Alright. Because I'm trying to avoid putting the train stop on this side, because if I put it on this side, then I've restricted very heavily where I can fit that. Ideally I want to be able to fit multiple stops here. And so my thought is, can I even turn the railroad track enough to make this work? No. So I guess it's a moot point. What if I did it this way? Yeah. I mean, I could make that work, but it's not going to be something I could scale easily. Well, that's great. Yeah, I'm going to need more space here. Which is something I actually remember mentioning I was going to need to do eventually anyways, is I would have to slowly move this to the right as we expanded. Alright. The other alternative is right now we have a very small copper mine that I'm struggling with getting the copper up here. That copper mine could move. Or the copper refining could move. Because those those things you end up just needing lots of space. Well, this... In the meantime, I can get this steel set up. That should be something I can do without too much of a problem. So let's go all the way down here, where I've got that branch off. What I needed to do is give myself the space like we did the other one. Part of the thing that's going to make this not as bad in the long run is I will hit a point where we get the, like when we go right there, I'll get the advanced materials. When I get this one, I'm going to have to remake all my refineries anyways, because they're different size than the ones I've already got. I'm just getting stuck on some decision paralysis right now for setting up my later sciences. Let's go ahead, and what I could do is I could just work on the other end of it now. Get everything planned out for how I want to set up this end. We'll be able to bring the coal over. I've already got all of that wired up, so there's nothing for me to do there. So this is our green sciences. And as you can see, that predates our trains. Is that still our north boundary? Yeah, it is. Do I have turrets and ammo? We need more ammo. But, we'll probably go up here, and we'll make the black science up there, and it'll make the blue science even higher. I mean, one thing I could do in a pinch is set up the black science by itself. Alright, so I needed ammunition, because I am going to be moving where our defenses are a little farther. I am really worried about where we saw in that preview that distinctly they had the biters coming up in the middle of the base. I already am trying to think of the way I'm going to deal with that, which I think the answer is you just keep very... You make a production line or whatever, and you just cover it with defenses and make sure you got drones to replenish anything that gets destroyed. Okay. So I think the answer is up here. We will set up the black science production. Was that on this world? No. It looks like it was a different world. Like, it's very yellow and, like, sickly green kind of color. Alright, so let's plan to make this the same distance as the others. Don't do that. That'd be a mistake. I'm gonna want a set of train stops here. Let's go right past these. Well, actually, it looks like the trees just go through the whole area. Never mind. I was going to go and try and go right past the trees. These trees are already looking pretty sick. So they're not going to do much for me for absorbing pollution much longer before they die. So that's fine. What I'm trying to do is just over this, the set of guns and everything here. I'm going to try and go and make a stop here. And I do think I'm going to take the approach of... So, like, I'm going back and forth on this. And the reason I'm going back and forth... This one I can probably justify bringing all the resources directly here. Because it's walls, it's grenades, and it's armor-piercing rounds are what I need for the black science, the military science. Those are things I'm probably not going to need... Well... I'm thinking about whether or not I want to make a dedicated space, that this is the dedicated space for making grenades, this is the dedicated space for making this. I just don't see needing more of those on the network. So it feels like it'd be better to just bring the steel, the iron, and all that as the base materials. You know, that could always change. Unlike the blue science, where the red and green circuit boards, those I definitely want to go ahead and get figured out. Alright. And I already know how I want to design this area. I'm just cleaning up the wood for right now, so I have room to work. Because also, in taking the time to get these set up, like the copper, the iron, both the in and out train, and all that stuff, that future-proofs me, so the next time I need steel and iron and all that, I just can throw down a train track, the rest will already be in position, and literally I won't need to do anything to the other part of it. It'll just be this part. So that's a lot of how I've been approaching, is for being able to grow faster later. Alright, so let's grab you. Okay, so there's the in and the out. These are going to need a little bit more to them. So this lane goes up, that lane goes down. So we're going to go here, 2 notches. So that's the exit, and this is the entrance. So we want to separate that grid out. This out. And these out. And the reason I'm separating that is so that's its own thing. And by making its own part of the intersection and all that, it does make it so that when it comes to the grid doing what it needs to do to work, you can do that. Because when you played Factorio as a new player, it was afraid of pollution, but you didn't build large factory until it cleared all the biters in basically a state around the spawn. Yeah, there's a balance. You in fact did the spree of running around and shooting biters and figuring out how to kill the worms with a pistol while making minimal damage is fun. Yeah. And I'm still gonna need more ammo, because I'll end up having to fight more biters. So I ran out of train signals, which are in here somewhere. If you're wondering, it's like, oh, do you have like a blueprint for this? No. This has been growing them all organically as needed. There's my train signals down there. Like, I've got the regular train signal, it's these ones I don't have spares of on me. Anything else we're dangerously low on? Probably the steel boxes we could use more of. Grab those while we're here. The power towers I could use more of. Those should be up here somewhere. Oh, I also need you. Where are my... There we go. Steel power poles, all those are good. I need pipes and then the elbows. So there's the elbows, there's the pipes, so we're good there. Anything else I don't have a lot of? Probably the red conveyor belts would be a good one to grab while we're here. That's the entire idea about this mall, is that I could just do, like, what am I missing in my inventory and just run back and grab it real fast. Let's actually remember to grab the car. I'm going to need to start doing the car more and more, because as the map gets bigger, I need to use it to get around. Okay. So back to what I was doing. Now this is just an output. This isn't an input. So we want to put that there. That's an actual stoplight, so the train will wait there. Okay, so this is... Yeah. You can see where it's different colors, where this is like a light blue while that's all violet. That's telling me that this is its own part of the network. And then there's a little gap here, and then there's no one there. Separating out your rail system into a bunch of like little subsections like that. Is there? Yeah, okay, there's a signal there. Yeah, so separating out a bunch of different subsections like that is really good for keeping you from having problems with like trains getting stuck and all that. And there's an entire guide on like how to set up your trains and all that. Like the one thing that Factorio does pretty well is if you ever get lost, there's that tips and tricks button. Oh, they have changed this entirely. Like it'll show you how to like actually work with stuff. It's like rotating your machines, low power, rails and signals. So they've got that. They even have like a whole tutorial, so you can go here and play the tutorial, and it will go through and be like, okay, well here's how you set up this signal, here's how you make it, you know, work this way. So it isn't one of those games where like, here's signals, shrug, figure it out. They do give you the means of figuring out how to solve your own problems. Alright, so this is a bypass lane. So the intent is we're going to go in here, we're going to have one area that's going to be coal, one area that's going to be the next thing, you get the idea. But for this one, I can go here and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will probably be enough. So I'll put this about here. Okay, so with this, I put a light there. I put a light there. So again, this is on its own separate signal. We'll put a train stop here and make sure we have at least 2 cars worth of space. We do. Alright, so what I want to do before we get any farther with this, that's the end of the train. This is the R sections. We're gonna need some boxes here. This is our coal drop off. So what ends up happening here is I'll call it coal drop. We'll have all our boxes. We empty the train into these boxes. Now you can figure out from there. And one of the things this one's going to do that's going to be a little bit weird compared to my other ones is while this is going to feed into the rest of the factory part over here, this one's also going to double back because then I can use this as a refueling point, and that happens to be coal here. I also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bring our power out here. Okay, so now before we get any farther, I want to wire this up. They moved where that is. And I'll show you this thing. So this is where I was talking about you could do like logic and programming and all that. This is not necessary to be successful at all in this game. It's hard to do trains that aren't just like one-to-one kind of things without doing this. But Factorio is one of those games you can go as complicated or as simple as you like. And I like to use the trains, so this is something I do to make it more manageable. So this is going to be a coal drop. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I connected all of those with the red wire. That lets me read what's in these boxes. And then I can go up here and say, okay, look in those boxes for coal. Cool. How much coal is in there? And I'm going to say, if there is less than 2,000 coal in those boxes, I want you to turn that train station on. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this to coal drop. And now that's named coal drop, if we look way down here on this area down here, you'll see this train is now moving.
Thank you, Poity, for subscribing for 35 months.
Thank you, Poity, for the tier 1 sub. That's 35 months you've been subbed to the channel. Just about to come up on 3 years. So thank you so much for that. That is ridiculously generous. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emote. But there are more options of trains now, the interrupts and virtual signals. Yeah, no, I noticed that as well, that we can send to train, sends the contents of the circuit network to the train so they can be used to work weight conditions. Which is an interesting thought. You can read the train's contents, we can read if the train is stopped and all that. So there's a lot of stuff we can do. I'm not really ready to dig into that. But basically, if we look at this train, what it does is this train goes to the coal pickup spot and goes to a coal drop spot. So it's all out of coal. It's going to go down here to the left, and it's going to go to this spot where it grabs coal. And then what it'll do is it'll wait there until one of these spots called coal drop is no longer happy, like it where I have those conditions that says there's not enough coal, and it'll come back and top them off. So that's the coal in. The next thing I need to bring in here is I am going to need to bring in our iron and our steel. So let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, because that seemed to work pretty good as a distance. Ooh, that is not enough space. I can make that work. The same as before, I use a light here to indicate that's, you know, to wait until it's clear to get out. And I can put a light here that says wait until you, like, wait to go in. Actually, those lights need to be on this part. Like, going into each section. No. It was right to begin with. I just need to make sure there's separate sections, that way the train doesn't wait. Okay. Now, I don't have enough materials to finish setting up this one yet, but we're going to get started. So the way this one is working, whereas, like, I can make this work, is I'm going to make it go left and then come around. Because conveyors in that are a little bit easier to finagle around than the trains itself. The trains will quite often, like, refuse to turn certain ways. They got pretty hard limits on how sharp they can turn. So I need more of the arms. I can put a train stop here. Okay, and right now that's just going to sit there. I need to grab more materials. We parked our car over here. Yeah, so you see how all these turned red? That's telling me there's a train on that track. And so it's basically saying that track is unavailable for a train to use right now because there's already one on it. Which is the reason why we're setting up these signals. I'll have to adjust these signals later. Eventually what we'll do is for some of these really long areas, we'll have like an area where it branches off and then has a weight at it. So that the idea is a train can, you know, use as a place to park and wait for another train to go by. Right now we don't have that, but we'll get there. Okay, so I need more robotic arms. Inserters. So I've got the inserters. I'm going to need more steel boxes, so let's grab those while we're here. I didn't build the defenses. I need to do that. So let's go grab our ammunition again. Okay, inventory is full. We can drop off all that wood. But the reason I like to set up the trains like that, so kind of the two main strategies I see people do with factories is the one like I'm showing there where you have your trains, you just say like this train drops coal and picks up coal so that I can build more and more spots as needed. The other one is what's referred to as the main bus strategy. There's a couple others than this, but these are the ones that come to mind. So with the main bus, I might have something like that, and you just imagine those conveyor belts just extending to the left. And then what would end up happening is like these two belts would be, well, probably these 4 belts would be iron, these 4 belts would be copper, steel, stone, whatever, gears, circuit boards. You get all your stuff going on, and that'd go on, and it would pop down here. You'd have like this go out, it'd go to the stuff, and then bring back another material in. So it's just like iron goes out, gears go in, pops in the next thing. Okay, it goes out to iron and gears go this way, then conveyor belts go this way, and back onto the big section there. And then if something gets low, then you'd add a way you can just like put more material on that belt as you need. And so the idea is you have this like one really long factory that as you need to add and remove stuff, you do. That's a very common strategy. It's a very good strategy. It's the one I've used to use the most. I've just found for like making my factory bigger and bigger, I like the trains because when I need more iron ore later, like when this iron ore deposit runs out over here and I go, all right, well now I'm gonna hit that one. I literally just run a train track over there, name it iron ore pickup, and it works. Like that's it. I just put my drills on there and I say it's an iron ore pickup, set the signal, and the existing trains don't need any configuration changes. They'll just get to work. All right, so let's get back up there and get back to work. The downside is there's a little bit of overhead in the initial setup, which is what we're dealing with here. But once I've added an item to the network, I never have to program it or do it ever again. It's just on the network. It'll just be when like I run out of iron ore at an iron ore deposit, I'll have to go find another iron ore deposit, run a train there real fast, and get it set up. Okay. And go here real fast. Same idea as the other one. We've got you. Let's have this go to the south, and the reason I'm gonna have it wrap to the south here is because I am gonna need to bring coal between these different lines. And I'll know for a fact how to bring the coal to the north side of it, just because that's where that happens to be. So there's the input of our iron plates. This is gonna have a splitter here. I forgot to drop off the wood. So this will be the coal input to my later part of the factory. And then this is going to go up here. And the purpose of this is pretty straightforward. I want this to go up top here. That way each one of these train segments, I can put a splitter and feed coal into the next train. Because trains do require fuel to run. So by doing it this, that's fine. So by doing this, when we have a train pull up there, it'll get its fuel topped off. Cool. So that's all configured and ready for that part. And this is going to be our iron plates. I'm going to say iron plate drop. I'm going to do the same thing with the wiring where I grab the stop. I'm really glad we don't have to craft these wires anymore. And eventually I'm going to just blueprint this. I just don't see much value in blueprinting until you get the robots. When you get the robots, it can be like, bump, and it's just done. You're considering doing your setup and not doing the ribbon? Yeah, the ribbon's good. It does get pretty convoluted after a while, though. Okay, so enable, do this, set you. You're going to be iron plates, confirm, and we will say again, if you're under 2,000 plates, and I'm just setting that because each train car can hold about 4,000. So I'm just going by the idea of if I'm down to the point that half a train car's there, that's probably plenty. Oh, I need to grab track. We'll go grab track. I also still need to resolve how I'm getting the iron here. Well, actually, let's get the iron plate sorted out. And yes, I know, I'm just trashing more and more trees. That's going to be a reoccurring thing until I start running out of trees. Okay. First, before I do anything, I drop off this wood. That coal's getting low, but we've already got another coal tapped. Which I prioritized my existing stuff to be consumed before we touch any of the other stuff. There we go with that. Maybe I can run over here and drop off the iron ore that I have in my pocket. And then there should be a place I could drop off my stone up here. Stone is going to be another one I'm going to need to get a train set up for that I don't have one yet. Alright, so, now back to the same problem we were ignoring previously. So, the quick and dirty and not sustainable way I can do this just to get it done is I could make this turn sooner and have like 2 different places trains could be here. That has problems. And I can't get this to be tight enough where I can loop it around. There's just not enough space. I could also just straight up move where my steel production is. Actually, that might not be a bad idea for a solution. I need to grab the railroad tracks. Yeah, that might be the solution we go for. This operation down here with the steel, it's going away. I'm going to leave it functional for right now, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab that. We're going to just move it somewhere else on the train network, because I already have the coal and the iron plate to deal with it here in a moment. I can get rid of it and put a train stop for the iron there. I'll need to rewire stuff to getting it over here, but that's fine. We'll just add a steel drop in the area. Let's see here. I need the railroad track, which is here somewhere. It's up here on the right, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so what that means we can do is let's make a quick steel stop so that I can put a refinery off to the side. That might be just how we deal with the stone, the steel, and the copper in the long run is just that. Doesn't blue printing place the wires with automatically connect wires? Do you place it with that? If it does, I'm not aware of it. Like, when you have the bots, yeah, the bots make everything easy because you just say, put it there, and it just stamps it down on the ground. You're just like... But it's pretty manual otherwise. So what I could do is have another section right off this side, and then this side would be steel production. Probably honestly not a bad idea, because then that gives me way more room to expand. Right, before I get caught up in that, I need to put guns up here. Because, like, our weapon line is there, and while we're nowhere near spreading pollution there, eventually that'll be a thing. And if I forget to do this, and then the biters attack and there's nothing defending it, it's a bad time. It means rebuilding a large area. And I don't want to do that. Let's grab the guns here. Okay. And I do look forward to the plate where we have their stuff. Okay, so that's at least something. I don't know how our defenses are going to hold up. We've been so aggressive in killing the biters before they can really establish and do anything that we had a bunch of attacks at the beginning of yesterday's stream, like pretty early on when the pollution was just starting to spread. But then I kind of went on a campaign to eliminate the biters anywhere nearby, and now anytime a biter nest is starting to get near the pollution that I'm aware of, I immediately deal with it. So as a result, I've just not had hardly any biter attacks. I'll just plan this to be bigger. Cool. So this is in, that is out down there. So as such, we need to go here, 1, 2, drop you down. Same deal here, 1, 2, bring you up. Okay, so you need to be a signal to stop trains from going through. Signal separate. Alright. So same basic ideas we're doing on the opposite side. This side we're going to be bringing in coal, and we're going to be bringing in iron plate. And then we'll have the export of steel, and that should get us steel on the network. The added bonus of dealing with this and having all the space is when I need to upgrade to the larger refineries. This is just like one holistic piece. I can just kind of yank it and replace it, and the trains will just keep moving the stuff around. You don't have to worry about, like, okay, I'm rerouting all of this stuff. Well, now it no longer fits here, and yada yada. I've given myself a ton of space to work with. We should be relatively okay. I probably won't need to go that much farther on the trees. Okay, so let's go around here. All right. Now I think about it, this one, I was like, that outside, I mean, that one's going to be the outside lane. I was going to say the outside lane's going to be the bypass. I probably should be making that the inside lane. All right. Because the way I'm wiring these up should also be good, because what this should effectively do is this should make it so this can work as a bypass for if we have trains on the track as well. They can just zip on around here and go through there. Alright, so I will need a bunch of train stations here as well. So there's the steel out, the iron in, the coal in, and then the bypass lane. So we've got you. But then this way it can build steel production and we can scale it as needed. So you're out. I cannot wait till we get the construction bots. In hindsight, what I should have done this run is instead of approaching this the way I have been, I should have just in the mall, like, set up the bare minimum to make blue science and shove it into the thing, and black science and shove it into the thing, so that way the whole time we're getting just a little trickle bit of science going in. Versus right now, science is drugged to a stop while I'm doing this. Which is not what you want. The problem is I don't have my grenade and wall array, that production, anywhere nearby any of my actual science. Could I shove that over there, like, just quick and messy? So I need the... Oh no, because that'd take away my actual ammo I'm using to defend myself. No, we'll keep doing it the way we're doing. So I need more claws, I need more boxes. The train track, we're fine right now. Everything else, we're fine right now. Forgot my car again. Alright. But it's a hindsight thing. I'm rusty, so I'm doing some of the stuff in a very suboptimal order. But that's okay. And so this one is an in, not an out. Because that'll be the steel. The speed at which I go through these things, setting these up. But like I said, the advantage is once I set this up. Like, we'll upgrade the arms and all that later. Okay, so we got the coal and the iron and the steel out, so that's good news. So you're gonna be like this. That's not gonna... we'll deal with wiring you up in a minute. Let's get it all wired up. Alright. So I've got all those hooked up. We can just toss down one of these. And now it's all powered. I'm not going to worry about configuring any of those yet. There's nothing on them yet. So we can go here and say... Oh, those are backwards. The whole row's backwards. The others are all good. Okay. And same deal. Yeah, when you get the drones, these types of setups I'm doing right now, it literally will be put down blueprint, and then like 10-15 seconds later, it'll just be built. Okay, and that one I'm not going to worry about because that's going to be inputs. Yeah, so same thing as last time. We're going to go around. You're just going to come across. Actually, I lied. Now if you go up here and towards the back, near the coal, you can have this one go this way. Put a splitter right here. Back here, actually. Because you're going to need a top off in coal. You'll be fine. You're literally go to the coal pickup. You'll need a top off on coal. And down the road, we'll use stuff like rocket fuel and all sorts of nonsense, but this is early game stuff. Cool, and that'll give coal for the steel train as well. So all the trains will be able to get their coal. So with that in mind, you're ready to be configured. So I can grab you. And that'll be our coal input just done and sorted. And so same as we've been doing, switch that there, coal, choose OK. If you are less than 2,000, you're available. And now, just like before, I will set this to coal drop. And just like before, if we pull up the map, you see the train is on its way to the spot we just opened up. And it'll top off, the signal will turn red, and that one's done. So the next one to be the iron drop. I'm not going to worry about that because we don't have any of that set up yet. But we'll get there in a moment. So here's the two inputs. So that's going to be our coal and our iron. So let's start setting up our smelters. Okay. So let's give a little bit of space. Just that way, if I need to expand or change something, I've got room to go. Gonna get a little bit more, actually. Just always assume you need more. No matter what's going on, you need more than you think. So we'll have this spot here. That'll be this way. That'll be this way. We will want to bring this in here somehow. So what I might even do is do one of these numbers. Where you'll keep going into the remainder of the lane. I don't even need to make it that complicated, do I? That's that side. And then you go underneath. I'll shove a light there just because I can. Okay, so this will be one lane. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And with this will be where we put our first row of smelters. So I can go here and right on down the line. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We just go like this. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, let me go ahead and run down here. I need more arms. What's for dinner tonight? Spaghetti? Yep. My actual dinner is going to be frozen pizza. But that won't be for a little while longer. Okay, so we can go over here, grab some more arms. We're okay on the rest. Alright. But yeah, part of the reason why I do this is what I can end up doing here is in the early game where I just need one train going on, not a big deal. But later on, I'll have like 5 or 6 different places I need the iron plates, 5 or 6 places I need steel, 5 or 6 places I need copper, whatever. You get the idea. It's gonna gradually build up more and more. And with the trains using the programming, you can actually get the trains to go where they're needed versus like just dumping a bunch of ore into different places. And you can get that all set up and it gets to be pretty efficient pretty quickly. Okay. Nope, you're 1 square too far. That should give us about equal on both sides. We'll end up belt balancing and all that down the road. But yeah, so now I've got all those smelters will be running. I want to bring that over there. And so this is the output. And then what ended up happening down the road is if I need more, I put another whole shim of those there. We merge it on here. We cut it across until we start to hit throughput issues on the belts. And then we start sending multiple belts across. And you can scale this about as much as you'd like. And like, in theory, you could scale this up to each and every one of those gets its own belt. Realistically, that's not going to be a thing that's going to be necessary at any point. But it would be potentially possible if you wanted. Right now, I'm just going to have 2 belts plugged in. Because for the moment, our steel consumption isn't enough to justify more. Can I just... I don't have what I need to do it. It's fine. We can get the other side, so it'll pop up over here. Okay, so I need more conveyors of all kind. That's dropping off coal, so that's good news. We're almost there. Grab our conveyor belts. So I need the undergrounds we ran out of, and then we're low on these. I'll go ahead and grab more of the inserters. And I can grab more of the steel boxes, because we're going to need those. Probably need more railroad tracks while we're here. Need to drop off the wood and coal again. Alright. So we're going to have all that wired up, and immediately the next thing I'm going to need to do is set up the picking up of the iron ore. And the dropping off of the steel. The steel drop-off is the one I'm kind of scratching my head and I'm not sure where it's going to go. And realistically, I should do that before I do the iron. But we'll see. Because that can go anywhere. Because like, it's not used until it gets up into this area. And let's... like, honestly, it's not used until this path here. Is that really the only path the steel takes, is just weaving through there? Okay, interestingly enough, that'd be easy to reroute. I could like literally just... I could genuinely bring the train in from here, have the steel just drop off there and get fed in. Okay, so steel's not as bad as I thought it was. I thought it was being woven throughout here more, but it's really not. Okay, so let's finish wiring this up. And then with that, like I said, it's just a matter of getting the iron plates up to our steel production area now. And then the next step is getting the steel back. Okay, so with that, that should all be wired up. So this is now going to get all of its signals, because I'll just go ahead and get this all hooked up right now. That way when I do the other side, I don't even have to come back over here. I could just be like, hey train, go that way. And it should just work. Okay, so you are not actually connected to where I needed you. There. You are what I'm looking for. So you're steel. And if you're more than 2,000, it's activated. And then this is steel pickup. Fair enough. We grab the steel from here. Try not to get myself murdered by a train real quick. And then we have the iron plate drop off. And this doesn't need to be perfect. If I mix a box, it's fine. The big point is just to make it so that there's a way that the stations get turned on and off, so that I only send the trains where I need them. And that's an efficiency thing, not really a necessity thing. Yeah, so this will be... Oh, I'm sitting here looking in the wrong place. Iron plates, set to normal. If the count's less than 2,000. Iron plate drop. It would appear I already also have another iron plate drop. Okay, so that's all hooked up. So basically, once I get the iron plate drop, that should just work. The problem is I don't have an iron plate pickup. And that was the reason why we moved the steel up there, is because the steel's kind of in the way of where I want to do that. But before I tear apart this area, I want to bring the steel in here somewhere. Okay, and I see you've run out. And I've got more iron stuff has run out over here. Because honestly, the more these run out, the more room I got to work. I need to belt balance. Okay. So that's slowly sorting itself out. Alright. Okay. So, I want to be careful that I don't pinch myself in here too much, is the catch you got going on. We've got this copper drop off. We're going to end up getting more power in this area. Honestly, that's probably going to have to move at some point anyways, but that's later me problem. How do I want to do this? Because we could genuinely have a track that just goes over here and then loops back on itself. It's not my favorite way of doing it, but I mean, it would work. That'll be fine. Okay. I really don't want to make this a two-way track. That'll actually work. This is gonna be a really messy spot. That's one of those things to be able to clean up once this is mined out. Alright, so that's a signal out. That's going to be problems down the road. Let's just leave, like, yeah, this could just stay in its own place back here. This is definitely not a good setup. But it is one that I'm just kind of like, you know what? It'll pass for now. So we can use this for dropping off our steel. Oh, thank you, Throw, for the stream streak, if I didn't already call that out. I'm just getting into the zone of being like, oh yeah, I need to get this set up, and this set up, and this set up. So there's a drop-off point for steel. Ultimately, down the road, we'll probably end up making a more organized mall setup. That'll be a later issue, though. That'll probably come into the point that maybe when we get like lubricant going or something like that, and I won't be able to like wedge lubricant through all of that. That'll be like, okay, it's time to deal. I mean, also with that, getting to the point where I'm making like the lubricated conveyor belts kind of stuff, that's honestly probably just a good time to deal with a lot of it. The inserters are faced the wrong way. Gotcha, I'll check them here in just a second. Yep, those ones on the bottom. I see the one you're talking about. Cool. Alright, so we've got all those. This is our steel track. It is needed as far back as this. Make sure there isn't something I'm missing over here. Yep, okay, so the steel pipes up this way. So literally, I don't need the steel until this point right here. So anything before that point is free game. I'm just going to pipe this right over here, drop it down there, and pop it up there. That's definitely not an organized or ideal way of doing it, but that will make it work, which lets me fix the problems that I need to do more urgently. Now I just need to connect the power, and we should be good to go. Cool. So now you are steel drop. And I'll need to add the stuff here. All right. And steel. Okay. This one is the if it's less than. All right. So with the steel drop all hooked up here, and I'm going to leave that just the way it is for the moment. Actually, I'm lying. I'm going to go ahead and make that a merger. Well, splitter merger, whatever you want to call it. All right. So with that, we will be able to go and draw everything off of the line. So this can go away now. This is entirely redundant. So all these conveyors and all that going down here, not needed. This here, gone. That, gone. This up there will get torn away as well. So now I can go ahead and branch this off the same way as it did that. How's my inventory? Not great. Let's drop off our stone and try and get some of this junk out of my inventory. Then go over here to the yellow conveyor belts that I've been replacing. Where are those at? Those are over here. Being fed on there. Cool. That's those out of my inventory. We grabbed the stone, which is over here, and chuck it in a box. And drop the coal and the iron in one of these smelters down here. And that should help my inventory. Alright. Yeah, so as you can see, this is slowly burning through those materials I disconnected, which is part of the reason I did it that way. It's because I could let that sit and it'll just burn through it. Don't delete that side. Alright, so needless to say, not all the coal's getting on that belt. That's surprising to no one. Yeah, so removing this, I'm going to build a train stop here, and that'll be our iron pickup. And with the iron pickup all wired up, then I'm going to be able to turn around from there. That's fine. Okay. But then I'll be able to turn around from there and have it just feed into a lot of this stuff. Just trying to clear inventory. Later on, you'll have the ability to say, hey, if I have this in my inventory, it's trash. Take it out of my inventory. And I won't need to deal with it. I'm going to start bringing this around. So we'll take this exact same spot, kind of like we did with the other one. You don't need to be there. You've already got that blocked. You've got this blocked. You've got this blocked. You've got that blocked. You've got that blocked. We can go here and make you go under for right now. Because that way what'll happen is it'll just slowly clear the ore off of that. And I won't have to deal with it. That's not right. Well, actually, this will go in this way. This is wrong down here. Because that's the in lane. So you either need to go 1, 2, and then drop out there. Yeah, so this way, so it'll go up this way, come back around and out, go up this way, come back around and out. And I'm just not going to plan for that to need to go up top right now. We'll have to figure that out later. You're not the right signal. You need to be this kind of signal. You need to be that kind of signal. That should be fine. You're too far back. You don't need to be here at all, actually. You need to be, like, there. Okay. So now this is in the way. The good news is I can just repeat this pattern over here because this is going to be what's needed over here. So I should have actually expanded my lower defenses down here. We'll leave that one over here on the right. Yeah, I've already got some guns down here. I'll add a couple more just on abundance of caution. This guy's no idea what to expect for the next attack strength-wise because I've been fighting them back and not getting them a chance to attack. How are we doing on nests nearby? We do have a new nest over here, I think. No nests up here. It's looking like we're in the clear for a good while. You know, barring their expansions getting too close. So I can leave all that iron or all that steel stuff alone for right now. And what I'll do is I'll just get the setup here for the train. So I can go ahead and put down a train stop here. I'm going to put it way over here, that way if I need to expand later, I got tons of space. And we can go here. Don't care about that part. We already got a place where that's going to get to top off. And then with this gone, we'll only have one last train to worry about setting up still. The last train I'm going to need to set up is going to be a copper plate. And that's for, like, getting this early stuff set up. And while this is a hassle when it comes time to set up, like, our blue science, you know, I'm going to have to sit there and get a bunch of the other stuff all hooked up and all that. Which we do, actually, for the record, we did get our oil set up yesterday. I did go a little long because I was like, I want to get this done. Alright, so with this, we have all the iron comes through this splitter, which you already have a splitter here that I can go ahead and hijack. So I'm going to do here. Now we're loading the iron plate on there. So I've got all that set up. You will be iron plate pickup. And we can wire that up. And I just got to put train on it, and we will be good. Now bring our steel production online, which our steel will already be programmed to go and drop off. So literally I'll just put down a train, let it fuel up for a second, and it should sort itself out. Cool. And we go here, enable, disable, iron plate pickup, choose OK. If you are over 2,000, so that's all wired up. Alright, so let's go up to our steel production area. Do I have 2 trains worth? Yeah, I got 2 trains worth. Because I'm going to put up there because that's where I have my coal. And then it should be one of those things that I plunk down my trains, and the moment I turn them on autopilot, we just see it happen. And then I never have to configure those trains again. Which is good, because that iron node there is down to 98,000. Why are you using enable disable instead of train limits? Did they fix enable disable? I wasn't aware of it being broken. Like, I haven't played this game in a real amount in a long time. So there is probably stuff I'm doing there like, did you know that they have this better functionality to do it? No. There's not more to add to that, just no. So there's our 2 trains here. Gonna give them a moment to get some fuel in them. That really didn't take long. Alright, so with this, I've got the steel train here. Get steel pickup, coal drop. So for this train, we're gonna say, alright, you are going to pick up steel, and you're going to wait till your cargo is either full, or you have waited for 60 seconds, which is not enough for the things. When I get the, when I get my multi-splitters and all that, that'll be a thing. And so, then you're going to go to the steel drop point, and you wait till either your cargo is empty, or 60 seconds has passed. And where are you at? Autopilot. Hey, so Evergreen, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What did I see you playing? It was a game I wasn't familiar with. Was it a horror game? Was it the quiet one? No, Observation. That's right, Observation, which I don't know anything about. But yeah, for those who don't know, So Everdream, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend. Got to meet them at TwitchCon and all that stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, I lurked your Sims 4 for a little while. You had like, I think the person had like green skin and like a mohawk going on at the time. You were still in character creation at the time. But yeah, so for everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge. Do play a variety of games here on Twitch. Right now, we're playing some Factorio for the new DLC. And I am getting myself knees deep into all of this. So, steel pickup is apparently not accessible. I will deal with that. This is steel pickup. Oh, right. We're not actually making the steel. Yeah, that makes sense. That's why it's complaining. We don't have the steel plates here, or the iron plates to make the steel. So this train is like, I don't know what you want from me. There's nothing here. Fair train. I'm confusing myself. Don't worry about it. So you're going to be at iron plate pickup until your cargo is full, or you have waited 60 seconds. And the only reason I'm adding this wait 60 seconds is just in the off chance that something gets stuck. I don't want the train to just sit there forever and ever. So it's kind of just a band-aid, hey, just try again. Alright, and automatic, and this train should just leave. And we watch that. So this train should leave. It should go down to our iron pickup down here. How's update 2? It's good. There's a lot of quality of life changes and all that have been really wonderful and all that. Let's see, your boy Dumpling, he's been with us since the Skyrim playthrough. Gotcha, it's your default lore character. Yeah, so that should fill up at this location. Oh, I don't have a radar dish on that. Right, because I picked it up. Otherwise, I'd be able to zoom in. But yeah, so we've been having a good time with this. But again, you should go follow So Everdream. Really fantastic content creator. So what should happen from here is this should top off its iron plate, whether it takes 1 minute or it gets full. It'll be 1 minute because I don't have the stack inserters. Then it should go around this way, get onto this track, come up here, and pull into this spot. That'll turn on our steel production, which will then, you know, fill up the steel here. So then the steel train will get steel, and it'll go down here and go into that spot. And they'll just repeat themselves. It'll be good. And then that means my steel, my iron, my coal, and my iron ore will all be on the network now. So they can just, anywhere I need it, I just go, boom, train stop, give it the name, and it'll do its thing. Okay, so it's all filled up. Realistically, 1 minute's gone by. So it's going to come back around. I'm going to double check to make sure I'm not standing on the railroad tracks. There's the train. Oh, I've got an iron pickup spot over there too. So it's going to take a little bit because it's got multiple places it needs to catch up. That's fine. The point is, progress is being made. So that should take care of the steel, the iron, and all that. I still need to bring the coal on, or sorry, not the coal, the copper plates onto the network. We'll also eventually need to have the copper ore on the network as well, but that's not as urgent. I say as I'm looking at this and seeing that the copper ore is very flat, you know, very quickly depleting. If you don't mind, game, please don't do that. Where would be our next copper area, would it? The next place I can get copper at, we can go and do this. We can go copper. So like quality of life stuff, so I've got this, so I can pin that. So you can see that I've got 181k copper still there. And then if I want more copper, I've got 511, which is basically nothing here. I've got 1.4 million over there, which is a decent amount, kind of off to the side. And I got 8.9 million, also kind of off to the side. This would be the easier one for me to get to, because I could extend this railroad over and then drop it down, and that puts me in good position to get stone and more iron, and stone will be the next thing I'll start running low on.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
So I do think that 1.4 is my next goal. Alright. And I need to top off that drink because I don't have any in a bottle. Oh yeah. A lot of us end up sharing audiences. But yeah, so like this is for the quality of life stuff. If you just look on my screen, these little these little markers are like stone. There's 70,000 of it left, 14 meters away. That's new, and that's huge because that helps prevent it so you don't run into a situation where you're like, everything's fine, factory's still going, and then suddenly your entire production line goes out because your iron ran too low, and you've been blissfully unaware of it. Do you like this more or Satisfactory more? I like this more personally. Both are excellent games that I've sunk a lot of time into and would definitely play more of each. But for Satisfactory, you kind of lose direction like once you finished phase 5. It's just like, well, what now? Whereas with this, there's still always, but I can make more rockets and launch them faster. And also for Satisfactory, like, you have your complexity of your base, but the scale you can make things in Factorio is absurd. Like, you can just keep building more and more. I'll also say the vehicles in this game feel very satisfying, which is more a top-down versus a 3D. There's just, like, a lot of the vehicles in Satisfactory are hard to put to good use, so far as, like, transportation-wise. Okay, I'm going to... let's check. Let's grab more railroad track. I'm gonna need it. Because copper ore is going to be a problem soon. Actually. So the thing I keep going back and forth on is trying to get this all sorted out. I can leave this copper just the way it is. And then we'll set up the... I'll also grab some drills. Which are definitely here somewhere. Like, all these things I'm doing is not advancing our science. Like, that's ground to a halt. But we're building up infrastructure that will ultimately help out. But it's in the interim, that's the thing. Because if you were here for when we're doing the red and green science, you can see how fast, like, this stuff goes. Is I split off these two shims over here you see on the right on my mini-map as our red and green science. And literally it was just zipping along. I was running 15 labs at the same time without any real effort into it. That's the benefit of this approach. But right now, just the way I handled it, I've kind of hurt myself in the short term. Okay, I'm gonna have to destroy nests, aren't I? Yeah, so I've got the stone here. I also need to figure out the shape of my... Oh, right. One of the things I'm gonna do before we get it all caught up in that, let's get some satellites down. So that way I can see where, like, if stuff gets attacked, I'll be able to see what's happening. That kind of stuff. So we can go ahead and we can put a radar dish over here. That's a problem. We could fix that pretty easy. Okay. Alright, so I want to go ahead and put a dish down here. I'm going to put it right here by this train stop, because that should cover the whole area. And then meanwhile, I need one for the main factory. I had one there, but I had to move a train track, and when I did, I had to remove the radar dish to make space for it. And I just need to put up a new one. You love the trains in this game? Oh, the trains are excellent. Yeah, so if I put it just in this area, that should cover the whole area. Let's check now. I mean, we'll put a second one towards the bottom. Like, I'm not looking for precise coverage, because having extras just means it scans the surrounding area faster, so... Having more... The only thing it hurts is it consumes more power. Speaking of which, we're only using about a third of our power, so power is fine. Okay. So we've got that. I probably will need more ammo. Alright, so if we wipe out these three nests, I don't have to worry about that western frontal. That's not going to help us in the immediate. We've got the coal and the copper down there. Like I said, this copper, because we have that whole cliffside there, that's not really going to be very accessible. Can I make explosives for destroying cliffs yet? I probably can't, right? I cannot. So if we run to a cliff, I just gotta wiggle around it, which is the problem here. Is I'm gonna go there, I'm gonna smack into this cliff right here. It's gonna get me nowhere near that copper. I do like that we're revealing more and more of the map and just how much water is to my north. Like the fact that all of that is isolated. It's looking like I'm getting really good areas for being able to just hold off biters by having choke points. Man, that copper's a pain. Yeah, because I've got this copper down here. I don't have a clear shot to it. I got this copper up here. I don't have a clear shot to it. Both of them I'm going to have to fight to clear the area out. This might be another dead end. I'm only thinking this one because we have the uranium, the iron, the stone, the copper, and the other stone here. So I got a lot of other stuff I'll be able to get in the interim. And then potentially I could put a defensive line up here to keep that at bay. I'm not liking my prospects, the issue I have right here, and that's the reason I'm not getting it done. And part of me wants to be like, no, I'll deal with it later. It'll be fine. But I fully know running out of a type of ore is the kind of later that becomes a major problem. Because that I don't have any reason to continue until... There. Hey, Angie, how's it going? Should have grabbed landfill. I know I'm gonna need it. Okay, so we're gonna carve a path right through this woods. You'll need just a little bit of landfill to get across that. And I'm just probably gonna have to, even though I don't want to, like, shimmy the train side to side. Ooh! Almost destroyed me in one tap. The train didn't even look like it took damage. Yeah, so I said the trains play for keeps. I was moving the same direction as the train when it nudged me, and it put it down to 1 hit. How many hours do they have in Factorio? A bit over 1,000. Okay. Alright, we can repair you again. How many games do you have over 1,000 hours into? Probably like a dozen, I would guess. Somewhere in that ballpark. Right. And I needed landfill, which we are making. It's over here. It used to be green top, so it's a little hard for me to notice. Alright, we need to clear out some inventory. I need to find stuff I can drop copper into just to get it out of my inventory for a bit. Okay, so we've got some of that out of here. I don't really have enough wood or... I mean, I'll drop off... Oh, it's the yellow conveyor belts again. So we can drop those off. Just in anything that uses them as a material. Okay, so we've got those, and then the yellow splitters. Got the yellow inserters. Just trying to clear out some inventory so we can carry stuff. Are there only one type of enemy, the biters? No, so the main planet has its. I don't know all the new enemies because they're the DLC introduced it. But like in the base game, you had like biters, which are the ones that run up and just, you know, they do what their namesake implies. They just start biting the crap out of everything. You've got spitters, which, you know, they sit at distance, they spit at stuff. You've got, like, armored biters. Same idea as biters, they just have more durability. And then you have the worms, which are a defensive unit that just spit at you as well. So pretty straightforward in this planet, but the implication is the other planets have a much, much wider range. And from what we've seen from, like, the previews and all that, it definitely seems like that is the case. Let me ditch the regular ammo. I'm trying to clean up inventory so I can get out here and actually do stuff. Alright, so I needed that landfill. It wouldn't let me grab it before because my inventory is full. So, do you have auto turrets up? Yeah, no, I've got turrets. That's what these are. These are turrets that will defend my perimeter. I don't know if I have anywhere near enough to defend. We've been taking a very offensive way of defense, that the moment I see a biter nest gets within anywhere close to my pollution range, I go out of my way to destroy it. Never really giving them the chance to become a proper threat. Like, at the beginning, we got attacked some. But just as they've gone along here, we've been proactive in, like, not letting them build up. Do they attack your stuff far from your base? So, the way the biters work, to be clear, is when you look at the map, I've got this pollution overlay, so that red is my pollution. When the biters get in range of that pollution, they get mad and that's when they start attacking. So they'll grow and they'll spread and they'll do their thing normally, but they only become aggressive once the pollution is on them, and it's just the nests that are being impacted by the pollution. So if you go ahead and you start wiping them out before the pollution is close enough to them, you can kind of preempt the attacks. But yeah, so if what I'm doing far away does create pollution and that attracts their attention, then yes, they would attack it. But if it's not making pollution, it's like technically if they were trying to spread and it was in their way. Yeah, that's what I figured. So this is about as far as I'm gonna get without doing any like weird turnoffs. But we'll go ahead and kill this nest down here. And then after we kill that nest, we're gonna go up for that gap. Alright, luckily this one doesn't seem to be spawning the armored one, so we can tear through it pretty easy. The armored ones are the only ones that give me any real grief right now. But if I don't get this military tech going soon, that'll change. Because as we kill them, as time goes by, and as pollution builds up, all of things will contribute to them getting stronger faster. So like at the beginning they have just the regular, boring, nothing going on biters. And then eventually they get to the point of getting ones that spit at you, and they get ones that take way more damage, and all sorts of stuff. Let's see, is that red on the map and north of you? Yeah, so that's biters. All of those are biter nests. How long does it take until you get the car with weapons? They can just run through nests easily. It's a little while till I get the tank. Alright, so I'm gonna try and have ourselves, like, we get back on track in this area here. And then we just do like a little detour up here. So let's do one spot there. So I've done this a couple times. I was able to just line it up almost perfectly on the first go. Yeah, so probably have to go... Let's double check where we have more stuff there. So we got more cliffs there. So we go over a little, and then I drop back down and go back to our line. That'll work fine. So go over one row. Then we're going to go down. But yeah, no, it is a thing that eventually even the tank, you will hit a point that I think it's one more. That looks right. Let's check it though. Actually, there's a better way I can check this. Yep, we're good. Do you have fast travel or just the car? You have just the car. The thing is, you do get like better fuel that makes your car faster. You can hook up trains between spots. you will physically get stuff that makes your character run faster too. So there's lots of things that do pick up the speed that I don't have. But there is no, at least not unless there's something new with the DLC, there isn't just like, you go to one spot and you have like a teleportation gate that takes you to the other spot kind of thing. All right. And honestly, around here is where I can put my, where this ends. Because this will be able to reach all those ores I've recognized. That's, like, why I want to build this track over here. What are you trying to get to? Copper? Yeah, so I want to get the copper on my train network. That way, anywhere I need copper ore, I can just be like, go take the copper there. It's just, unfortunately, I've got the... Oh, that is not where I want to be fighting. So those are armored ones. You see that they are closing the gap on me real fast. So they did get a couple of hits on me. Luckily, we still do have the armor-penetrating rounds in surplus. And I've also, upgraded my weapons quite a bit. I need to be able to get in there. The problem is it's spawning enough of the armored ones. Alright, we're gonna have to back off and reevaluate. So what I could do is I could take the grenades and then just start hucking. And that won't get the big ones off me because you have the danger of getting yourself caught. But I should be able to go fight a bunch of them real fast to clear them and then just start chucking the grenades into the pile. Oh, there's so many armored ones there. Okay. Let's try this again. There was like 6 armored ones in that group. Yeah, so you can see how I am starting to lose the arms race with them and all that. But that nest has to go. It's between my railroad track and the copper. So that's not one I can put off. Because once I start mining the copper, I'm going to start making pollution over here, and that'll trigger them real quick. And there's things you can do, like you can daisy chain the turrets and all that. If I have to, I have to. I'm trying not to do that. Oh yeah, that's just too many armored ones now. We must have hit like some new threshold. I might die here. Alright, we're gonna have to use the... We'd use the guns in a defensive, like a, an offensive way. Oh, I didn't want to get that close. Stop, stop. Let's just back off and recover. What are different things you can upgrade, like your factory stuff and your weapons and your car and stuff? Yeah, you can defend, like you can upgrade your armor, you can upgrade your weapons, you have like all your factory stuff gets upgraded in a bunch of different ways. You get your vehicles get upgrades as well. There's modular stuff, so you can put like a solar panel and lasers and all sorts of that on my character as well. So there's like a lot you can actually do with all that. So what's going to need to happen is I'm going to need to use these to hold ground. So we're going to go ahead and drop down 3 of these. Give them a little ammo. And we can grab the next couple. So there were the spinners in there too? Yeah, now the big thing that's hurting me though is those armored ones, because they're fast enough I can't just run for it. If I try and just run while they're on me, they'll just keep pushing. Okay, where's my grenades? There they are. I'm still too far away to push there. Yeah, so we're just gonna do the thing where we just creep up the defenses until I'm close enough that I can actually make a proper move. Okay, that might be close enough they can do this, so we'll wait till there's a gap in the armored ones. Gotta recover my health. Because what I'm trying to do is get close enough to just chuck a bunch of grenades in there, because the AoE makes them really effective on clearing stuff out. Okay. Keep not quite finishing that one off. Alright. But as you can see, they keep escalating. Now, there's other weapons I can get, like flamethrowers, and later on you get nuclear warheads and all that. Cool. They destroyed a bunch of the nests over there. Okay. Alright, so just got the one left here. Okay. Man, Robot, you didn't need to put, like, all those commands at the same time. Alright, so the good news is that nest is gone. The bad news is these are starting to get to be a little rough. We also got to test that the defenses still can hold up, though. So I will also need to deal with that nest down there. This nest up here really worries me. I might be able to get away with that for a little while, because I won't be making the pollution up in the train's path. But we are getting to the point that I've got to get this research online. That looks like a big cluster. How hard is it going to be to kill that? It's going to be a decent amount of work. I'll probably have to do what you just saw me do over there a moment ago. Where we kind of, you know... where we kind of set up some sentry guns and, like, ducked behind them kind of thing. There's other strategies to do that. That's one of the things that's nice, is there's a lot of different ways to deal with these. Okay. How much ammo did your turrets use? Not that much. Like, it really wasn't too much. I didn't make this wide enough. There we go. Like, that's the thing. The fight with the biters, it's not some, like, Dark Souls-esque, you know, you've got to be on your absolute A game at all times to manage. it is just one of those things that if you fall behind on your tech, it can be a little bit rough. That you can start hitting a point where you're losing the arms race, as it were. Even then, it's never something that like you can't recover until your base itself is getting destroyed. But usually you don't like lose the game of Factorio because the biters ran you out. You can get there if you run out of ore in the area and you haven't expanded, but that's a whole different animal. And I also just realized Tomb should be home pretty close to any time now, which is when I have to step away for about 5 minutes, just to welcome my wife home, and then, you know, get some dinner in, which is just gonna be plopping a frozen pizza in the oven, you know, and usually I'll toss it in and she'll grab it out. All right. There we go. That's why it's like, this is one of the reasons I put the time in. You can make your factory much faster than I am. Like, the speed run, you actually don't even worry about the biters past like early game clearing just a couple of nests. You don't have to do the arms race at all, because you're done with the run before they have a chance to catch up to you. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Normally you aren't going to run out of resources, barring some pretty extreme situation. Like, you're going to have to, like, let your factory run out and just do nothing for a long time before it will escalate to that. Like, you might start feeling stressed because you're like, oh, hey, I'm getting low on materials. But even where I'm like, oh, hey, my copper's getting low, I still technically do have 179,000 in there. I'm just recognizing we're already killing some of those copper out of that. And so it is going to be a problem and not too terribly long. And I also recognize that my stone is looking not great. And I want to get my copper moved onto its own refinery, and this is just an opportunity to do that. So I can go down here, I can run the train down here to grab the copper node that's over here. Oh, please be like there's no bridge over here. That'd be perfect. If this ends up being another area that like just butts into water, like, if this is all just water here, that means I just have to defend one line there and one line there, and this is looking like it's more and more narrowing. With the change in world generation, this map feels a lot more covered in water. Try and not aggro that hive. I can't tell. We weirdly just have two worms over there and no nest to go with them. This looks like it might go on farther, sadly. Yeah, this looks like it's a land bridge. Not so lucky. That's still not bad. I just got really excited when I saw that drooping in this side and this side. And it could even still end, but I'm thinking that's more like a lake and this probably goes out and around. That's fine. We've gotten pretty lucky. Is 1 million a big deposit? Yeah, 1 million's a pretty big deposit. Like, don't get me wrong, they go up to like 8 million and that's way bigger. But 1.4 million is a pretty solid deposit. It'll take me a little while to burn through that. Let's deal with this small node down here. Then we'll run the train track down here and get the copper ore on the network. And then after that, it'll be figuring out our copper refining, which I think will do exactly what I did with the steel, where I'll just have a branch off. So you do have a lot of armored ones. Let's just plan for this to be one of these situations right at the start. Trying to think of the angle I want to go in. If I go in from the east, I can get the spawners before I have to start dealing with the worms. Now, you're gonna be trees, so I won't be able to go from the east, aren't you? That's fine. Okay. You have to get closer. Okay. Let's grab this back row. I'm gonna move these a little bit farther forward. So we can start making a move on that. Alright, we're starting to get the more armored spitters. Cool. That was enough for me to make a move on that worm, though, and that's what I was trying to do. Okay. I'm just trying to get this going. But get rid of these nests. Alright. They give you a tooltip so you can ammo the turrets faster. I believe if I were to put it on my bar, I could click and drag it across. Because I don't think... Yeah, no, if I control click, it takes it out. Yeah, I can't remember. I used to know the tricks to that. Yep, with control. Well, the control just... Yeah, I was saying, okay, you're saying with this, I grab you and click that. Gotcha, I see it. Yep. Alright, so we can... I see the downside, it puts a full stack in there. So because I don't have that much ammo, I won't be able to do that just because of amount of ammo is the problem. Okay, we got the next worm out of here. Okay. One last nest left. Alright, so that's worm's got to go for me to be able to do anything with that nest. Okay, so this is getting a little rough. Shift click books half on your cursor. Gotcha. Right. So you're saying I'd have to shift click the ammo, then control click it. Alright, so all I've got is the one worm left, so we can grab all this. And nest cleared. So that was a bit of a pain in the butt, but that's okay. So what's gonna happen now, chat, is I am gonna need to take my little, like, 5-minute break for welcoming my wife home, throwing some food in the oven and all that real fast. It's my one big break for the stream. They take about 5 things. What if you just left the one worm? It would just stay there, and eventually I'd forget about it and go by, and I'd get hit by it, I'd be like, hey, that's an annoying worm, and then I would kill it again. Or I would kill it then. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is take that little break here real fast, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be right back. You see nothing, chat. Nothing is happening here, chat. You see nothing. I don't know what happened, chat. Everything was fine. And then it wasn't. It's just the question of when you actually go up to the building and those ones spawn in, how... Oh. I missed that stab. And then I hit the wrong button instead of backing away. I strafed. Luckily we pushed. That was a fat finger key. Those are the kinds of deaths that would actually feel real... Wait a second. Oh. That'd feel real terrible. Because that's just like, that wasn't me misplaying, that was fat fingering. The gap to see the full damage. Oh, they're probably popping through that gap. I'm just trying to get the ones that get all the way down here. This is gonna get you killed. I mean, I have to deal with it. It's just a shame I can't shoot them through it. Actually, tens of thousands. What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd have to. Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I never tried. The way we'd find out is I just back up the van and say, okay, can you hook up? And it either won't give me the option or will. Why? 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 Game. Why? I'm gonna bust up my gas station. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just gonna keep this going. Just, no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare Thrombo. We're gonna leave those alone. They're gonna eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. Arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, sentient cookie. Ooh.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Tomb like say ooh that I can think of. It's probably happened before, but like that I mean.
I don't just spontaneously say it.
Yeah, she doesn't just walk around and go, I like it, ew ew.
Oh no, ew.
She's like, ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it. What? I'm about to go. Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. No. I got hit by something else. I saw the trigger too. And I got... We're looking for the restroom door. I want to find the restroom door. And I'll make those go to the kitchen. Could you not bang in that door? I would like you to keep... I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. Get more involved. I don't want to be here. I missed. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. What's Oh, I wonder if I got some dead pixels on my right screen. Like right here on my screen, I got a little black line, just like that big. And I was like, oh, maybe it's like a hair or something. I was like, no, that looks like some dead pixels. Oh well, that screen's been around a while. And it's at least not my main screen. So, I can. You see that too? Oh, weird. Is it just some like stream compression thing? Because it's not in the game itself. Oh, you know what it is? It's my microphone. Yeah, it's just like, I didn't, like, for me, I didn't see it. It's like, wait a second, what? Yeah, that's a microphone. Gotcha. I know it says pod, but because of the font, it looks like poo. I'm going to my poo now, too. What a waste. That is what poo is. All these months of work will be lost. I can't understand what happened. This shouldn't have happened. Stop shaking my screen, you giant worm. Man, giant worms, all they want is attention.
They had a family, children, a job that now needs to be reassigned.
Whoops. I missed with the whale. I'm sure they'll figure it out. Cause these aren't, I'm not wearing pants right
sorry
now.
about that.
It's just little things about, like, my wife getting home and all that. Just try and welcome her home and all that. Let's see. Something about getting lonely. What are we... Oh, there's been a whole conversation. I usually been watching the past few days. Miss the Star stream. Did you get blue science up and going? No, I'm still working on that. It's one of those things... He was working on attempt saluting, but I think he started working on a real setup and decided to kill biters instead. Yeah. That's, Right, yeah, so that's the thing, is right now, I have the problem of, I need to get a better, like, not just a Band-Aid solution, where, like, you know, I go to my mall and I just chuck it together and make it happen. The issue is my copper is getting low, and I need copper plate as the next thing I add on to the network. Well, this will be a little cursed. And so it is just kind of going through and getting that resolved. So we're going to make like a 3-point thing here. But I had to stop to kill biters just because the biters are in the way of where I'm going to be needing to get copper from. But yeah, so I'm trying to make a not Band-Aid fix that, you know, 10 minutes from now becomes a problem. So you need copper for research? Yes, because it is one of the components that's going to go into... Oh, what was it? The black science? I mean, it's going to be used by both. And we're about out of track. Alright. Yeah, so we're dealing with that. I'm a little worried about that nest to the north, but that is not a small issue nest. That is going to be a... Even if I want to deal with it, I'm going to need to restock before I deal with it kind of nest. Yeah, so I've got both blue and black science to go. Black is military. I don't remember what the blue science is labeled as. The thing wasn't green logistics? That said, I'm already producing the sulfur and the plastic and putting those into boxes for storage. But I'm going to need to get those on tracks and all that. But the plan here is they've already got the place started for the military science. And so what I'm trying to do right now is get this copper sorted. And what I'll probably do once I get the copper sorted is they've made an area for adding like proper steel refining. Like it's small right now. But it is set up so I can just scale by just adding in our shim, until we start to hit, like, major bandwidth issues on the belt. Which then we just add a second belt and, you know, more trains and all that. But it's designed to be scalable, versus this monstrosity is not. And so what I'm trying to do is get that all sorted. Let's see here. Because right now, we now have, let's see, is there anything else I need on here? Ammo. So right now we have our coal, our steel, our iron ore, and our iron plates are all on the train network. I need to get the copper ore, the copper plates, and once I've got those two, I just need, I believe, the stone? Like, not even the... Well, the brick. And once I get the brick on the network, then I can make... Basically, I can scale as much military science as I want. So we're taking the not as fast setup, so that when we start producing, it will start producing really quickly. Okay, so I'm gonna need some signals up here. Just because I had this weird cliff I gotta be sneaking around. And I'll just have like one rail off that just loops back and comes back in here. And later on, I'll probably blow up that cliff and make it a straight route and yada yada. But that's a later consideration. Okay, so we have you. Let's add the signals up here before I forget. And for right now, there's no possibility of them going to the right, so I don't care about it. So, you and you. You and you. Yep. Mm-hmm. Alright, so that makes that all an intersection. Okay. But yeah, with the military tech going, and that's what we're working on right now, once I get the military tech going, we'll be able to upgrade our weapons so that when I have to deal with the biters, I can just blast through them far quicker. I believe that will also block stuff like our tank and everything. Okay, this will work out perfectly, because then I can just bring the railroad over here and loop it around. So let's go ahead and get our drills and all that on here. Because that's 1.4 million, so even though it's not a big node so far as like physical area it's covering, it's a large volume. I can put a radar dish over here. That'll help scan the area for more biter nests and all that. Okay. Yes, I've got 4 routes here. And we can put a merger there. And over here. We can put you there. And one there. Okay. So now I just bring the train over here to pickup, and that'll be the copper ore on the network as well. And like I said, with this one, part of the reason I like this spot is I've got the stone right here, I've got spare iron right here. So this will give me kind of a 3-for-1. I don't need the iron right now. I've got like it's an 8 million node we've got hooked up already. But that stone, while it's not an immediate concern, it will be a concern in not too long. And literally, I'm just going to have to go to the other side and just plunk down drills and get that set up. Actually, let's change our approach so I'm not just drilling stuff I don't need to. Trying to think of how I want to do this. Just so when it comes to getting the stone, that'll be nice and easy. Is that nest new? Did that nest just get built there? It's too... That's a problem, nest. Do we have ammo? Yeah, we do. Didn't do that right at all. Okay. I think that may have been expansion that moved back into an area that's already going, or I just didn't notice it was that close. Alright. So I'll deal with this real quick, because it's a little nest right here. Cool. And then with that nest will be sorted. And we can just get our defenses around that location. I see your gun borrowed from the Hollywood and never reloads. Yep. Now, what you don't realize is that backpack, you think that's where I'm keeping an inventory. It's literally just a chain feed for my gun. That's all. Alright, so with that, though, we're going to go ahead and drop some ammo in here. And these are going to be defensive ones. I'll put a couple down here since we got a natural choke point. Okay. So what I was going to say is now I can go ahead and so that's the up lane. Alright. Did I get myself enough? I don't have a train stop on me. I'm making one. Alright. Because if I give myself enough space to work with this, will be good. I'll do my best. Alright. Yeah, so we've got enough room here for that. We will need all the stuff here. I don't have enough arms. That's fine, because once we get this one way over here set up, I don't need to worry about the stone one for a little while. But we can get that all sorted out. And then we can have this go to a dedicated refining area for the copper. And once we get the dedicated refining area for the copper all sorted out, then a lot of this will stop being nearly as much of a hassle. Because then we'll have the black science being produced. And then we can start focusing on the blue science while the military science is going. This will be good. This will get us a lot of stuff I really need to be having. Okay, so we've got all that wired up. You're good here. We're not going to get too fancy. I'm not going to worry about that stone. I'm going to bring another track over here. We're going to have this loop around. And the only reason I did it this way is so I can potentially add that stone on without quite as much of a hassle later. Yeah, so I'll bring it on, that'll bring it off, and I don't need to worry about the other way right now. Yeah, so this will be messy. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, because then I could just curve it up there. We can pick it up, and this will be a temporary thing. This whole rail down here is a temporary rail. At least that's the intent. So for you, I need the light going out there. This is an intersection here. So we'll mark it accordingly. We'll put a light there. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. It's not the way I want it, but it'll pass. Alright, so we've got all that set up. Now, I'm not going to grab my car right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this. I'm going to run the power down here. Now, the downside of this is, again, that nest to the north is pretty close. So I do have the issue of the potential that they go and destroy our power poles at some point. But that's just something I'm going to have to deal with. What I'll probably do is on this little area up here where it kind of does the little shimmy up here, I probably will take the time to add a couple of guns to try and defend this. We're just trying to wire this power into the rest of the grid, and that'll bring our copper ore online. Then I'll need to actually program the train stop there, and that should have our copper ore on the network. Then my intention is to go to where we're doing our steel production, just go up a little ways, wire up some really fast there to be my copper plate production. And then once I've got that, we've got the copper plate in the network, and then it's just the stone. And then once I got the stone on the network, literally I could just bring that in. That'll give me everything I need for the black science, just have it made and, you know, popped out and put into the science labs. And then the only thing I think I will need to add to make the blue science would just be the red circuit boards, which is just plastic. And everything else already be on the network. Radar, yep. Yeah, so I need to go over there and do the radar. Something was attacked and destroyed. Something is being actively attacked and destroyed. Ah, crap. And this is me being punished for not having defenses everywhere. Yep, they're just destroying my stuff. And I'm on the other side of the map from it. And so they're just tearing it apart. And all I could do is run. Because it's like halfway between going back and my car. And I got trained halfway on the tracks because where it was going was attacked. Stop destroying my base! I'm just watching my destroyed building counter go up. I'm curious how they got to that point without running into anything else, because that's kind of middle of the base. But sometimes they will just path where they end up between turrets and everything. Yeah, so there were turrets, they just didn't hold up to the attack. Those are old ones though, so they probably were just not even running the That's too many. So they probably weren't running the armor piercing or anything. Alright. Meanwhile, this was our brick production. Let's also take a peek at our labs. Oh, I'm out of arms. Because there's a good chance they destroyed our labs too. Alright. Okay, so let's go over here real quick. Grab, I need the steel boxes. I need the arms. Yeah, that copper's running out quick, and so is the stone. Kindly ask them to stop. Well, I sent them a strongly worded email about it. They've surely checked their email by now, right? I mean, I even titled it "To Whom It May Concern." Like, I can't think of what more I would do. Grab the ammo. The inserters, that's what I was looking for. I even went and I followed up with it per my last email. Oh yeah, this iron is running out fast. Well, look, game, hang on. Even said per my last email. Exactly. That is like corporate fighting words. That is taking off the kids' gloves. You know, getting ready to throw down corporate style. Yeah, so I went and I stopped as like, hey, I need to deal with the iron. This is why right here. Because even though technically there's still 58,000, each round that goes by, the speed is getting a little bit slower. You've thrown in responses to friends at work. Hope this email finds you before I do. I've had some pretty fun, ridiculous ones with that. Wait, that's all backwards. Okay, I think that's all fixed. Let's check in our labs. So our labs are fine. Where did that attack come from then? Ah, I'm having pollution disappear here rapidly. That's a strong indicator there's a nest there. Oh yeah, no, that's I used to have like all the achievements before the DLC. So wait, for those, can I get a shout out for Sui, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. But it's been like 2 years since I last played. Yeah, so if you're wondering how I knew that there was a nest down here, it was just looking at that mini-map and seeing the pollution just disappear again and again. That means it was absorbing that pollution. Because the pollution shouldn't just naturally disappear. Let's not put down that many. I need to get her up-teching on their weapons. I keep losing track of where my sentry guns are. Okay, that's one worm down. One of the good things about getting the military tech online is we'll be scaling up our ammo production by a ton. And with that, when I need to restock, instead of just grabbing a couple of stacks, I'll be able to grab a ton all at once. Okay. Would you stop beelining for me so I can go and sneak behind and deal with your spawners? There you go. That's one spawner down. Probably go down here and sneak out a little farther. Oh, that's me dead, probably. Run! I got slowed by the slime in them. You're exhausting, but have stuff to do. Yeah, for those who don't know, Suey, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform as well. You know, does a lot of like nice chill games, but doing some like stuff like Planet Crafter, that kind of good stuff. It's always a good time. Yeah, so you need to get those worms out of the middle of it, as well as try to get rid of the spawners. Because those worms, when they hit you, they, one, do a heck of a lot of damage. Okay. There's even more nests just south of me, too. Alright. So I got the worm and I got a spawner. It looks like there's another nest right down here. We need to get our military tech up so we can start doing more damage. Don't have to sit here and dance inside their shots any longer than necessary. Come on, could you stop? Okay, got the next worm. Because even if I walk through that crap, it still hurts me. Even if I don't take the initial hit. Let me know that gun ran out of ammo. That's fine. We're down to one more worm, one more nest. It looks like there's another nest just below us. That doesn't help to just walk. Yeah, we'll just lose half our health by walking into the garbage. Yeah, but that's got to go. We don't have any other obvious nests in range. But that's where expansions can get you, so that expansion kind of moved into my territory a little bit. Could you stop spawning right there? It wouldn't be so bad, but they're spawning the armored ones. Okay. So I took out the last worm there, so now it's just that nest, and then we can get the other next nest to the south, we should be good there. That was tough. It hurts you a lot. Oh yeah, so that worm was a bigger worm than the other ones. They are evolving and getting stronger with each little bit of time that we're doing this. Okay. So I'm gonna poke them so they stop building up a group to cause me grief. And the good news, they have to run the whole way around just to reach me. Then get some time on there, clean them up. Get some good time on hitting that nest. Alright, so we've got them dealt with. And that leaves just... those are out of range. So we're fine there. And the good news is, while this is polluting because it is running now, it's not polluting very fast. Weirdly, there's a big hole in that pollution, which I'm not sure what to make of. Because it's clearly not a nest right there. We would have seen like a ton of signals from an entire area being destroyed. Okay, so we did lose a bit of base, and then we retaliated against the ones who dared hurt us. And they're sorted. I will need more ammo. The trees are assisting you for once. Well, that was more the cliff being the big one. The trees can be helpful. Because the biters will sometimes get stuck on the tree, and then they'll attack the tree to get it out of their way. So let's go over here and grab the ammo. And then we're going to set up the copper real quick. I also need train stops, which are over here. You also want to know what's on the side of your cup? Oh, I'm sorry. It's a really, really old Simpsons cup with Barney on it. It was from when me and my brothers were kids. It was a thing that, like, at that time that people would get, like, the commemorative cups and all that kind of stuff. Oh, the reason I'm not researching anything else is I need to get the other science done. So what is your deal? Why are you stuck? You are the steel drop train. Steel drop is available. This shouldn't be conflicting. Oh, it's because it actually stopped in the intersection. I see. So what I probably need to do is do a an area for them to pull off kind of thing. Because I need those trains running. Yes, all that's marked with green. It's interesting that those are all being marked with green. Oh, you shouldn't be that signal anymore. That's one problem. So if I grab you, just pick that up for just a second, then I can slap it back down. That should unstick some of this. Okay, and you're mad about this signal. I think I'm honestly just putting on too many signals. Okay, so they're all in jamming. I'm gonna need to have like the areas where they can pull off and deal with that. The train's gonna be okay? Yeah, no, it's just I'm probably gonna have to make some adjustments to the way I've been doing it. Normally what I do is I'll have like a parking location that the train goes from one area, goes to the parking location, then goes the other area. That way they're just not sitting there. But that should resolve it. But another thing you can do is I can put a second rail here that it crisscrosses in and out, going the same direction. And the reason you do that is to have like effectively 2 lanes going anywhere, and by having those switch back and forth constantly, it makes it so they can almost always find a route through. Okay, so that's where we got that. We can go up here a little bit farther, give ourselves room to expand, and this will be perfect. Yeah, probably around here-ish. How much storage are in these stop things? Oh, the stops I'm making? It's a number of thousand. Okay, so it can pull on here. Go in, drop off there. So I need to have 2 here. That's got to go down this way. Which means my entire power network's about to go down as we shuffle that a little bit. So connect you here and there. And just the same, we go 2 notches this way. All right. Interesting, and you can scale it up as you go. I usually go with the main bus versus the little train thing. Yeah, that's kind of the big advantage of this, is just the nature of you can scale it up, you know, here. And put these at the intersections. There we go. Plus trains are cool. Exactly. You understand. Alright, so we've got this other spot set up here. And this will need to have coal and copper ore moved in here. So that's the copper ore line. That's the coal line. And then I'm going to need the copper plate out. Yeah, I'm really curious what the other planets are going to cause, because, like, we noticed in the thing when you're, like, just waiting to load the game, that there was an entire thing where one of the enemies wasn't attacking from afar, they're coming up from underneath the base, and it was very much like a, hold the heck up. What? Kind of thing. Okay, so I need the stops here. Alright, so this is going to get ourselves the copper plate on the network. This is going to take us a minute. The start screen is a bit spoilish now. Yeah. Yeah, it is. And there's not really a way you can get around it. It's like trying to avoid being spoilered by not watching the trailer or whatever. But then the trailer plays as the intro and you're like, well, okay. I guess it is what it is. Also, let's go get our car. I left my car all the way on the other side of the map. We're gonna run over here and deal with that. I do look forward to getting the tank, because with the tank, usually what it'll do is sooner or later you'll get to a point where you're kind of waiting on research to catch up a couple of things. And then that's when you just jump in the tank, you just do the rounds and just like fight the biters like way back. That way you just don't have to worry about them for a while, because they need a little time to like reclaim territory. Because I didn't get this train stop named, I didn't get all that stuff dealt with. So I've got that, so let's get this named and wired up.
Old_Jube for subscribing for 2 months. Lurker sub.
Thank you for the Prime sub. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you have been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. And thank you again so much for the Prime sub. It's up to 2 months, and I appreciate it. So I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. Okay, so this is to load up the train. You are called Copper Ore Pickup. And I need to wire these up, which should be straightforward. We just go boom and boom. And this isn't a good design, there's lots of problems with it. If you want an example, the front car will fill up before the back car. It's just, right now, it's not that urgent. And what's going to end up happening is be like stack splitters and much faster belts, and a lot of that will become less of a overall issue. Okay, and we can enable, disable, go here, copper ore, apply. If it is more than 2,000, that station will be turned on. So it's blinking red right now because it's still filling up. But once these chests get to about, one of these chests gets to that much, so like everything but the last row, just one chest is enough to cause that to trigger. So the idea is that should be available most of the time. Now, we are getting a decent amount of pollution here, but luckily they don't have any biters nearby right now. So let's go grab our car, because that's basically got the copper pickup all sorted out. And let's get back over to our copper production and get that fixed. And that will give us what I need to get the... Well, I'll have to get the brick still. But that'll give us what I need to get the black science basically to where I can scale it as much as I want. That's part of the reason we're putting the time, is just... Not only are we solving this problem, we're doing a long-term solution. Because I have noticed... Our ore seems to be way more spread out than I'm used to. So maybe it's just the way I've been doing my settings the last couple times I played, which again, this is going like 2 years context back. How are we doing on fuel, by the way? Nah, we're good. But it does feel like I'm treating this... It's almost like doing the train worlds that I used to do, where you'd have to travel real far for real dense things of ore. And it's fine, but it definitely feels like it's a weird thing. Did I not put down the radar dish because I got distracted? Yep, that's exactly what I did. Okay, so I still needed the steel boxes. We're out of those. I'm gonna grab more inserters. Also grab the power poles. Let's grab the inserters that are over here. Let's grab the bullets. 6? Why do you only have 6? Oh, well, that's not what you want to see. As these are running out, the stone production is getting so low that I'm not getting a lot of the stuff through here anymore. That's why we're expanding. There's a lot of journey left, yeah. Alright, hang on. Why are you not going? Alright, I've got too many signals on this. Because I need these to not be getting stuck everywhere. Alright, I'm forgetting something. Let's do a test here real fast. So I'm gonna run down here, I'm gonna have the turn off lane, and we're gonna put like the regular stop signal on the turn off lane. And see if that helps. Because I can't have these trains getting stuck on me a lot. So what I'm going to do is right down here. Just going to run right here. So the idea with this is we put a signal here. I believe if I do this right, what'll happen is the train will pull off onto these if it can't find a path. Can trains crash? Yes. Yes, they can. Yeah, so I believe what will happen with that is if we run that situation again where the train has a problem getting through here, is it'll pull off onto that side area, wait at the light, and vice versa. If I remember correctly, that's how that'll work. He shows one for crashing for science. Probably not right now, just because I don't have enough spare trains. And I really need to get our military science up and running. The biters are getting stronger faster than I am. Yeah, so what that should do is down there in that network, like I said, if we get to the point where we run into a problem, they should pull off one of those side things. And I'll make blueprints of all that when we get the bots and whatnot, that I can just stamp them out real fast. Okay. Let's back to getting this area set up, which this is our smelting area for the copper I'm building right now. Which will get our copper onto the network, which is what I'm trying to work on. So this is the train that's going to get loaded up. Where our copper plates will go. And this will be emptying out the copper ore. Actually, probably the coal. The number of inserters you need gets ridiculous. Okay, so with that, we do this nonsense again. The main rail signal is going to the intersection. Let's see. You main rail signal going into an intersection and rail chain signal going out of it. That's not a bad idea as well. I debated doing something like that. I don't remember needing to do that, though. But that's okay. Like, if I have to do it, I have to do it. basically the way the person on YouTube was describing was putting the thing where it checks ahead to be like, do I have a clear route onto the next area? We'll worry about that later. Is use that in one of the later areas. Okay. Actually, let's change the way we're angling this. No, actually, no, that could be fine. So I will make this the coal. So the coal drop-off is not going to need anything special, because it gets coal where it picks up. You're going to be needed over here for filling up this when I put the train there. So I'll top off that. That's too far. So that'll be the coal for the copper ore train. Okay, and there's our inputs. So again, so far as all this. Alright, and so we're going to do the same thing we did with the other one. I'm going to give myself a little bit of room to work, so that way if I have to expand or change anything, I've got room to do so. But then let's go ahead and get all this hooked up for getting our smelters. Then I can start sending the trains. Yeah, but nah, if we get them stuck again, that's what I'll do, is I'll switch to the intersections. Each intersection going in will have a stop. And that should help. Are the trains stuck again? No, they're still zipping around. We haven't seen any of them use that stop there, but we'll see. It also helps that a lot of our intersections are now currently getting filled up. Okay. So we need to do one of these things where I'm gonna have the copper and that all going in. So we're gonna need here and here. And I'll get you all sorted out. So easy enough for this half. We can just go like that. And I need one gap here. I've made that mistake before because I need that to go like this. Just because if you don't have the gap, it can feed in the back. Actually, no, that's not true. I believe that's fine. And if I, yeah, no, actually, I believe that'll be fine. If I'm remembering correctly. So I'll feed all that in there. And go 1, 2, 1, 2. Alright, need more of those. That's not surprising. Okay. So we're almost there. So I need more inserters. And all that. That's fine. I'm going to be wrecking trees a whole lot throughout this entire run. Okay, so repair you. We'll grab ammo again. We'll just make it a point of grabbing ammo every time we roll through for a while. I need inserters, which are down here. And I think we're good on that for right now. And I know I am not using the better smelters despite getting them. Honestly, the second level smelters, I tend to find, it's fine, I'm already halfway there. I tend to find like the second smelters, not a problem. Oh yeah, we're only using about a third. I checked very recently. Okay. Meanwhile, before I forget, just because it's on my mind, you go ahead and plunk down a radar right there. Okay. And then once I get this wired up, literally all I have to do is configure the train stations, and everything else is already wired up. The trains will just arrive, except for the copper drop-off. Just because I don't have a copper plate pickup, not the copper drop-off. Because the other parts are done. And then once I get that, I've already got the other parts started. I just didn't continue it right now because I needed the copper. But at least with that, I could bring stuff in and get that started. Okay, and I need to bring that across for there. Take it down a couple of tiles so we can get around. I always forget they can literally just do this. Okay, so I'll take care of all this side. And now I just need a splitter up here. Alright, and now I just gotta wire up all the power, and it should be good. I'm gonna go to America to try all the foods. We do have a lot of food options here. Oh, I just realized I'm using the wood poles. That's fine. We keep picking these up. I don't mind using them if we already have them. I just don't want to make more because we're at a point it's just not needed. Okay. And with this, that'll be the power all wired up here. And go right here. Plunk one in there. And this whole system is now online. I'm lying. I have one gap in my power. Right here. Now that whole system's online. Except that spot, so I'm still lying. There, now it's all online. Okay. So let's get this party started. The first thing we can do here is go and get you set up before I rename the station. Alright, so this is the copper drop-off. So I can put the train here. But I have enough to make a second wagon, or do I have to go back? I do have enough for one more wagon. So that's going to sit there for a moment and do nothing. But we will go over here, and I'm going to name you Copper Ore Drop. And we can go enable, disable, do this, Copper Ore. Alright. If it is less than 2,000. So that'll be all configured for all that. So I will need to... No, actually, that'll be fine. Once I get the coal train through here and it has a chance to top off, that'll be ready to rock and roll. Because I don't need another coal train. I've already got one. Eventually, I'll need multiple of them. I can worry about that when we get there. Okay, meanwhile, I'm gonna turn this off, enable this when I have coal. And it's less than 2,000. Okay, so now I want to get away from the track for a moment because it's now going to be coal drop. And so with that, our coal train will now be dispatched. And then this is going to be copper plate pickup. I don't have what I need to set up a train for this because I don't have enough, actually, can I make enough? I probably can't, right? No. I'll need to head back and get more materials for the thing. Yep, so that's dropping the coal on the line. That's going to get fed through. It's going to go to this one. And then once we get a little bit of fuel in here, where it's not just going to shut down, the motor tries to leave. Okay. So we've got all this configured. So now this train, we're going to have to tell it what to do. So it's going to go to the copper ore pickup. It's going to wait till it is either full of cargo or it has had 60 seconds pass. And then it's going to go to copper ore drop. It's going to wait until it's either out of cargo or enough time has passed. And now I would like you to get the heck out of my life. And so just like that, we now have that train. And with that, we're going to have our copper plate production online. And I just need to get another train. Like, I need to get another stack of the cargo parts of the train so I can put down a train for the copper plate drop-off. Look at my power. My power should be fine. Oh, actually, the power is spiking. What changed that our power is spiking so hard? Okay. Oh, did we already put a radar there? Yeah, we did. So I need a radar over here. Okay, so it looks like power is starting to become... Oh, you know, I bet you we might be getting starved on coal. But yeah, so we're at the point where I'm going to need to set up more power production. That's actually a really fast and easy one. I just plop down a new pipe, a new pump, string some coal up to it, and then just feed it in. Okay, so I've got this here. So what I could do here to resolve this is I can go and get one of these pumps. Let's just plan this out before I actually commit to it. All right. So this is going to present a little bit of an issue, which isn't going to be that hard to resolve. It's going to look like that. And the reason this is an issue is because this is where our coal is coming in right now, and I need to reroute that up here. And that should resolve that. Okay. So that'll fix that part. Now the next thing I'm going to need is my boilers. Do I have enough room for this? Oh, I need to go grab... Okay. Let's grab our steam engines and our cargo trains. So here's our cargo trains. Grab those. And then the steam engines are somewhere probably over the beginning-ish area. There's my drills and radar, so it can't be that far in. Where are you, steam engine? I know you're not in here. You have signal, all that garbage. That's all train stuff that came later. That's the sentry. Drill, our better power poles. We reorganized all that. Our inserters. There's that. The steam engine. There it is. There you are. Okay. And even more of our coal is starting to exhaust. I want to make sure I can fit... Can I fit 2 of these? Please tell me I can fit 2. Sweet, they barely fit. Alright. Oh, you're not lined up right. And we can grab a handful of pipe and go like this. Okay, and just like that, we should see this ramp up quite a bit. So yeah, something's happening here where our power consumption spiked really hard. Because we were hovering at about 1/3 and something just rocketed up. Which it is one of those things that does happen. At least our factory doesn't shut down in this game. And how are our trains? No trains stuck on the track. Love to see it. And do we have everything we need to go back up? I believe we did. Yep. Alright, so let's grab our car, run back up to the copper plate production area. And I just need to throw a train on the track there and program it. And that should have our copper pickup. Then we can go back over to our... this is steel. Our black science production. Oh, 1 second. I got an issue here I want to resolve. I'm gonna need to change the way I'm doing these belts because of the way I'm feeding them in like that. It's only pulling from one side and it's causing to back up real bad. I'm gonna have to redo those a bunch of times as we get better belts, but... yeah, so as you can see, we are producing our copper plates. I don't think you're programmed anyway. Yep, you're not. Okay, so we can go to our stop here. Enable, disable, do this. Copper plate. Check. If it is more than 2,000, it's available. Cool. And so I've got all that set up. So we should be able to go here and say, all right, add station. Oh, actually, we don't have a copper plate drop, do we? Yeah, so we don't have a copper plate drop, so that's going to just sit there for right now. That's fine. We'll come back to you. Let me quickly go over to where we have our copper ore and just drop a radar dish there. And then once we do that, the next step is going to be going down to where we're going to make our military science and get the copper plate drop off set down there. And that should take care of that. Okay, so I just need to go right here and satellite dish doesn't really matter there. Perfect. That way now, I can see that on the radar as well. Oh man. That pollution's spreading too fast. I'm about to aggro the next nest. We are spreading pollution real fierce. So yeah, how much ammo? Because the problem is, we don't have the defenses there for a steady attack. Like, I got some quick, like, band-aid slap down kind of thing. But under a proper attack, it's just gonna fold. So let's try and deal with the small nest to the right up here. Because this nest... all three of the... oh, man. I need the tank. That one down there is gonna be really rough to do. Oh, this is just the two... Okay. So we got those two. That wasn't really a nest. That was just 2 spots. Okay. Oh man, that is so many worms. I gotta deal with it, but I don't really got the resources to do that. Alright, I'm just gonna try and put up a defensive line for now. I think that's where we're at. I don't think we push in there. I don't have what I need. If I have the tank, no problem, but with those trees as dense as they are, that's gonna be one issue for me. Let's just build this up more than I feel is necessary. Where are my sentry? There we go. Okay, so that's a problem. Yeah, so you're going to sleep because you don't have anywhere that needs you quite yet. All the programming's fine. We got a bunch of this. We got the dish down. All right, we are officially in the part where we are falling behind in the arms race with the biters, and I have nests I really need to deal with, but I just don't really have the supplies to do it. Like, I could push in there, but I only got a couple stacks of ammo, and I have no grenades handy. So I don't think that's a winning equation. Okay, so for what we're looking at here. Yes, this is our iron plate production. That's too close. Or not iron plate production. This is our iron plate drop off. Okay, so for this science, I need, it was brick, coal, iron plates, copper plates, steel, and that's it. So we've got our coal, we've got our iron plates, and I do have steel and copper already on the network. So that's good news. I might have to shift where I got that last row here. Let's try approaching this a little bit differently so I know I have the room. So we had this as the conveyors. And we had like inserter, and then you. Okay, so that's where that needs to be. Just to ensure I've got enough room. Because relatively soon I'm going to get to the point I won't have enough room to make another tile the other way, but, you know, we'll get there. Alright, so we've got you. Get a train stop here. And so for the copper pickup, the copper and the steel already have materials going to them, so I don't need to run the coal the whole way over. I probably still will, but it's fine. Okay. Those aren't positioned correctly. Now you have the inserters to add here. And all that. I want the robots so fast. This would be so fast without the robots. Or with the robots. Because even on top of that, with the robots as well, it's one of those things that I could put this down if it didn't have enough supplies on me. As long as I put down a roboport first, they could daisy chain across the map. Alright, so we've got that path, so let's get this all over here. Okay. Alright, so we get the red belts. I could weave that in there, and that'll be the next one. In the meantime, I can go ahead and get this hooked up to start delivering. So we can go here and say, you run the signal wire over everything here. And so you're going to be steel. Let's make sure I don't already have one set to steel. So you are iron plate drop. Yeah, so you're doing your thing, and that's all backed up. Your coal drop, yeah, so we're good. So this is steel. So steel is less than 2,000. Add it to the network, and so now we have steel drop. And now get that train on its way to drop off the steel. Which would be interesting because it has to U-turn to get over here. I could probably make that straight through, but I'm probably not going to. And with that, so we have the steel drop set up here. I need to grab more red conveyor belt. You saw nothing, chat. Okay, so we need to go over here. There's stones everywhere. Let's see, can you copy the setup of the right and make one to the left rather than put down each part? If I have robots. If I don't have robots, I can put like an outline, like design for it or whatever. Why does it have only one? Because it's being fed like manifold style. Like where you look at the port, it has like the first ones getting it. So unless I get the throughput to be much higher, it will just continue doing that. Or what'll happen is it'll begin to build up in that area. But yeah, no, it's just the way I have the conveyors running through it. It fills up the first one, then the second one, not balanced between the two. It is something that probably shouldn't be that way. You put timers to stop too. Got it. Yep. Yeah, like I could wait till they're full, but part of the reason I'm using the timers is just as a stopgap to make sure they hopefully get to a bunch of different stops. Alright, so what else do I need? Let's go ahead and grab train engines and more of the cargo wagons. And I think we're good on everything else, because I just grabbed the ammo. There's my car. Putting way too much time into this setup. Like, it'll be good once it's set up. Like, it'll save me so much time later, but man, on the short term, the time cost is a bit much. Alright. Yeah, so the steel train has gone to sleep because the steel production is insufficient to keep that going. That's something I'll need to address. Alright. And so with this, I've now got the steel, the coal, and the iron. I'm probably got to make, like, where this was meant to be like a bypass, I'm probably got to shift that out farther and just make it another one. The good news is until I get to the point where I'm really constructing everything there, that's when you start getting pretty limited on what you can get away with. So let's plan for that to be the end of this. So this will be here. and see where I can put the track relative to that. Because you notice the track doesn't go every tile, it goes half steps. So I'm just using that as effectively a measuring thing. That's literally the last tile I can go this side without having to do some shenanigans to make it all work. Okay. So this will be our copper plate drop-off. Okay, so I need the steel containers, and I need the inserters. So let's go grab those. And eventually what you'd do is you'd get a train car that you'd load like a stack of each type of building into that you're going to be using. And then you could just have a roboport and just stand at that car and you just like control click it all into your inventory, or just stand next to it. And you can just build out of that. It can be pretty silly what you can do. Okay, so let's grab the ammo. I'm also gonna grab the walls, which we haven't been doing this whole time because I'm gonna need those. Let's grab the conveyor because I could use more. I need the inserters. Let me drop off the wood and all that again. Pop over here and drop off the ore. Nearly get killed by a train. Grab some grenades for dealing with Ness later. 2 more of my iron drills have tapped out. Sorry, not 2. 5 more of my iron drills have tapped out. We're on that home stretch before all the... Sorry, 6 have tapped out. We're on that home stretch before all of my iron drills go offline. We've got stone. I believe I've got a box for stone right here. There's a stone drill just went offline. Stone is an urgent problem yet, but it's not going to be much longer before it is. Okay, so let's grab the inserters. And I need the steel boxes. Let's see, can you see the amount of resources you have in all of your chests? So there's what's called the logic network. I don't have it yet, but when you have the logic network, yes. It'll show everything you have on your logic network. Let's see, do trains and cars go with equipment grids? Let's see, have equipment grids in vanilla now? Like, can they carry roboports themselves? Not that I'm aware of. But if you sit inside the car with a roboport, it effectively has a roboport while you're in it. We're gonna do this one backwards, it's fine. Okay, and I can actually wire that up real fast. To get the copper plates coming this way. And then we'll extend the other thing for the stone. Guess let's bring this over at this height. There we go. And so now if I name the, well actually if I go on here and I say, all right, enable disable if you have copper plates. Let's double check that before I make a mistake. So that's steel. Yeah, so steel, iron, coal, copper plates is correct. So copper plates, yes, is less than 2,000. Set that, and copper plate drop. There is no train set to do copper plates. I'm pretty sure that's just the train I have here. I just haven't set it to be automated. There's a UI just administrates the difference in logics. Yeah, there's also you can actually see here your different scopes and all that. So if you want to try and figure it out. But you can sit there and say, okay, I am producing 11k worth of iron ore, and I'm consuming about 10k worth of iron ore. Like, you can do all that. It's not super obvious sometimes about what is actually your bottlenecks and all that. But it at least tells you, like, where to look. Okay, so again, we're going to do let's just rename this. It's definitely not accidentally named Copper Plate Pickup. Okay. So let's try and do that again. Alright, so we have Copper Plate Pickup is your first stop, and you'll wait till you're full cargo, or you've waited 60 seconds. And then you're going to go to add station copper drop off, copper plate drop off, empty cargo, or you wait for 60 seconds. And an automatic. Why are you not going? Oh, it's got to wait the 60 seconds. Yeah, that's fair. I should actually take that back. Only tanks with Spyrotrons have equipment grids. Cars and locomotives do not. Yeah. And then just like that, we will have the copper dropped off over here. And that only leaves the stone. Which, the good news is I already have... If I set up that new stone mine, I literally already have all that run over there. How are we doing on that pollution? Has it reached this nest? Yeah, that's solidly reached that nest. I might have enough to deal with it. Because we did grab ourselves 400 grenades. So, I was fortunately sitting on a lot of ordnance. Alright, so we're gonna let that do its thing for a minute. Because right now what I'm dealing with is I'm going to start having this be attacked. And I want to spread a little bit east because... oh, I don't actually have the stone on my map thing yet, do I? So let's go here and say stone. So the stone in my base is that one, which is almost depleted. I actually have lots of stone areas nearby, so I might not actually have to do this one. So I've got a stone area right there that'll work. I also have a stone area right here. This is probably the one I actually do need to grab, so I might just forget that one over there. Get this one knocked out because it's going to be in the way. So I'm good on stone. I don't got to go all the way over here. I can go with that one. I still need to deal with this nest over here and maybe that nest. This nest has to go. That nest might be able to wait a little while. But yeah, so we can just plug into that. It's right here. Like, honestly, with this one, that's where I'm taking it. I might not train network that one. I might just pipe it up and call it a day. We'll see. I probably should train network it, but let's repair you. Meanwhile, I'm just gonna go here and say walls. I know that's not remotely complete or whatever. But before we actually begin the fight, I have to use a restroom in a big way, and we're about to get hit with an ad break, so I'm going to use a restroom real fast, and then when we get back, I'm going to go take on these next two biter nests. Well, probably one guaranteed I'm going to take on, the other one, we'll see. So with that said, I'll be right back here in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. And this is March. This is the best month. And the reason it's best month is we're gonna go, woo, happy birthday to me. You momented too early? Oh, was there a moment? That would be it. You got a clip? Yep. That would be the one. So everyone is here. We just beat our all-time record, which our old record was 111,220 zombies. So we have exceeded it by one. And we had done that in 1 year, 2 months, 8 days. So we beat that quota, like that record was about 2 in-game weeks. And there was the gifty subs. Let me go ahead and get those actually called out. So Gusty OP, Father Lemon, Sneaky, let's see. Sneak, EDTS, Dar Scorpius, and Charlester, you all have yourself advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you so much, Pretty Big Ooh, for gifting those emotes a channel. But thank you. In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature? Yeah. Lightning. Lightning gives me a momentary window that I'm not dead. Thank you, Lightning. You saved my life. I guess I don't have a laceration? I am so confused. Unless I caused a laceration to the wolf. What? Thank you for being quiet, Demon Dog. You're really messing with my mindset. Alright, and we are back. Okay, so I just figured we want to get that ad break out of the way before we, you know, started doing stuff that might get me killed and all that. May have also snuck in a little bit of dinner and all that. Okay, so we got some spicy stuff here. No, I'm not ready. No. Time out. Gotta wait your turn. As my children swarm him now. Hey, whose side are you on? Look, I understand. Like, if we're being real here, I'm definitely the baddie. Okay. So we're just grenade spamming him. It's one of the old tactics. Control, right click, drag. Yes, you know your hotkeys. Yeah, I was doing that, and what happened is the first one, it would give it the appropriate amount, that like the 25 or whatever. But all the ones after that, it was tossing in the full 100, and I just don't have enough ammo to spin up that many. Would you... Okay, so that's another nest down. Gotcha. I try it again. That's not what I wanted. There's so much goop there, I immediately got slowed and almost killed. These will actually heal over time if you leave them alone. It's also a thing that if you use like the armor penetrating bullets, you'll do the little bit damage, and it'll actually do just a little bit more damage after you hit them. That the idea is it's bleeding or whatever. Alright, so get them all wiped out so I can go in for another run. Okay, got a little messed up there, but we did take out another nest. And those group of, yeah, you just saw like this one ticked up 1 health. But we also got a bunch of those worms pretty badly injured. Try and finish the job before they can heal. Cool. Alright, so we're getting in pretty good shape. There's just two more nests. One is about a little over half, well sorry, a little under half injured. And then 2 more of the worms. So the strategy does work, it's just a bit on the slow side. And I could move those turrets up and they would help. I dislike that the spitters are staying just out of my... Didn't quite finish the job. Okay, so we got another nest and the worms, so we're just down to 2 left. And last nest. Alright. So used about 100 grenades. And maybe 100 bullets. Well, 100 magazines. But we did get them pushed back. And how are you looking? You were looking like you were already on your way. So this one doesn't seem to have nearly as many worms. I see the two in the back there. But it does have just a lot of nests. So this actually probably won't be as bad to deal with. Because I should be able to push the sentry guns a bit closer. And then just start hucking the grenades. And that'll keep some of them from getting out of the nest area entirely. But if it is just those the worms all the way on the left, yeah, no, it's literally just the two worms on the left there, unless there's like one hidden, which is honestly most likely the case. Oh wait! Sorry, didn't see a little nest over there. My bad. Oh, it's just one nest. Okay, deal with that real fast. I'm not gonna worry about those in the woods. They can just stay there. Alright. Yeah, so my plan is to sentry gun creep to the left a little bit. With just those in the back, if I can get close enough that they just automatically aggro onto the guns, I can just start hucking grenades in at speed. Okay, control right click. There we go. Thank you. I will not remember that control, but I'm going to try. Yeah, so I'm trying to inch it forward where I don't accidentally, Okay. Probably move one more step forward. Alright, there we go. Okay, so it's alright, 3 nests down. Alright. Bring these up a little bit more. Let's focus on the 2 down here off their side. Alright, another one down. Another one down. So the problem is I'm having problem seeing the goop under all the bodies. Alright, let's back off and recover. And W one by one. Control play stuff, shift take stuff, right click is half stack, left click is full stack. Yeah, no, it takes a little while for your brain to be like, let me internalize that. Ooh, gotta be careful. You can very easily throw a grenade short range in front of you and just walk into it. I've absolutely killed myself doing that. Alright. One nest left. Just walk right into those hits. But you get the idea. So with the sentry gun creep, you just get yourself like effectively a defensive position that you can fight from. What happens if you die? Is the game lost? No, so you drop your stuff, and you just have to go back and grab it again. It's just a lot of times your best equipment will be on you, and it's really easy to get yourself into a situation where you get yourself killed like 2-3 times in quick succession just because you're like, oh, I want all my stuff I dropped. And your reality is like you're trying to run in with not quite as good equipment that you died on the first round. It's mostly an inconvenience. All right. It can also be pretty hard to see your body on the ground, though, too. So recovering your stuff, you can just run over, and I think it's just control-click to grab it if you have the inventory space. But it is those things that sometimes when you have like a whole bunch of enemy corpses and all that in the area, it's a little bit tricky to make out your body among them. Alright, I don't remember where my car is. I think I left it up here. Yeah, so that's going to give me breathing room before we have the next time. Those are far enough away. We're all good down here. Those are all far enough away. So that's the next threat we can see. It's sometimes hard to see. So like this one, we're having it disappear. That could signal a biter nest. That could also just be the trees absorbing the pollution. But the point is, for the moment, at least we're not going to be attacked. And so we've got that. And we came to the realization that there's a stone area with 1 million stone nearby. They wonder if the game still prioritizes picking up your stuff and enter back to your space. I didn't know if it did or didn't prioritize. Rather, doesn't prioritize. Yeah, no, I know it didn't used to because I'd run up to grab my body in the past and I wouldn't get my weapon or the ammo. But I get like all the other junk. And there's definitely times when that happened where it's pretty salty. But okay, here's the one. All right. So we've got the trains. Are they stuck again? Yeah, so let's do what was suggested earlier where we take our intersections and we're going to make our intersections stop. You reported it as a bug, but not sure if it was fixed. Yeah, because the trains are stuck. So we're just going to go ahead and make it so they will set up at the intersections until they're able to get to the next place. You can still get gridlock problems with that. We just care about which ones are going in. So we'll do this. That's an out lane. That's an in lane. That's an out lane. That's an in lane. Okay, that is a problem there. I definitely don't want it waiting here, because that's just blocking off the intersection. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change our signaling strategy. Okay, so let's check here and see what signals we gotta fix. Okay, so this is all one big section. But why are you angry? We'll say that this is into a intersection. I don't... So, wait. Where are you? Oh, you're probably trying to get over here. If we get rid of that one, it should create... Alright, what... So steel is trying to go where? You're the steel one, you're trying to go up this way. You have a clean route, and you're unhappy about it. Because normally I like to put these like this to separate those out. Let's see, the block goes across to the other lane. Which the train on the far right is in right now. Oh, I see what you're saying. That's actually gonna be tricky to get around, so you just go. We'll just pretend everything's fine. Scoot you up as much as possible. There we go. Yet you're still not going. It's oh, that's because we took these R signals out of here. Which, like I said, is why I like to separate this out to keep the blocks. That's fine. And I want you to go through here. And these need to not be on the same block. Down below, that's gonna crash. I think it just destroyed a train. I didn't get the signal that a train got destroyed. Like, because it would have gotten the damage destroyed symbol down here. I mean, unless I missed it, I didn't see a signal. If we did have a train destroyed, that's usually not a thing that's... Like, you usually don't miss that. Okay, so we've got, that's our iron train. We've got our steel train, we've got our iron plate train. We've got our copper plate train. The oil train is over there. And then we got our coal train. No, it looks like all our trains are still accounted for. I don't think trains move enough to eat 3 cars and an engine this early. Yeah, no, like, it would... And even then, if they do eat each other, you usually get the thing in the bottom right corner where it's like the red X showing that something got destroyed. They don't just poof without any feedback. That's one of the things I appreciate about the game, is they do, like... Even if I run into stuff, sometimes it'll still signal that, like, hey, this is getting attacked or whatever. Alright, so that's almost done. Alright, now we got distracted by that. Still that bottom rail block is signaled wrong. Okay, stop in, stop in. Ah, there we go. I see the spot. So that's why it's its own block. Trains going from the left and trains going to the right part are on the same block. At the T. I mean, they look fine. So that's one block there. We got the blocks going in and out. See the dark blue under the block? Yeah, no, I see the dark blue here. This is one block. So the train should get stuck stop waiting here if there's a train in there. Yeah, and that's the thing. So the previous train stop, the problem was that they kept stopping in a series. What I need them to do is to go into this area. Actually, you know what could help with this? I think that's what I'm missing. That way they could stop here, and then one could bypass if it's not available. I think that's what I was missing for that spot. Which does mean... I don't think I need... Let's check that. That's fine. Yeah, we'll have to figure that out. It's been a while since I've done the trains. Every once in a while they get stuck. As long as I keep programming them the way we have been, it should alleviate a lot of those problems because there'll be less trains on the track at any point. But I need to get this science set up or we're going to be in a world of hurt. And we are down to the stone block. And like I said, if I do this right, I would add this onto the network right now. I am honestly thinking I'm just going to... just jam a bunch of drills on it, put some smelters, and feed it in. Just to get it resolved. Because taking the time to run the train here, I think will be more of a burden than what it's going to value. Like, I'm going to need to get them added to the network at some point. But for right now, this is just going to be kind of like a dedicated thing here. All right. Cool, so I've got this. Didn't place because my player model was blocking it. I just want to get this out of the way so later if I have to expand the green science, it's not just in the way. Alright. Yeah, we're just gonna do one of these. Oh, I need smelters. Oh, no, wait, I'm gonna need coal over here, too. That's fine. I'll put on the stupid trade network. I was gonna try and just get around doing it like a quick and easy way, and it's like, oh, wait, I still have to get coal over here, and I can add a train to bring the coal here, but at that point, I'm basically wiring up a stop. Alright, so let's get this out of the way. Okay. So what I can do is we don't need to make it a fancy train stop over here. There's the up track. This is going to be just the one thing on it, so I don't need to worry about scaling this at all. One second, I don't know if I'm going to be able to turn in time for that. Okay. Put a light there. Put that in its own block here. And I can just put a train pickup here, and that'll be stone. It's fine. I was trying to avoid all the setup, but it's fine. I know taking the time to do it this way is the correct thing for me to do to not put it off. Because this still means I'll just get the train configured and all that. Alright, I've already got this here, so literally, I've already got everything here. We just grab you, run you up here, put a branch off there. That stone being loaded on this side. And that side. And this is stone pickup. So I was putting all that off when this is all I had to do to fix it. Okay, so stone pickup, enable, do this, grab the stone. Okay. If it is more than 2,000, it is on the network. Alright, so we've got our stone pickup spot. The next thing I need to do is I do need to make a place to turn stone into brick. I am going to need to grab more steel chests. I just realized my car's over there. So just keep playing the dangerous game of running across the tracks. I'm sure it'll end fine, and I'll never regret it. Alright. Yeah, you start getting to the point when you're going near the track, you start looking at your mini-map being like, is there anything moving on that mini-map? And eventually when you start getting rocket fuel, you gotta add, like, safeties to protect yourself, because those trains come entirely too fast for you to do anything to save your own life. If that train is in line with hitting you already, it's just over. You just bear witness to your own death. Let's go ahead and pop up here to the smelters. As I mean, the whole DLC is a mod implementation, but beyond that, yeah. I mean, but that's just technically how they add it. It's the same thing like with RimWorld. When you look at it, like all the expansions to RimWorld are treated as mods for the purposes of like the engine and everything. They're just like, you know, built-in first tier, whatever you want to call them, mods. Okay. And this will work perfectly for doing this. We're just going to add the stone refining right here. We got everything I need. Alright, I still got 1, 2. Drop that off. One, 2. Alright, so let's get these signals set up. So that goes in. That goes out. Alright, so that's a block there now. You're here. Where to get those signals. Alright. So I've got all that set up. We planned for that to be that output area. And then we'd have the chests. Cool. Clean all that up. That'll be the coal drop. And get all that hooked up real fast so we can go, because this will let me get coal into the train picking up the stone. So those are out. These are wrong. Alright. And obviously none of this is like speedrun strategy at all. Like a speedrun would have been done, I don't know about like the DLC part, but what I'm working on now, getting to like blue science and all that, would have been done something like 8, 9, 10 hours ago so far as playtime. Like I don't know at the end what the speedrun times were. I know for like consistency some of the times they had gotten to they got into, what was it, like 5 hours? I just realized I need enough space to do that. Okay, so assuming this same design. So you could go over 1. Let's see, there are definitely a lot of new mechanics that the DLC that weren't from any mod. Oh yeah. Like, and I know there's a lot of people who get upset. It's like, well, that's just this mod. You know, it happens to RimWorld all the time, for example. I generally don't have a problem with that. It's like, because say a game wants to implement something, and they were working on it independent of anything happening with the modding scene, and then suddenly someone makes a mod of it, and you're like, oh, well, I guess that's just off limits. Yep. No, we had the idea of adding this, but nope, gotta go ahead and put the magic away. Not allowed. Someone beat us to it. Even if they are directly inspired by the mod. It's just kind of one of those things. What part of the rail network? Was the reason for everyone using the same train design? Oh, do you mean the thing here where I've got, like, the train pulls up and you have the inserters grabbing off and on? It's the way to get around a bandwidth problem. That you have a limit of how fast the inserters move. So the longer it takes for them to empty out the train, the longer your train isn't doing stuff, the slower the entire train network goes. So it is just one of those things that when you get like the trains here, you want to get them emptied as absolutely fast as possible. And this is just kind of the straightforward way to do it. Now, granted, there is a better design that I just don't remember the details of. Like this teeing here, this is nowhere near ideal. It's a bad design. It's just I don't remember the better design, and like it's good enough for my purposes. But there are ways that you can have it where it just offloads. Like right now, I'm only using the fast inserters. Once they get, like, I'm producing plastic, it's just not going anywhere. I'm gonna need to produce the stack inserters, and those will go a long way for speeding it up. Man, there's some things in the game that very quickly you go, oh, that's just, you know, you'll see consistency because it's just a good design. Otherwise, you'll see some consistency just because it is a straightforward design, simple, easy, or you can set up early. And then you have people who just make the similar decisions regardless of how good, bad, or otherwise they are. But that's nothing specific to this either. It's kind of like in Satisfactory, with a lot of the way people lay out their, you know, their drills versus, well, not so much the drills, but their like smelters and all that, for when you're making rows of them. You'll have a lot of consistency in that as well, just because, you know, it is one of those things that there's only kind of so many ways you can lay them out that really make logical sense. And I'm sure someone will come up with a new one that's like, oh wait, actually you can save yourself a small amount of space here, or whatever. Or laying a flat bit to keep things level is easier placement. Oh yeah. Alright. Oh, this one actually is different. That's my intake. So those are my outputs, and then this is my input. Or sorry, those are my inputs, this is my output. So this is where our end product's going to come out. There's also, like, I'm not using them, but there are people who have come up with entire recipe books. These are all backwards. People have come up with entire recipe books of blueprints and how you align everything to get the most out of it. And so people will find those, and like once they've started using them, they'll just use that same pattern forever forward. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. And once again, I put these backwards. Like a lot of these designs, even though I'm doing them ad hoc, I mean, a lot of them I did learn over the years partly from my own experimentation, but there is no shortage of the ones that I ended up learning because, you know, someone came up with a good design and I looked at it and was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Cool. You know, the why reinvent the wheel kind of thing. Alright, so we've got our two input lanes and our output lane. We can go ahead and attach that to the power grid. Well, actually, I need to attach you here. I still need those steel boxes. Is that in radar range? It does not look like it. So let's go ahead and plunk down another radar just in here. It doesn't matter where. There's our backwards, you believe? Feeding in, feeding in, feeding in. Those all look fine. Out, out, out. Those are fine. Out, out, out. Those are fine. But the best part is, some of these good designs we're already using are actually not good due to the expansion, but hasn't realized it yet. Yeah, no, probably. Like, that's the thing. I tended to not be the kind of person who just went like, okay, what is the optimal way to do this? What I would do is like, I have a problem that needs to be solved. What are ways I can figure out to solve it? Now, don't get me wrong, there was definitely a point I had to, like, look up how to do trains and all that, which now I'm running on memory that is 2 years out of date, so who even knows? But yeah, no, these have a couple problems. Like I said, the one issue I'm running into is they're feeding into the first car and not the second car, so I'm not fully utilizing my trains. Part of that will be fixed by improving the throughput, but that's still a ways off. But really, I'm going to need to redesign it. Part of the reason I'm not sweating it too much is we don't have the faster conveyor belts yet, we don't have the stack inserters, we don't have a lot of different tools that I'm going to want to adjust my designs for anyways. So as long as it's working mostly good, that's fine. Alright, so we're low on stone again. You could be wrong, it just looks different to you. You're on tablet. Let's see, there are web platforms with only Factorio mods, and online tools that have blueprints easier than the in-game GUI. Yeah, well that's I remember people were actually taking. This is going back a long way, so this is out-of-date information. But I remember there were people who were taking like online tools and trying to get it. So you'd say, I have this much area for, you know, drills, like how many conveyor belts. Like you could literally just kind of math out a thing. It's like, this is the optimal exact position to put all your drills to have the minimum amount of stuff. And you could even choose like how you wanted to optimize it by and all that. And as to me, I'm like, okay, I get that's fun for some people. For me, I'm like, no, I want to figure that out. But yeah, we'll run into problems where I'll have stuff that's just not well designed, like from a min-max kind of standpoint, that will start having throughput issues and all that. But that's the fun, is to have those random problems crop up and go, okay, well, how the heck do I fix that? Get the stone out of our inventory. I've got more of the regular bullets in my inventory because of tearing down the old guns we had. There you go. Alright, so we restocked our weapons, we got all that. What was the other thing is here? So it's here, we got the boxes. Power cables are probably fine, I don't need the pumps. Is conveyor belts. But yeah, no, you can sit down in advance and plan out everything. Are you gonna clean the whole mixed out area or just pave over it? There's a good chance I will pave a lot of the map over time. We'll see. It depends on how much having multiple planets, how much time I spend. Like, it could be I get this world stabilized and I mostly go to the other world to deal with that. I don't know how that part of the game works. We're gonna find that out. So it very well could be I get to the next planet, and this world mostly I just defense up so it can support itself, and then I just don't even have to look at it anymore. It could also be one of those things that it's just, you know, I have to constantly continue to do maintenance. We'll figure it out. It still replace gameplay. You can do that if you like. You don't like it either, but some tools just fix deficits. The in-game blueprint editor was atrocious. Yeah, no, I didn't use the blueprint editor. The way I always did the blueprint was, say like I like this train stop, I would just be like, okay, this, you know, this design good. I would just, you know, grab the train stop, now I got a blueprint. I obviously don't actually want that one, but you get the idea, is I would take the time in-game to make what I'm looking for, stamp a blueprint, and do that. And we do have a couple blueprints. Like we do here, I've got a belt balancer I put together real fast, and then I've got the intersection there, which I'll probably adjust. But we'll do tinkering, and I'll usually make a blueprint for something. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna repeat that a bunch of times, so let's go ahead and blueprint it out. Okay, so you need 2 boxes here, 2 boxes there. And the reason I'm doing that is so it could feed coal into it. Alright, so with those, when I pull in the coal train here, we'll be good. I can actually probably get that all hooked up. So the coal train here, we'll have this here. All right, so you're missing your steel boxes. Cool. And then I have everything I need to set up the trains. All right, so we're gonna do this nonsense again where I'm like, okay, this is where we're gonna put our smelters. And this will be overkill for the stone for right now. Yeah, I can make that work. Gonna go right here, put that splitter there, and do this. Because it's definitely one of those things when we get to like mid to late game, and you've got the construction robots, you stop putting stuff down like this. Outside like the one-off, like maybe you're putting down like a nuclear power plant or one-off buildings, but when you're doing these repetitious things where like I'm making a smelter grid or whatever, you literally just blueprint, do it, maybe you design the first row, and then after that you just copy paste it all over and let the bots do the actual carrying of everything. Alright, so we've got all that. When I have to expand, I'll just underground across it. Alright. Here use picker dollies. But yeah, you do that too, but sometimes you need small variation to it, like the building of the whole thing, just the ghost, just change one bit is draining. You had to have blueprints for 224. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, I actually really like the blueprinting in this game. So, like, Satisfactory, people kept being like, "Oh, have you considered using blueprinting?" And I even gave it some goes off stream since we finished the run, and it's fine. Like, it's serviceable, but I just never found the. That's not what I needed you to be. I didn't need that. That's the reason why that wasn't there to begin with. I need that to go like that, so both sides of the belt get populated. There we go. Alright, so that'll be fine for right now. So with this, now I just gotta hook up the logistics here. And then we'll get a coal train over here, and I'll start being good. And they'll have stone blocks in the network, so literally all I have to do after that is plug that in the other side and we'll be good. Alright, so with this, I need to enable, disable, do this. You are dropping off coal. So if the coal is less than 2,000, and now I do full drop, and the coal train should be on its way momentarily. And now I do the same thing here. And then this is for stone. So stone, okay, if it is less than 2,000. And this will be stone drop. I have a stone pickup, right? Yeah, stone pickup. Alright. And with that one, I will want to put the train there and there. To let them get fueled up. And then we'll wire this one up, which would give them a minute to top off the fuel. I do expecting me to find issues like we'll have things where I'll have to defend these lines more or something on the other planets. If I got to adapt to different planets, that's the expectation. And so you are looking for brick, which should be here somewhere. There we go, brick. And if you are over 2,000, you're turned on, and then this is brick pickup. Cool, so now let's go over here, because you're ready for instructions. So your job is to go to stone pickup, and you go until you're either at full cargo or you have waited for 60 seconds. That's not 60 seconds. That's not how 60 works. You're an ore, and then we're going to go to stone drop until you're either empty or you've waited 60 seconds. And set you to automatic and get out of here. And then meanwhile, I don't have another place for you to go yet, so you just sit here. But with that, what should happen is that train should go get some stone, come on back, and it'll be good to go. You have a big blueprinter now? The satisfactory blueprinting comes in with if you're looking for super compact blueprints to use all that vertical space. Yeah, and that's the thing. It seemed like you had to like really specialize that. Landfill got changed in this DLC. It now is pick-upable. Dropping a blueprint on water auto places the landfill. Nice. Yeah, I did notice they changed it to not look like that. It had its own texture. So what should happen here is if everything works out, that train that has the stone is pulled in down here. It's topping off. It'll circle back around, come right back through here. And it'll drop off the stone there. We have the brick pickup. And that'll all go down here. So now I just need to go down to this spot here, which is where we're planning on making our military science after all of this time. And this outer ring needs to go out farther. That's the first step, is it's not far enough off, so I'm gonna pick up all these rails here. Okay, so I need enough space to get the brick. So we can plan for this to be... Let's just put it here, make sure we have enough space. So I have that there, so then you'd have box and box, and then the railroad track, so it's gotta be one over. There's the whole reason I do that is just because it is every other tile. But that's also the things you can kind of blueprint as well, is saying, oh, I have a train stop, and it's going to have 4 resources going through it, so it's a 4 stop. And then I don't have to sit here and, like, adjust this again and again. There's going to be no bypass in this one. We can go right here. Alright, so it's taken an incredibly long amount of time to get everything put on this network, but we'll be good. Okay, so this is the brick drop-off. And with this, we will have everything here for military science. And so basically we get the thing set up to make military science. And then all of that goes the other way. What I'm doing down there? Don't do that. Which does make me realize I'm going to need one more stop here. Because I need the stop for actually getting said military science into a train. Okay. You have them. Nah, it should go the other way. So there's our inputs. And we get all your power all wired up. Those aren't right either. And I need a splitter over here to belt balance. Which I mean, that'll probably just be necessary for the long term. Unless I do a major change in how I'm setting this up, which we certainly will as we start running into problems. Okay. And you've got your power towers there. There's the one to bridge it. Okay, so with you, I need to wire up your signals. Enable disable, we need to grab the brick again. Okay, if it is less than 2,000, the station's activated, and you are now brick drop. Okay, so that's all wired up. And now I've got one last stop to build here, which is, oh, I just saw that, I thought it was a biter. There's one last stop here that I got set up. It's the same deal as before. This one I'm going to give a bit more space. So conveyor belts would be here to feed in that, because that can come from above. And we'll just have to deal with it. Yep, so that's a decent spacing. And this will be for the actual drop off. Or pickup, whatever the thing is. I can connect it from this side. Alright, so I gotta go back and pick up things because we're basically running out of everything. Yeah, this will be fine. Yeah, we're basically out of everything. Okay, but the plan will be then we'll put all the system assemblers and all that over there on the right. And then with all those assemblers and everything, we can make the military science. And I already have a bunch of science labs down here that are green and red science are just plugged directly into. And what I'll probably do with those is I'll just make a train stop to drop off the military science and feed it in there. And then we can get on to the blue science. The good news is the blue science isn't going to take nearly as long to set up. Because if we look at the blue science here, it requires the iron, copper, plastic, sulfur, and engines. We're already producing the plastic and sulfur. I've got a train network part right there. I just need to add 2 new stops. The engines are going to be a pain, but realistically, what I'm probably going to do with this is I'll probably make a spot we make our engine units, and a spot we make... Well, I'll figure out what I'm doing with the engine units. But I'll make a spot to make green and a spot to make red circuit boards that are on the network. But we will be able to just bring those materials in immediately. I won't have to go through a whole thing just to do that. Okay, so you're out of ore. Let's check our map as well. We haven't looked at it in a while. Any new biter nests that are a threat? Not at the moment. Not that I'm aware of, at least. Does Factorio have kind of a story with it? Not really. The idea is you crashed on the planet. And the old story was you're trying to get home, but the means in which you get home is you launch a rocket with a satellite and, you know, the theory being maybe it phones home or something like that. Like, whatever it actually does, that's your means of getting home is you do that. Now, granted, you don't actually see, like, your character leave the planet or anything. But the idea is by hitting that, you know you've secured your safety or whatever. Alright, so I need to go over here, grab the undergrounds are low on, grab the splitters. Let's grab the ammo while we're here. I already did. Grab the splitters. Grab the conveyors. Grab the inserters. Man, a Factorio has never been like a story-heavy game in any way. Yeah, no, the thing that makes Factorio a good game is just the nature of how you can like build the factory and sprawl and grow and all that. Like, you're seeing a factory that's getting built honestly relatively slow. It's a lot of decisions that I'm making that are slower than they necessarily should be. There's a lot of designs that I am woefully out of date with what works well and not well in Factorio. And on top of it, I've made some decisions along the way that will probably scale us a lot better later, but are hurting us in the short term. Because it's taking me so much longer to get them set up. I.e., we're doing a little over-engineering. You thought to launch the rocket by day one? I didn't anticipate launching the rocket by day one. Like, if I was fresh from still playing and all that, like I had been playing it constantly or whatever, then sure, maybe. But nah, it's as rusty as I am, I had zero expectations of launching it right on the get-go. Okay, that one's gonna have fuel already. But the one over here on the right doesn't have a fuel stop. No, I didn't grab that. That's fine, I could craft one real fast. Alright. Did I not grab the steel containers? Come on. Where's my car, by the way? I have no idea where a car... Oh, there. Well, no, that's not it. I have no idea where a car's at anymore. I know it's vaguely in this area somewhere. But I've long since lost track of it. I think I drove it over here and I left it here. I meant to grab the steel boxes and I forgot them. It's not too bad when your factory's not too sprawled. There's the car. Too sprawled. But way later on, where your factory just starts getting bigger and bigger, it can be real painful when you have to drive all the way back to grab the thing you're missing. But that's why I like having the logistics network a lot for that stage of the game. Because you can be like, hey, I want to have 100 of that, 50 of this, 30 of that, and just, when you get in range of the drones, they'll just start topping you off. Alright. We get these set up. That'll give us the power we need for all this. Well, we just bridge that over. Okay, so with all that finally sorted, Just get all of these over here real fast. What is this conveyor that has nothing on it? Oh, did we not configure the bricks yet? Yeah, I just need to go down here and set the train up. Yeah, the train down here at the brick, we could just drop it in and do that. Yeah, it ends with trains now, and no cute, that's a stone. The tutorial, which is also the free demo, ends right around where Rual is now, though smaller scale. Yeah. So that's our steel. We go right up here. I think it's to the right was my bricks. And I just haven't configured the train, but that'll drop off. One of your stations is missing a inserter? Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I'll deal with that in just a moment. So there's our brick. We already have our train here. So we go here and say station, add station, brick pickup, due until full cargo, or you have waited 60 seconds. Eventually I'll get rid of that time condition, because it'll just be one of those things. It'll be, instead of the timer, we'll do something like, if the station is empty, or the cargo is full kind of thing. And then automatic. Do I have the other station disabled already? It shouldn't be disabled, right? Oh, did I not? No, I mean... You don't have you configured... Well, sorry, that's not the right one. It's this one. Brick stop if you have less than 2k bricks. So that's activated there. Alright, what do we got configured wrong there? Something's configured wrong on this train where it's sleeping. Okay, it's kicked into gear. It had to wait for the first station to activate. It was waiting to go to the station it was already at. But now it's got enough brick loaded up. It's fine. Okay. And this train isn't going to do anything yet. We'll just leave it here for the moment. That's going to be where our military science goes in. Let's fix that inserter there. Alright, so we are now finally, after all this time, on to making our military science packs, which require us to make piercing rounds, walls, and grenades, and then combine those things. So we've got to look down these conveyor belts, and if we look at the list of things here, if I get the coal line done first, so the grenades first, that's all the more that's going to need grenades. We can get that off the line super fast. Same with the stone, so I won't have to carry those as far. So let's plan right over here. So if I go to make you grenades, that is just coal and iron. I really wish I didn't need that extra click. We can go like this. Actually, if I shimmy it up one early. So I'll need the iron farther up the line. Cool. Does the space exploration mod pack? Oh, I don't know on that one. Alright, so with that, we get our grenades out, and that's gonna, like, literally just take over where that was. On the line of stuff. So we're now feeding grenades on here. I probably should give him my... That's what I figured was going to happen. Alright, so it's not clean, it's not elegant, but it'll work right now. So let's see what else we have on the list. So we've got that. So next on the list is let's make the walls. Because if I make the walls, then we're just done with the brick. So let's see here what we need to do that. We can go and scooch over just, you know, a decent amount of ways so I got some room if I got to change anything. So if we go over here to walls, walls are just brick. And I have once again failed to set it because they added this extra click. Which I wish didn't, like, I wish I could change the priority if I wanted. Like, I could go up to this one and be like, ah, never mind, I want you to be the better wall. Or whatever the quality means. But it very much, I find, incredibly distracting, frustrating, and really easy just to make mistakes by not clicking that extra click that's brand new. Now I can go right here. And same idea, is it's going to replace the material that's no longer needed. Cool. So that's the next one. So we're all done with the stone, we're all done with those, so I've got these 3 materials left. Which does require me next to make our regular firearm ammo. Pretty straightforward. It just uses iron plates. So we're gonna go over here a little ways as well. Make our regular bullets. I've once again accidentally canceled out of it because I'm not used to that extra click. Which I'll get used to it, but that's the whole thing. Alright, so is that the last time I need the iron plates? Because I believe the next thing I need is that. Yeah, so that's the last time I need the iron plates. So I can go ahead and just bring that across real fast. That just goes by here. There's that. There's this. So I'm kind of doing like a bus/ribbon when I get these spots. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But just for the individual materials going into this. We'll definitely also want to put some defenses on this. Because sooner or later we're going to start encouraging attacks. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. I can't wait till we can get the tank. So I can just go and clean out all these nests for a very large range. So you don't even have to think about it. And do the same thing we've been doing. Alright, so we'll go over here. You back at Witch? Still watching yesterday's stream? Hey, Queet, how's it going? This looks neat and not life-destroying. Don't worry. It's definitely not like Satisfactory, where you start playing it and you don't really understand where your entire day went and how you got there. That's definitely not a thing that this game also does. It definitely doesn't have the nickname Factorio. Don't worry about it. Any statements otherwise, it's just lies and propaganda. But yeah, hey Queet. For those who don't know how to be quiet, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Been playing a lot of Satisfactory lately. Definitely good times. Cool, thank God. Yep. Yeah, it's nothing at all. Instead, it's just wondering where a month went. Yep, alright, so... I think we're just going to plug that one in. And then these two, I want to have them share a belt, so I'm going to do one of these numbers. Because that'll be the last I need of the steel for this line. Okay. And then we'll have the piercing ammo out. So we're going to have that there. We'll have the walls here. And have the grenades there. Alright, so we've almost got our military science going. That is not even remotely close to correct of what I want to do. Don't worry about it. But yeah, no, Factorio is excellent. It doesn't have the exploration side of Satisfactory or the story side of it, but for I want to make a really big factory, the speed you can scale your factories in this game is just second to none. Okay, so we're now making armor-piercing ammo at a faster rate. Yeah, we can get that merged on the belt. Okay, so I've run out of conveyor belts. Let's jump in our car, run back, and get more. But also just like the amount of shenanigans you do. This definitely Factorio goes much farther in depth than Satisfactory, and that's not to say like a negative in Satisfactory. It's more like Satisfactory, like the verticality, you can do a lot more interesting customization, and there's a lot more exploration that's meaningful. It has a little bit of a story. Like, it has its advantages, but these are Factorios. For just, I want to build a really big factory, Factorio wins. Don't worry about what you're seeing on the screen. This is the mall. I really needed that to have more conveyor belts in that. Why are there not more? That's probably fine. It's certainly not an imminent crisis for me. Oh, I need more train stops. Satisfactory is just prettier. Satisfactory is prettier. This is true. Our planet started a little bit prettier than it is, but we are slowly killing the environment around us and making all our trees dead and sad and all that, which is exactly how they should be. Okay. So we can pop down here. We can go a little ways over here, and now it is time for military science. That's gonna be 2 conveyor belts here as well. Alright, so what I'm gonna try to do is make 2 rows for the military science production. We'll fix that later. We can make this work. Cool, that should be everything I need for the military science. Let's go ahead and have these stop here now. And I'll have to adjust that all in a moment. Alright, so get all this. Because the military science requires the stone walls, the armor-piercing ammo, and the grenades. So by doing it this way, we should be good with all that stuff. Has our water turned green yet? It's probably fine. It's probably fine. You know, the factory does have hazard crease. You just need to place it. Yeah. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. You'd be like, hey, this is a hazardous location. The other thing that Factorio has that's different is the enemies in Satisfactory are generally pretty chill. They only get kind of nasty at you if you start like getting all up in their space. Then they get a little bit on the murdery side of things. Let's go one more just to make sure. I'm out of conveyors again. Well, at least this will get some military science going, and we can fix it in a moment. Okay. So we're officially producing the military science, it's just not getting anywhere yet. Let's see. Oh yeah, the Satisfactory is prettier, but the hazard concrete is the combat OSHA. Yeah, so I need more of my conveyor belts. They're starting to run out. How are we doing? So our iron ore nodes back at base are down to our last 10,000. So they're getting pretty dangerously low, but we already have the other one hooked up that's 8 million. So I gotta worry about that. Yeah, so we're sitting here. Basically, we are struggling to make the gears as fast as I need them, and that's also because I grabbed a lot of these at the same time. You're still emptying those out. I forgot about that. New drinking game every time Rual says we'll fix that in a moment. Hey now. Just because it's true doesn't mean, you know, it doesn't hurt to think about. I mean, that one, it's we'll fix it in a moment because I needed more belt. And 45 belt is not going to cut it. So we are running into issues where I just don't have enough. Let's grab some iron plate. Because I grab some iron plate, then we can handcraft a couple if we have to. Yeah, but this was our once mighty iron area. Just slowly depleting to its last little bit. Those are running at full speed. I could definitely get more there. So give me a couple stacks of that. There. So by doing that, I deleted all the yellow belts I had in my inventory. And that's a problem for future me? Yeah. We always like to give future me problems. Alright, so there's a couple more. We're going to make do with what we got. I'm actually sitting pretty good on ammo on my person right now. I'm also surprised we haven't had more attacks from biters. I know I've been fighting them back, but they do expand. And honestly, our pollution is spreading quickly. So I am kind of waiting for that next time that a biter attack comes, because it's going to be one of those ones that they manage to get a lot of damage in. I have run out of fuel in my car. Well, I got a little bit of fuel I could chuck in there. Oh! It just... I thought it pulled from that inventory on its own. Oh, wait, not that way. Cool. And we now have that hooked up. So the military science is officially getting to the train. And I wanna scale that up, but right now that'll be something that's just not gonna happen until I've got a bit more conveyor belt to build out the other side. Is there anything else I'm missing here right now? It looks like that's all fine. Just as a precaution, let's go put some defenses around this thing. Okay. That way if we have some random biter attack, even if they don't hold up, they'll thin them out enough so that the destruction won't be too terrible. And I think we're in range of a satellite, a radar. No, let's go ahead and add it in our radar. We got the space. Alright. So, this is filling up. It definitely needs to be built out more, but I just don't have the conveyor belts to do that right now. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to focus on getting the other end of this sorted out to drop off the science. I do have a bunch of labs down here that I'm just feeding the green and red science into directly. And I think the only thing we're going to change with that is I'm going to add a place for a train to just pull off and drop off. Hey, you took a hit. So those two are waiting here, and you're waiting here. But that should be its own network spot. Yeah, you should be able to pull up here, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to do another one of these. Yep. And that unsticks it. What? You have a green light. Go. Like, what? You have a green light. Green light means that literally every route is okay. There's no more trains in that area. And this is definitely on its own different grid right here. Yeah, this is on its own grid. You're fine. You can go. It's okay. So you're trying to U-turn to go all the way over to the stone pickup, and I get that. So, yeah, so it wants to go the whole way around. It's treating that as a stop because the next area. So let's do this same thing over here. Because it should be able to put a stop signal. So what I should be able to do now is go, and I will need another one of those real quick. You need chain signals going in. There we go. You have that intersection backward. I was under the impression I wanted the regular signal going out and then the chain signal going in. I see what you're saying though. So instead of
Strider EEP now.
they're saying don't do it that way. Alright, Strider, you take it easy, buddy. They're saying do it that way instead. So chain in, regular signal out. Right, because the chain signal checks the next signal. Yeah, that's fine. That means I got a lot of signals that are wrong. We'll get that sorted out. Meanwhile, we're right here. Let's go grab some conveyors. But what I want to do... Oh yeah, this is our old steel production, which you can see is just shutting down. It's not what we're using anymore. But we just kept it here because it still had stuff in it. And you can see it still is feeding into the rest of the factory. It's just not being eaten very fast because it's mostly just like our armor penetrating rounds and all that are eating it. But I have like proper steel production online now, so I don't really need this here anymore. Okay, we'll leave it there. It'll work its way through, or it won't. I don't care. If it gets in the way, we'll get rid of it. Okay, so let's run up here and get our conveyors. Grab them here. 84 is decent. But you're also better off with regular signals after, not before the split. The signals not before the merge. Yeah, no, I had the way I was using them backwards. And that's just being 2 years out of date, not remembering. That'll be some cleanup that'll need to happen. Alright. They're saying chain signal going in. I need to go get more signals. Alright. Stream's going good. Good to see you, Planet Talk. Catch the last 20 streams without missing a single one, so that means a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Saying regular signal after the split, no signal before the split. Yeah, no, I was always like worrying about being like, is this its own separate grid? And I need to not be doing that. So I need more of you. That's not the right thing. More of you and more of you. Yeah, the chain will stop until the train can go through the next normal signal on its route. Yeah, no, I gotcha. I just got it backwards. But that's one of those things that takes time in this game. This is those games that's very easy to have to like figure out trains. Trains I remember being one of the big struggles for people. Okay, so this is in down here, out up here. So that's the chain signal there. I almost died walking into the train. Don't worry about it, it's fine. It's just rapidly draining my health, that's all. And so you're mad about being able to cross through there. Actually, right, so you're saying no signal here. This signal probably goes. And it'll stop and it'll wait there. Yeah, so I just got a lot of cleanup to do. Regular signals right after these rails split. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. You're saying put that there. Get rid of those. We'll get it sorted. It'll take some tinkering. Alright, for right now, I'm just gonna make this into another stop. Watching stream's a nice way to wind down the evening? Yep, that is the plan, so thanks so much for that. Alright, so with all this... Get these. And I probably don't need to have two cargo in a lot of these trains. It's probably overkill, but it's just one of those things that I generally found. I start with 2 cargo on every train, and then some trains you end up growing to the point where like, no, I probably do need more than that. I never usually go down to smaller, though. Okay. Oh, it's finally time to get research going again. Been so long. And this one, I'm going to give it a little bit different instructions than we've been doing for the train stop. I'll show you what I'm going to do here in a minute. And honestly, for right now, just going to run this up real quick. Oh, I see what I did there. And eventually I'll want to mix these belts as well. Alright. So let's get you all hooked up and ready to rock and roll. I don't know why I'm wiring this up. I literally don't plan on using the signal on this one. It's just force of habit. Okay. Military science drop. No programming. Literally just come on by, that's where the train waits. We're not gonna do all the programming because that's those ones that's gonna be a whole thing. We can go up to our military science up here. I probably should have grabbed my car. We're already on our way. It's fine. Yeah, let's fix these as we go along our way. So I've got you. Regular signal on the out. That's a little bit of an unmitigated disaster. Yeah, that should be fine there. Okay. Yeah, so those ones, I probably want the signals there to separate them out. That's fine. Okay. Now let's stop being distracted by that. So we have the military sciences going on this track all the way on the right, which you've already got it filling up. Okay. Why am I not seeing anything coming through? Which train are you that is not doing anything right now? You're the iron plate drop. Ah, I see the problem. I forgot I ran out of those mid setting it up. Yeah, so the iron plates weren't getting where they needed to be. That's fine. That should sort that out. And that's why the rest of that stopped. Okay. So, this one I want to be a little bit different. We're still going to do the military science pickup. Where are you at military science? Oh, we didn't name it. That's why. So, military science pickup. I'm not going to worry about doing a bunch of programming signals. Realistically, this train is only going to go between these two stops ever. So we are going to say either if your cargo is full, your cargo is full, or the station... Oh, I can't say, like, the station is empty. Da-da-da-da-da. So I was going to say if the station is empty, the other side, or this station is empty or the other side is empty. Basically, either way, just go to the other one. So cargo is full. I guess this one will wait. So 60 seconds. And we have the military science drop. And that one's strictly going to be empty cargo. We're not going to have a wait, empty cargo. If you still got cargo, just sit there and wait. And then set you to automatic. And meantime, it's time for some military science. Of which I've got lots of options here. I'm just going to start researching all of it. And not putting any rhyme or reason into my decisions whatsoever, because why would I do that? Cool. So next up is going to be blue science, which is a whole big thing. How am I doing in time-wise? We're actually doing pretty okay. But I'm just waiting to see that. Yeah. Meanwhile, I could probably fit this up. That's it. You do like the belt automatically going under the train track? Yeah. So you can go here. Okay, so same basic idea as the last one. I'm gonna have this one go straight on up. And another one like this. And this one's easier to set up because what will end up happening is it's the end of this line. You just go like that. It does look like I've got a throughput issue on some of the other stuff, which might just be the other materials catching up. Alright. So, at the moment it looks like we are behind on our grenades, and we're behind on our walls. So let's go over here and take a look. So it looks like we're behind on brick on this line. And for the grenades, it looks like it's just a production throughput issue. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is just say, hey, what if we had 4 more? I'm out of conveyors. Alright. I left my car to the south, I believe. Yeah, so it's looking like that's right now. We're already starting to tap out some of our stone over here. But that's fine. But that's why I wanted to mine that area, is to get it out of the way of our green science if we go to expand that. Let's go grab our car and get moving. And just research technology using military science. Achievement unlock. Cool. We're gonna keep just researching everything. Where is my car? It's around there. It is over on the left. Yeah, it's all fine for right now. Alright. Car shows in the map of the triangle. Yeah, no, it's just a little small for me to notice. So let's go clean this up. Okay. So you're waiting for that signal. And that signal's waiting for there. It actually feels like the answer might be to put this farther in. Enough to let a train wait here. It's unhappy about that. Basically make the train stop itself its own grid. Or it doesn't like that. Whatever. It's fine. Then we got another research done down there. Okay. I wonder, like, the previous runs I've never bothered with landmines. Let's see, put a signal after the stop. So the train will stop, that isn't taking the block. Okay, so this will say, hey, wait here until that clears up. And this is like, wait here until that clears up. This actually should probably be the other type of signal. Well, no. I think it's fine for it to wait here. Get away from these railroad tracks. I'll probably end up having to fuss with the signals a lot here and there. We are starting to iron them out. Where is my car? It's there. Yeah, the triangle on that is like only slightly noticeable because it's slightly lighter than the other colors. Like it's a little bit in closer to like white than like a beige or whatever. Okay, and I was up here for what? Conveyor belts if we got them. Is there anything else? How's my inventory? Inventory's okay for the moment. We can drop off those red conveyor belts, though. For the yellow ones. Okay, so we've got all that set up. Do we have new tech I need to be making? We're probably okay with all that. We did unlock these other things. I'm not worrying about those at all right now. We do have defender capsules, and we do have flamethrower turrets. The flamethrower turrets are really cool. The only thing that sucks is getting the inventory there. I don't know if I'm going to actually use the flamethrower, but we'll make one. Let's see, does the rail planner still exist? You only made halfway through the FFF rail overhaul? No idea. Okay. So we're good on those. We're good on these. We already have the wagons going and all that. I'm going to end up needing more wagons and probably another set of the trains themselves pretty soon. The fluid wagons I think we're fine for right now. I need the regular old storage wagons. There they are. Cool. Okay, so the next thing on the agenda is I want to get green circuit boards their own dedicated place. Green circuit boards are one of those things that no matter how much you produce, you just need more. It's just the way it happens. I think up here I could do the green and then the red circuit boards, and then later on the blue. So remain good progress. We are down to the very last little bit of our iron mine there. The stone mine is slowly going down. That stone mine's slowly going down. Wait, do I have the same stone mine marked twice? Oh no, it's the stone and the copper. No, I actually do have the same stone mine marked twice. We'll need to get the... Oh wait, I have another stone mine on the map now. Can I just click on that and pin you? Maybe. It's fine. So stone. Pin you as well. Because any ore I'm using, I want to put a flag on there so I could watch when it's getting low. Oh, that's got to change. That's a problem right there. There we go. So that should speed up our copper production. We're definitely going to have to scale that up a lot in not too long. Alright. So right now we have this iron mine up here. I forgot we actually hadn't fully covered this yet. Let's go ahead and get that sorted so that basically I have no reason to come back here until it's like time to rip it down. Okay. I remember also sometimes setting these up in series. I'm not going to be able to hook that up easy. So instead of having it where they all go into like mergers and all that, you weave them throughout the whole thing. Which just means the last one goes down first. Huh. Huh. That's a little bit of a pain. That's still not what I want. I'm just gonna switch it over to this side and then merge it in and bring it back. I just didn't leave myself a great place to do that. That's fine. Looks like a massive mine. That's the intent. It's, I think it's just shy of 8 million, iron in here. Which is why I went so far out of my way to, like, go, okay, we're hooking this up. This is actually the first thing that got us to be like, no, it's time for trains. Because my iron was starting to run out in the original mine. Like, we're a ways off from it actually running out at the time. But it was, we definitely saw as like, okay, this is starting to get a little bit on the low side. Let's go ahead and deal with it. And so that's all I do is I just find like the next spot where it's like, okay, well, I can just set up here real fast, get everything on the network, and then I can just slowly chip away at this. And then when this starts to get low, we just repeat the process. Okay. So with that, we've got all of that feeding in. It doesn't need to be elegant, it doesn't need to be clean or anything like that. If it feeds in, that is good enough. And I'll deal with a lot of this later. Alright, so we got that sorted out. That's not even why I was going up here. How is our power, by the way? Only using about half. Actually, except for like the last 10 minutes. Alright, so we're good there for right now. Now, the intention was to come up here and... Okay, so we got attacked from the south. It wasn't a big attack, but we did get attacked from the south. Can we see where this nest was? There. Maybe here as well and here as well, because those have areas that they're clearing out. So we do have biters attacking us. Alright, but what we're going to want to do is once we get these biters out of the way, I want to go up there and I want to get green circuit boards being made. And then we'll go over one more, and then we'll get the red circuit boards being made. Because those are something I'm going to need in sufficient enough quantities. I don't want to have, like, where we bring in the copper, the plastic, the iron, and all of these things in to make the blue science. I want to make a place where we make green circuit boards. That way, when I end up having more and more things that need green circuit boards, I just keep expanding production, and we just keep the trains flowing, bringing those around. Where did I park my car now? Alright, it's in the middle of down here. Alright, because we're going to go down and deal with these biters. Because once they start attacking our base and doing damage, that's kind of the cue that's like, hey, if you don't deal with this, you're in for a bad time. Did I tell you a story about that one player who re-implemented the whole engine without trains because them and their friends used only belts for any distance? So, I mean, theoretically, it's doable without trains. Oh yeah, no, you could definitely play the game without things. Like, that's the thing. You have so many options in this game. There are a few things that, like, obviously you need to set up oil to be able to finish the game. Like, that kind of stuff happens. But, there's nothing that's, like, strictly required so far as using the belt or using the thing. What makes the science blue? You getting saw nothing, chat. The blue science is red circuit boards. The engines are the worst part. But it's red circuit boards, the motors or whatever. Okay, so we've got that group to the left is a definite problem. I'm gonna go straight down here where we see this this spot where it seems like the pollution is going away, and that's why. There's a pretty big nest right there. Oh, we have the really, really big ones now. This is probably a death. I didn't realize we had escalated to the really big armored ones. And they get bigger than that. Yeah, so they attacked our sentry gun and defeated it. That is a problem. That's a real big problem. I'm trying to think of the best way for me to deal with that. I could circle around in the buggy. The reason I don't like doing that for fighting stuff was that what they destroyed, was my buggy? Yep. Okay. Alright. They need to replace my buggy. They decided they didn't like it. It smelled funny. Alright. That's a big problem. I just don't have the firepower to stop him right now. Because you saw us basically pouring shots at that thing the whole time and backpedaling. It was just like, nah, man. That's gonna be a no in my book of you being able to hold this down. Let's drop off some junk. Man. Do you lose your inventory? No, I got it back. I just had to go get it. So, what's gonna need to happen is, one, I gotta kill them. I do have some of that. Oh, I forgot we got the defenders. We'll deal with those soon. We don't have any motors? Why don't... I mean, you're making them. Oh, right, because we have the trains going. Let's see. Do I have enough for the car? I need 2 more motors. Okay, and I need coal. Just go down a train stop, grab a couple things of coal. So, the way I could fight him with what we're dealing with now is I can take the car and basically do donuts. It gets not exactly the greatest though. And while we are researching military tech now, and we're making progress there, I need a lot more damage, a lot more, I think. How turrets fare? They're okay. Like, the turrets will hold up as long as you get ahead, like, keep a decent amount ahead of them. Eventually, they start getting tougher than your turrets are. And that's where your turrets will still win a lot of the fights, but they'll slowly wear out your turrets unless you sit there and take the time to reinforce them. Alright, Lardine, you have yourself a good one. We'll see if I can't do something with this. We gotta be careful just because, like, rocks and trees and other stuff. Like I said. It almost seems like I don't get the damage multiplier from my military stuff from this. Okay. Yeah, this very much feels like my military bonuses and all that aren't applying to the car. Or it's just that the blue ones are that tanky, which I think is the real answer. Okay. So I did do a decent amount of damage. I killed 2 of the worms. I think I got a nest.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I'm not gonna be able to do that with this little car. The tank could have a better shot, but we do have a major problem with this, because, like, it's the really tanky ones, and then the secondary tanky ones. I just need a lot more firepower. This would get all the ones that were chasing me out of here. Alright. If everything came in with one mixed launching practically fast, animation would go. Wow, I've fallen behind all that. Alright, so that's an immediate problem that I don't have the means of solving at a practical level. Okay, so in the interim, I can't do much about them, and I can't do much about them. I do have guns along this side. We do have guns along these sides. Let's reinforce the guns along our power, because those are one of the first ones I placed, and none of them have, like, the armor-piercing ammo or anything like that. Let's give ourselves a little bit more defense on this side. I left all my bullets inside the car. Can I give you a tip about walls along rails? Sure. Is it around the side of making sure I have enough area to get past them, and then you can have the gates themselves that drop up and down? Those are still blinking wildly. Okay, you're sorted. The car has storage? Yeah, it actually has a lot of storage. Alright. Yeah, so let's go ahead and toss some ammo in here. Yeah, so this is a consequence of where I mentioned I wasn't really going fast enough with a lot of the ammo and stuff. This is where I'm kind of getting punished for that. This has been a long time coming that the biters were getting ahead of me, and research just wasn't happening. And now we're catching up on that research, but it's gonna be a whole thing. He's going to hop into my game and rip out all my train signals. I'm just gonna drop that there. Yeah, but you just gotta live with it. It's been a while. I'm gonna get them wrong and have to fix them. We're cleaning some of them up as we go. Some of them are just obsolete cursed. Alright, it's still terrible, but little by little it's getting better. Alright. I've also noticed the military tech seems to be stalled. Why do we not have... There are no trains on the way to this stop. Trains with this stop. You are asleep because you're not getting brick in at a sufficient level. What? So you're at brick... So brick drop is your next one. So you're waiting... Why is it still sitting here, though? It's at... Alright, let's double check. So this is brick pickup. Okay. So with brick pickup, we wait until 60 seconds have passed or the cargo is full. It is actively filling up the cargo. Let's pop down to where the brick pickup or brick stop is. So you're blinking as red. You're turned off right now. So you turn off when you have less than 2,000. Ah, I've got inserters backwards. And that's why we use the satellite dishes. The satellite dishes are an easy way to be like, what's going on here? Let me zoom in. Gotcha. So I got some inserters who are facing the wrong way. So that's the issue. I probably should make the amount higher, but we'll fix this and see what happens. Because the big thing is I don't want the trains zipping around on the tracks until they're needed. Where's the bricks? There you are. There we go. So that should get the military science back online. And meanwhile, we'll continue getting that hooked up because we need to scale that up. And then ran out of materials to do so. Which is just the grenades here at the beginning. We're falling way behind the other stuff. All right. Okay, so that should get that going again. Fourth assembler needs a long inserter. Fourth assembler needs a long inserter. Oh, I see it. Cool. So that should get that sorted. We may not have enough of that there, but I won't be able to tell for a little bit. Okay. So we've got the military science going back online. So now that we haven't been pulled aside to deal with an imminent attack, which we are going to be attacked again and again from the south here. We got a group here, we got a group here, we got a group there to look most likely from where the pollution's disappearing. We're getting close to spreading out to that group. We are seeing a lot of absorption there, but that's a lot of trees, so that might just be the trees helping us out. Basically, biters are going to start becoming a real problem soon. They've gotten strong enough that my weapons aren't really good against them. I don't have a good defensive perimeter set up yet. And we're not quite up to blue science where I can get stuff like the tank. Because once I get the tank, that helps a lot. This needs to be scaled up. Right now, let's get the green circuit boards production online. And then once we start getting the blue science being made, then I'm going to go through and go, okay, is the copper behind? Okay, expand the copper. Is the iron behind? Okay, expand the iron. Is the steel behind? Okay, expand the steel. Because at that point, I'll be producing all those things. But right now, I need to get back up here. Because that's what we were doing here, is we were just starting to get the green science planned out. When I saw a building go down, it's like, okay, I got to stop and figure out what's happening here. Oh, you cliffs suck. We'll just go to the side of the cliffs. The same exact plan, we're just going to shift a little to the right so I can get around these cliffs. All right. Block the signal going in. There's a signal going out. Okay. So this is also probably the first stop that I'm going to, most likely, I'm going to need to give a train an extra, this is where you go to refuel stop. Because the green circuit board is never going to be at a place where we're going to have coal. At least not in the short to mid-term. Which means it's going to have to go out of its way for that. So usually I'll set up a wait spot to do that, but we'll deal with that in just a minute. First... So that's one of our things for doing this. Yeah, it's much farther than I need. Probably 5. Nope, 6. That's probably plenty. Because that'll be our copper and our iron. And then that'll be the output. I'll keep that bypass lane, and I'm leaving that wide because there's a good chance later on I'm going to have to expand this a lot. Alright, so we're going to need some stops here. So we'll have the iron plates and the copper plates, easy enough. We've already got those on the network. They're already set up in places where they can restock. So nice and easy. One thing I could also do is I could just have the coal one drop by here. Usually, though, I like to have a bunch of random stops that, like, this is like the buffer stop, whatever you want to go with. Okay. These ones are out. And the blue science will unlock the drones for us, and then we can finally start putting blueprints to better use. Okay, now this is the one that this is dropping it onto the vehicle. Hey, made it to space yet? Oh, we're nowhere near close. We're working on it, but no, we're not anywhere near, like, near close. Like, I'm working on blue science now, and my understanding is blue science is the science required to get to space. But I've set up where I'm building up my infrastructure a lot, and it's taken way longer to get through things. Okay, we've got all that hooked up. Check those inserts in the middle section. Thank you. This is to offload. That's one of the reasons why it's really nice just to have the blueprints. Because you set up once, and then the next time you just stamp it out, and everything's just aligned correctly. Alright, so I need conveyor belts. We'll also end up needing to expand our mall a lot down the road. But it'll probably be one of those things that I'm going to go ahead and grab. Like, when we get to that point, I'll probably end up going and having, like, 4 of them making just conveyors in their own separate section. That's all later stuff. Right now, I just need to get the stuff set up. I'm still also not seeing any progress with the military science. Why did that stop going? So you are getting the military... Oh, you must have just dropped off, huh? Well, this is not what you want to see. Yeah, so you're green there. And you're considered in this intersection. And you're waiting there. Alright, so we actually have a gridlock here. So I gotta deal with that. So let's go adjust our signals. Try to unstick that. That's fine. We need to run down here anyway. I just noticed that our science wasn't going despite unsticking it in the previous area. As like, okay, clearly something's still broken. And it was. And it was. Alright, so there's a... You had only 7? Oh, it's... Well, no, because you have everything you need. You're doing gears. You're waiting on... Ah, no, you don't. Wait a second. What's this nonsense? Must hit a wrong button at some point there. Okay. So that's waiting to see the next signal. The next signal is red because you're blocking. Your next signal is green. Yeah, because that's the way you're going. And you're angry because this signal... Okay, so this one should be easy to solve. I just move you up here, remove you, you inch forward, clearing that, and then everyone should unstick. So it's just because those two signals were too close together that this train was waiting on that one and then it's sticking into the other one. Caused a problem. So they should work through one by one, and everything should just get unstuck. There we go. And it's looking like, honestly, get rid of those two. I don't think those are working the way I want them to. Yeah, now the thing is, like, I don't understand why it's happening, but like I said, in that particular case, the problem was just the fact that where the train was just obstructed. It's a classic thing that happens in real life where if you have intersections too close to each other with like cars and that, you get the same situation where you have cars blocking the intersection which prevent other cars from going into the intersection. Alright, so that should unstick our iron plates, and that should have us back on track with our military science coming through. Yeah, so let's wait at 60 seconds, then it's going to drop off the military science. This will be falling behind because the iron got stuck. Alright, so at least we're getting all that sorted out. I have blanked as to what we're going at, so we needed the conveyors to fix my stuff up here. We're trying to get that set up. Right, we didn't get the conveyors because our iron got stuck. So that is an issue. But that's what we've got going on here. This is the iron ore drop-off. And so now you got all the iron coming in. This still needs to have upgrades for almost all of it. Yeah, I'm just not going to have the conveyor belts to deal with it for a while. Is this a CPU game? As in CPU locked, like it's CPU intensive? Because yes. And there's the last little bit of iron, and then that's all done. Copper's still doing its thing. Yeah, so we're gonna be a little slowed down for a minute while conveyor belts get sorted out. I'm trying to expand our iron production real fast because it looks like that's a problem. I'm gonna just hit that harder and harder as we do stuff. Okay. Oh, I need to grab the inserters. Just a little more belts, so we'll get all that sorted up. Autocorrect doesn't change inserters anymore. Nice. It's actually not CPU limited, it's memory speed limited. Okay. Would those not be related? because the CPU could handle the instructions faster, you would have to hold less in memory so far as drawing it out. I mean, maybe not. I haven't run into many things where, like, the speed of your memory is the bottleneck. Outside of, you know, really weird situations where, you know, you're running memory that's an entire, what's the word I'm looking for? Entire, like, class tier range behind where, like basically where you have hardware, you know, you're running, you know, the latest processor, but then, you know, your RAM is 2 or 3 generations behind kind of deal. Nope, literally limited by the ability to pull chunks of memory from RAM. Interesting. I've not honestly run into games that have had that problem before that I could think of. Because usually it was stuff getting stored in memory and then pulling that stuff from memory. Why do I have a bunch of long inserters here? What? What? Did I just choose the wrong thing? I mean, they're definitely wrong. It's just the fact of the matter that I'd accidentally selected the wrong one. Hey, another technology finally got done. It is about time. Hey! Damsy, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. My apologies for being a little in the focus. I'm retooling things, and you know how that be. Those are all backwards. Every last one of them. But how was your stream? What were you playing and all that stuff? Alright, so you got that to expand and all that. It's okay. You're like 24/7 right now? Gotcha. But how was your stream and what were you playing? According to this, you were playing Factorio. Also plays Oxygen Not Included, as well as Stardew Valley. Literally playing the exact same type of games we've played on this channel. So if you're enjoying our content here, you know, there's another place you can find it. Factorio 2.0, won't get too much into it since you're a bit farther along. Yeah, no, I've got a lot of rust I'm working off. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, prior to this release, I haven't played the game really in like 2 years. So mistakes were made. I'm also doing a thing where I'm kind of trying to approach it in the ability to scale later, but it's costing me a lot now. It's costing me a lot now. So, still on the planet, we're still just about to get Blue Science up and running. If I'd stop having other things bottlenecking that I gotta deal with. Okay, so with that, we've just expanded our iron plates production. It still needs more belts, because we had where our belts came to a sudden stop in production. Well, they weren't stopped, they were producing entirely too slow. Those inserters are backwards. Oh my goodness, really? I cannot avoid having that same problem. Yeah. I think it's I'm going to the end, and then I'm, like, rotating them prematurely with the plan for, like, the row I'm not on yet, which just makes it wrong. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so we're doing pretty well. If we look at our factory right now, I am sprawling a lot. I am leaning very heavily on rails. Generally speaking, the 2 types of factories I've typically made in the past were either very rail logistics heavy or like main bus. But I found over the years I just like the rail approach a lot more, because you can just sit there and be like, okay, here's a new thing, name it the right thing, and the train just does its job. But there's been a lot of setup. And you can see, like, I don't remember the optimal setups for your mall. I didn't keep any of my old blueprints or anything like that. So it is those things that just get to these spots of like, I remember vaguely the idea of what I want to do, but a lot of work to get it there. Rails. Look at these rails in 2.0. It's almost like people want to see a lot of rails. You feel that because you hadn't played early game in like 1,000 hours, so basically just as rusty. Yeah, and that's the thing. So it's taking a little bit. There's definitely been a little bit of trial and error with the rails where like I had my signals backwards for a while, so they were working but not well. She doesn't hesitate you yet. You're so upset. Yeah, no, I've generally been someone who historically when I play, I tend to do a lot with trains. It's just for me personally with the setups I do, like you'll notice the names here. So I'll have like coal drop here. That's red. It's marked that if I don't have enough coal there, go send a train. And so you see those coal drops all over the place. So I'll literally have a train that sits here, filling up with coal, and then when someone needs it, the train just goes. And then you can add more of those. Factorio's train sim game for you with a side of automation. Yeah, no, it gets pretty extreme. But yeah, so unfortunately I'm in a situation where I fell behind the biters in their scaling up. So we're playing catch up. They're already up to like the really big blue ones, and I go after them with my submachine gun, and they kind of giggle a little bit, and they give me a little side eye about it, and then they start mauling my face, and it makes me feel bad. We were doing really well, but just my research stalled for a long time because of me trying to expand my ability to do stuff and how long it took. Is your big city blocked? So we'll get trains soon, probably. Yeah. Wait, what are you getting stuck on? Tree? Don't use an underground for that. Okay. So I need more conveyors, and that's the issue, is this is going to be a green circuit board area, and then immediately I'm going to turn around and make a red circuit board area. And then once I have that, literally just got to wire up the trains, and then we're going to go from producing no blue science to just producing obnoxious amounts. I'm going to blast through the blue science real fast. And then we'll go back to everything. We'll stall out again when the next science happens. Alright, Damsey, you have a good one. Thank you so much for that raid. Again, you know, thank you so much for every one of the raiders who are hanging out. Again, if you like Factorio, you like Stardew Valley, you like Oxygen Not Included, you like these kind of games, go check out Damsey. Alright. So I've got all that cleared out. Yep, so I just gotta get the conveyors going. Like, they're producing, but with the trains getting all blocked up, they fell behind. And now I'm using them faster than I'm getting them. But the issue I've got right now is I've got a nest down here that, as you can see, it's absorbing pollution. It looks like we got another little nest over there, maybe. The biters are starting to expand into my area from the south. And where normally I just roll down there and knock them down, we tried to go in there, and I did a little bit of damage, but my weapons just aren't up to stuff. And I'm sure with enough ammunition, I could turret crawl and probably make it work. But I'd rather wait till we get our upgrades here and just try and hold on in the meantime. Where is my car? Where does it gotten off to now? It's down there. But yeah, so it is one of those things that I'm going to have to get that sword. Biters are so hungry. Oh yeah. Well, and the good news is we did have earlier today that a group of biters managed to like expand and then sneak in and get under and destroy a couple of my buildings, like 10 or so buildings. But other than that, we had some initial attacks when I first started the run, and then I just knocked all the biters back a huge distance, and then all the damage kind of stopped, so we only started getting attacked again. It's just now I've reached a point where I fell behind tech that it's not as easy for me to go and just shove them away. Probably more ammo. So grab the more ammo, check out our conveyors. Yeah, each time I'm coming back to about 50. But that is the thing. Does he don't use combinators, if you remember correctly? Still play it as train sim? Yeah, and that was when I first started putting down a combinator. I don't remember what it was that I used to do that I needed the combinators for. But quickly I was like, wait a second, I don't actually need a combinator for this job. Circuits are scary. Yep. Just try and get through here without destroying my own base. You generally don't want to drive through your own base. It's really easy to actually take out a power pole and put yourself in trouble. Alright. So I need to start getting back and forth without walking everywhere I'm going. Okay. Alright, so we do have at least enough here to get our process started. So for the circuit boards, they're relatively easy to make. It's just wire and that. So the plan will be pretty straightforward. We'll go here. That cliff's going to be annoying, but shouldn't be too big of a problem. We'll go over here, and I'm going to need a lot of wire. So I'm going to go ahead and put down 8 of these. I'm never going to get used to that extra click. And I'm gonna complain about it every 5th time. That extra click just completely throws me off. Case in point. Alright. Hey, Jeffy, how's it going? And exactly, trains. Alright, so let's go back for more conveyors. Shift left mouse button, shift right mouse button, your friend. Has been driving your crater. Did you notice? You did notice you could double click to skip the checkmark click though. Interesting. I'll have to try that out. Yeah, double click wouldn't be so bad. Versus like have to like scroll down and do all that stuff. It's such a weird decision. Like I get choosing it the first time or having the option to changing it. But it just feels like, at least for the first who knows how long of the game, I'm gonna be setting everything to just normal quality or whatever. So we're good with all this. Alright. Take all my materials. We need to drop off the coal and the copper and the stone. Get these out of my bag. We've also got a bunch of wood. So good news is it did finally get that wood off the line. Which I just put more on. Perfect. Nah, copper can stay for right now. So click this here again. So we got ourselves a little bit more belts. New powerful interrupts. There goes another hard-earned blueprint books. Yeah, no, that's oh, you can literally set it based on fuel? Ooh, okay. That would be easy, because then I can make, like, an actual dedicated refueling thing instead of having every train, like, hey, go to your, like, go to pickup, go to drop off. now go to get fuel, and then if it just doesn't need fuel, it just zips on by. Like, it stops there, just goes right on through or whatever. Having the ability to interrupt and say, hey, go get fuel now. That'll be good. Because this will be the first one I'm going to really actually need that for. Because my green circuits, they're not going to need to ever go to a fuel location. Like, so far as, like, normal thing. They're just not going to normally be in a place where I'm going to have coal. So I am going to have them go out of their way to go get coal. And realistically, where I've been doing this just this way for right now, I probably am going to have to do something where... Okay. I'll probably have them go on this particular one, where I am going to need to have like an extra bit of work they need. Okay. Alright, so we're probably at the point I can start receiving trains. So the plan was... So that's going to be the copper line, and that's going to be the iron line. So you're iron. So I go here and just... You know, one thing I haven't tried. Okay, I was curious if I could just click and drag to hook them up, but that's fine. Yeah, I'm assuming there's a thing where you could do where instead of saying signal on and off, do the interrupts where it says, okay, bring it in. Okay, so with this, enable, disable, do for this, for copper, not for the copper. Okay, so you said double click. Cool. If it's less than 2,000, do that. And so now with this, I could change your name to Iron Plate. Drop. And the train should be on its way shortly. And I can grab the next one. And we can go to your stuff. And you are copper plate pickup. Or drop. Less than 2,000. Copper plate drop. Okay. And then the last one down there is for the green circuits. Now, copper plate and the iron plate, those ones have coal on the other side, so I don't need to worry about, like, setting up stuff for powering them or anything like that. It should just be available. Make sure we don't have a train coming in right now. We're okay. I just realized I don't have signals on this. So let's get that fixed. So signal out. Don't leave unless it's clear. Don't leave unless it's clear. Don't leave unless it's clear. Interesting that that's pulsing. I mean, honestly, after all that time, we could probably just put a regular signal if it needs to be. Oh, here. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. I was gonna put it... Oh, I've already got it here. That's the problem. Let's see. So then if you do an interrupt, it says, if my cargo is full, go inventory drop station. Ta-da, you're done. It's pulsating because of the same block in front of... block? Your signal straight section? Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. So I have the iron plate drop is fine. The iron plate drop here is doing that. Do we have trains stuck? Yeah, so this is why we have a train stuck here. Is that signal's too close, so it's stuck in the intersection. So we gotta get that intersection sorted out. That's an intersection we haven't flipped the signals on. And where was my car again? It's down there. Alright, so let's go fix that, because I need to get more conveyor belts anyways. So let's unstick our trains again. I got another signal that's wrong over here on the east. That's going to keep happening until I get all of it fixed. Because I put all my signals backwards. And I just got to fix them all as we run into them. See, because I was having leading into the intersections doing this. So you need to be this kind of signal. You should be this kind of signal. You can be this kind of signal. You should be that kind of signal. Okay, I think that'll fix that one. Let's check here. So I've still got some jammed up. It's probably literally the exact same problem, one intersection farther down the road. Oh, are these signals too close to each other? Is that what we got going on? Alright. So this is the same issue we ran into a little while ago, where I put these two signals just too close to each other. Yeah, so you're fine, you're fine. I'm gonna treat this whole block as one intersection. Let's go down here. Yeah, so you've got that. You need to be switched to... Put you there. Pull you up. And you're mad about that. So you can do all of this, all of this. That might end up having some issues. I think we'll be okay with that. Alright, do we have trains stuck someplace else? No, it looks like all the trains... Nope, we do have trains stuck again right up here. So you're mad that the next thing up here is a problem. And you're mad about this thing. This signal can probably go away. So you're trying to go down. You're trying to go up and over. Why are you mad about this? Let's take a look at what we got going on here. So this is all the same area here. It's because those signals are different. Let's go way, way, way over here and make that a regular signal there. Because I want to pull into that intersection. Right, so if I put you back... No, you're still mad about it. Why are you mad about it? Ah, you're mad about because you up here. Right. So we're going to want to treat these as one big intersection again. So just like I did with the other one. Oh, that's going to be a strike. Oh, no, barely weaseled by. Yeah, so we're going to make this one big intersection again. So the issue was we had trains trapped in what's effectively the intersection. Okay, so I think we'll be good there finally. And this one's waiting to go all the way over there. And you're sleeping. Ah, but you're considered on that grid. Just troubleshooting trains. Alright, so we gotta go all the way to west. We got a train stuck over there. Yeah, so I did all of my signals wrong. Part of it is I'm putting too many signals in too tight of areas. Part of it is I was using the wrong signals in the wrong position at the beginning. And now I've just got a little bit of a mess where some's correct, some's wrong, some's in the wrong place. But as we're fixing these issues, that should smooth out. Okay, so where I was about to fix that, literally the train just left on its own. I'm going to put a signal there. Actually, put it down there. So that's fine here. And then we're going to go up here. So that's now its own section. And go way down here and make sure this intersection's set up right. Yep, so you're backwards. So you should be that signal. You're this one. And then you should be this one. Okay. So I've corrected those signals down there, so hopefully we don't see that get stuck again. As we keep in mind that the train stopped at the train does not clear the rail block. Yeah. Oh, I get what you're saying. So I need this to be... What I could do here is I could literally just chuck another thing there. I think that'll fix it. Yeah, that way this is on its own section. I keep waiting to cross the tracks to go this and just get absolutely run down by the train, because I know I've done that plenty of times in the past. And as I'm fixing these trains and they're like unsticking themselves and trying to play catch up to whatever was falling behind because they got jammed, it's a real dangerous time to cross the tracks because everything is trying to go around the tracks everywhere as soon as the availability happens. I can't believe we haven't had another major attack. Because that one nest down there just absorbing pollution this whole time, I'm really shocked we're not getting hit. Oh, hang on a second. I need to use the restroom real fast. We're in an ad break, so I'm going to quickly do that and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there. And we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build the bridge that barely stands. Alright. I have a potato harvest all... What happened to you? You lost to a guinea pig? What? Is the guinea pig still around? Panther. Friend. Buddy. You lost to a guinea pig. A guinea pig straight up ruined you. Hardcore guinea pig, I'm saying that much. Not really. I cannot see in the grass at all. No, I was really depending on you not being there anymore. I really need you to get away from my car. Oh, that's it. Well, Okay, and I am back. Nope, and almost forgot I was in full speed movement when I paused. Okay. Okay, so this is where I was like, this one I need to probably adjust. We haven't gotten any iron plates up here. Oh, it's literally on its way right now. Never mind. Okay, so the plan here to resolve this issue is we got two things that I need to fix. First, the same old issue I've had because I haven't changed the way I'm designing these is I need to get those to be on both sides of the belt. This one, however, this is one of those cases I can actually get away with a solution for this that doesn't even require anything fancy. There, now we're using both sides of the belt. No splitters, no anything else required. Just straight up plug it in. I'm gonna take this a little farther than I want to because we have that cliff right there and I can't get rid of it yet. But now what we're gonna go ahead and do is go. You know what? I'm just gonna do that same exact design here. Because now I can just bring this on over. Yeah, that's the correct distance. I'm out of conveyors again. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll have these here. So it'll take the plates around, then this goes the other way, and then that'll be that all hooked up. Ew, belting copper. Yup. Yeah, I gotta remember, I used to know some of the ratios to these kind of things, but that's the kind of information that's long gone. It's okay, that rock will die one of these days. As much as I'm zipping back and forth through here, that rock will be gone sooner or later. Alright, so we can grab these. I mean, the alternative is to bring the copper by and just slap it on. I just don't remember if it's like... I don't think it's a 1-to-1 ratio or anything that easy. Please have more of those. I need you to have more of these. Wait, I just remembered. You actually make those faster. Literally, I could have just swapped those out, and it makes it slightly faster. 3 wires, the 2 circuits. Gotcha. I also need those. We can also drop you in there. Yeah, so that's going full speed. It is going faster. But yeah. Alright, well. Yeah, because I remember it used to have that set up, too. Like, those train stops, they used to be something like this, where you'd have, like... Oh, I can't remember. Something like this. You'd have, like, the input, it would split off here, and then you have, like, the next row, I mean, it'd be 3 off. And you go, like, the next row and it'd produce everything in, like, the shim, and you go around. You'd have, like, the booster thing in the middle. I actually need more assembly machines, too. That's been a long time. Oh, I need more of these, and I need more of those. Grab these while we're here. We're good on train stuff. I definitely need more steel boxes. There was something else that's like, oh yeah, I need more of those. Oh yeah, the assembly buildings. Those will be over here, right? Yeah, you're up there. Alright. Yeah, so I get what you're saying. So we could just feed one directly into the other. I might do that real quick, because I definitely remember green science as one of those ones where it's just like, you just need more. How much are you making? Not enough. You need more. There's no amount of green science that's adequate. And when it is adequate, it's only adequate for about 30 seconds. And then you need more. The only time you don't need more is when you basically stop doing anything with your factory. Alright. Yeah, so with that ratio, we'll go ahead and do this. Because then it'll be a matter of how much I can work with per belt. And it'll save me a lot of belts, which I don't have enough of. Engine car drives off. It's fine. There's friction. Yeah, so what we could do here... just get rid of all these. And I can adjust them. Because I can still have this where I feed 3 to 2 in this line. So yeah, 3, 2 this way, so that makes it a number that'll work. I have a feeling I'm going to decimate this belt. Alright, so with that, what I can do... if I do it like this... it feels like something's not lined up here. Alright, so we would make this circuit boards, circuit boards, circuit boards, circuit boards, circuit boards, circuit boards. Then I need to bring in the iron line here. I still remember belt weaving as a thing. That I remember I was really proud when I first figured out how to do that. Where you'd have like the red belt to go under and over, and then you'd have like the yellow belt to go under and over, so you effectively have 2 belts occupying the same space. Alright, so now I need the output. Trying to, like, I definitely want to make it so it feeds into the other side. It's fine. We'll do it on this end. We'll use the splitter solution on this one. Guess we'll use both sides of the belt. Going to go here. Can I make those last couple happen? No. Alright, we're almost done. We've officially started producing green circuit boards. Oh, I have my car up here. We officially started producing them. Now I just need to get the train. Then we're going to go one stop over. Which the one stop over for the red belts is going to be plastic and all that. I'm already producing plastic. I just don't have it have it set up. Shouldn't they have kept the Belt Madness game mode in vanilla? Yeah. Alright, so we can just run down here again. Completely deplete a resource patch. Hey, does anyone wonder if we ran out of iron? We already have another node tapped. But does anyone wonder if we lost the first node? Because I think we lost our first node of iron. What's also oh no, we didn't run out of the stone. We were just really low. That's right. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. The good news is I already have another node that's producing 8 million, or has 8 million already tapped at everything. That's concerning. I need to go through here and replace these belts. But yeah, so the iron ore is nowhere near getting down the row fast enough. But yeah, so this is gone. Depleted. And just like that, we once had a big iron node there. Nothing left. So I can clean up all of this junk. All right. So I've got all that. I can pop over here and drop off the iron. Oh, I don't have the iron in my inventory. I need to be cleaning out some inventories when these happen. Hey. There. There's that iron. Alright. So we are smelting it at a pretty good rate. And none of these seem to be getting backed up. So even though that belt is certainly not going as fast as it should be, that is improving. But I think we're running into a limitation. Well, no, these are solid just about. And I'm going to regret this, but... Okay, and we got that twisting. Oh, we got stuff being destroyed. Where's it being destroyed at? Oh, right over here at my coal drop. Okay, so they didn't get past the defenses, but they were going for our power. But they did destroy these, and these are the ones I mentioned that is like I need to add more here because these were still rocking the old ammo. Yeah, so they're still rocking the old ammo, so they got absolutely trashed. Okay. So I've got those replaced, gave them a little extra oomph. I'm gonna go ahead and put a wall in front of them. Just because that'll give them a little bit of protection against the ones that just run up and bite. It won't help with the ranged ones, but we're gonna have to get that sorted soon. With all that said, our railroad tracks are fine, right? Yeah. That's what I was gonna say, is I was pretty sure they don't attack the railroad tracks. Yeah, so that's these same nests. Oh man, that's a new nest that's even closer. I'm gonna have to get this stuff going. Oh, we got one that was blue science in the middle of all that. That's the reason our research stopped. Okay. So, back to what we're doing. Let's grab more conveyor belts. We did repair the damage. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, so we're gonna need to get that going. I need to get the last bit set up for the green, where's my car? There it is. I need to get a little bit more set up with the green circuit boards to get that all, you know, properly fleshed out. Then I need to get the red circuit boards. And then the catch I'm going to have with that, though, is I am going to need... Like, I'm going to need to make it so the green and red circuit boards and all that can have a place to make a quick pit stop. My thought is to go to the coal pickup. Well, no, because the coal pickup's a temporary stop. Like, when the coal runs dry, it'll move, and so it won't make a good gas stop. Alright. This is not the way to go. It's just hard to see what you're doing in the night. Curious about how difficult the game is? It depends on your settings. Default settings aren't that bad. But if you turn up the settings, you can make the game really, really kind of difficult for you. Okay, so we got the green circuit boards going here. Let's double check what I got up here, make sure it's all going. That is a pretty good rate we're getting that going through here. We are seeing a problem here with the iron plates running the same problem we've been running into this whole time. Or just because of the way I've designed these train stations, only using half the belt. Okay, so we've got all those configured. These are all fine. I will configure the green circuit boards and get this named and all that, so later on it just works. Let's see, green circuits, pickup. Yeah, you can go from the biters literally just don't exist, all the way to what's referred to as a death world, where you just kind of have to creep your wall out a little farther at a time because they're just so thick with biters that... Oh. I need to get 2 more boxes. Well, actually, I need to get a bunch more boxes down there. I forgot that was something we were waiting on. Alright, so we can go here, enable, disable, do this. And we are looking at green circuit boards. Okay. And same as always, set the constant. If you are more than 2,000, the station is available. Alright, so that's going to sit there for right now. And what I'm going to need to do is figure out how I'm doing, like, a gas station of sorts. Because it won't do me any good to set up the red circuits until I have that, because it's just the train will go over there, it'll run out of gas, and it will sit on the track somewhere. And the sitting on the track somewhere is kind of your worst case scenario with the trains, because that means it blocks the path and it will never move until something gives it fuel. So the question is, where's my gas station going? Honestly, the opposite side from the green might be perfect, because the cliffs make it kind of too short to do much. Hey, Italics, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. How was your stream today? What were you playing? Can I get a shout out for Italics, by the way? I'm just trying to weasel my car over here real quick. But if I get a shout out, that'd be great. But how was your stream today? What'd you get up to and all that good stuff? So thank you so much for that raid. Where is my railroad tracks? Okay, so I'll do this. I probably not be able to turn around that close. But yeah, so playing some Crusader Kings 3 with the recent Adventure DLC. Gotcha. Neat. But thank you again so much for the raid. For those who don't know, Alex, an absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole lot of good games. Been playing some Star Citizen, been playing some TCG Card Shop Simulator, some Crusader Kings 3. If any of those sound good, you can find it all over there. I want to say, if I remember correctly... Ooh. I can't remember if I'm like right before or right after you in the RimWorld Hot Potato and all that. But I'm around you. Somewhere in the RimWorld Hot Potato. But definitely good times. We're collecting some tax? Nice. But yeah, so we are doing some of the brand new DLC for Factorio. That said, I am real rusty with it. So I am doing a lot of just kind of figuring things out that I've forgotten how to do. Might be too close to each other, we'll see. Alright, so I got that separated out. And right now what I'm making is I'm making a place for my trains to stop to refuel. So I'm going to have two spots here. One is going to be a coal drop-off spot, and then the other place is going to be the actual spot where the trains just sit there to refuel. Oh, that's way more than I need. But yeah, so for those who are unfamiliar with Factorio, it is a factory building game, so if you like Satisfactory, similar concept. This is just a lot more make big factory than they are. There's a second raid for you in this browser tab. It happens. But yeah, there is a free demo and all that you can try as well for this game. It's excellent. Like I said, with your settings, you can choose about how sweaty and awful you want the biters to be or how chill you want them to be. And you can do anywhere in between. Yeah, I'll go ahead. I was actually debating if I wanted to only do like half as much of the drop-off, but it's like, I'll go ahead and do a full drop-off setup. This will be way, way, way overkill. But that just means it'll be one of those things that the coal train will drop off like once in a super long time. And then just not be needed for this part. But yeah, so we are leaning very, very heavily into trains to do our logistics. It's just my preference to use the trains. It's one of those things, it takes more initial setup, but once you get there, it ends up being pretty solid. Like, you get to the point where like, oh, it's time for me to get another iron ore hit up. And you can just plug in and you're just good. Alright, so I just need this over here by the entrance for the next train. Because that's all this is meant to be, is a place to top off. And the good news is it takes really no time to fill up a train. So this isn't going to have any assemblers or anything fancy going on. It's literally just the coal comes out here, goes in there, and the train just top off here. And now I just need a big tower, and it's all wired up. Alright, so Susan's question, what is the purpose of this game? Well, entertainment. But generally speaking, the idea behind... Oh, we got an attack going on. Yeah, so they attacked this gun over here on the far right. They didn't get through it, but they did a little damage. Here we go. Roll. I'll click your car next time you see it. I'll click your car the next time I see it. Okay, I can do that in a minute. I think my car's over here to the right. Let me just get this wired up because I'll forget what I was doing. But this is a factory simulation style game that generally the idea is when you start the game, everything is a manual and slow process. And then as you go along, you go, you know what? Banging a pickaxe against this rock, not so fun. Let me make a machine do that. And then let me make a machine make the machine that does that. And then let me make the machine that makes the machine that makes the machine that does that. Well, now I want to make a better machine that makes a machine that makes a machine that makes a machine that does that. And you just kind of keep expanding and automating and doing more and more and more as the run goes along. So we'll just say 2000 here. But it is the idea of just keep building a bigger and bigger factory. Now, the end of the game used to be you'd launch a rocket with a satellite, but this new version of the game does have more going for it. Now, because I've got this all configured, I can just say cold drop, choose OK, and now a train will just come, top that off, and I could say refuel. Refuel stop is what we'll call it. Alright, so let's see about these train interrupt things, because I haven't done anything with this. So I don't see any type of configuration I can do here. Enable train limit? I don't know what that means. Logic network. So read train... Let's see, reads the contents of the train that is currently stopped at the train stop and sends its circuits here. Rual's faster, deletes long explanation. Yeah, no, it's all good. So what I'm trying to figure out is supposedly interrupts are on the schedule, on the train schedule, not the station. Gotcha. So I shouldn't need to do anything with this. But what that does mean I'll need to do is I'll need to go to, I'm trying to remember how you get to, there's like a whole grid you can get to see where all your trains are and what they're doing. Here it is. So brick pickup and all that. So we can go here. Well, actually, let's not worry about these ones. Because those trains already have what they need right there. So I'll put one train here. And we will put our 2 cargo cars here for the green circuits. Meanwhile, where is our coal train? Ah, I see the issue. Okay. Well, let's find our car, and I was told to hit Alt left click on it. I don't know what that did. Was it Alt left click or Alt right click? Alt right click. Okay, so wrong one. Alt right click. Ah, thank you. Excellent. So when I go to look for my car, I just do that. Okay, so we have a problem with our train signals again. Where basically I've got some of my stops that aren't segmented in their own blocks. So the trains are like, oh, there's a train in that block. I can't go there. So this part should be fine. We're good here. Apparently whatever was blocking got itself sorted. Yeah, no, it was this one over here on the right that looked like it might not be its own separate area. Yeah, so it's, you see how it's cyan that whole way? That's basically telling me it's on the same thing. So what I want to do is let's go ahead and put a stop. Where do I want to put this? I'm kind of scared to like cross the tracks now with everything moving. So let's go ahead and put a stop here before the spot. So at least that breaks that off. And I'll put a signal there. It says, hey, check where you're going. That should fix that issue. Okay, we again have another attack down there. Yes, we're getting hit pretty hard from the south. But the issue is we've been falling behind on the military tech. And so I've been trying to get that sorted. I've already... Where's my car? There's my car. Alright. I'm gonna have to deal with them. They are continuing to escalate. Let's see. Do we have more things I can research right now? I can keep researching our guns up, which is at least something. Alright. Let's take another round at those. How am I... Let's grab... Okay. Let's grab conveyor belts. Let's grab ammo. Let's grab, you know, what we can. Probably another bit of grenades, too. I have been wholly unimpressed by the shotgun. Which is weird, because I remember the shotgun being better. And it could just be I'm not using it properly or whatever. I could also be at the point where it stopped being useful. Because that is the thing that happens. So we can go over here. Let's see. Should be good on everything else. Wonder where Rual is playing? You don't think, Alright. So let's grab our car. Oh, the grenades are right down here. That's full inventory right now is probably fine. Yeah. I'll just deal with it. Actually, I could drop off the copper right here and the stone right next to it. Copper. Stone. Okay. So. The targets we've got is I've got a nest there, there, and there that are causing me problems. And the issue we've been running into... Oh, something just got destroyed. Where are we getting stuff destroyed at? Yes, they just took out the sentry gun on the far side near our main power bus. And I accidentally gave that a love tap. Driving cars inside your base is dangerous. For your base, not necessarily for you. Yeah, so you can see they pushed through and they took out one of our guns over here. So let's go ahead and if they took out one gun, I feel like we should have two. Okay. So our guns did get upgraded. I'm gonna do the thing where we crawl with these a little bit. Okay, we officially have the tougher spitters are also available now. Which is now we want to see. Alright. I don't think it's hidden requirements of Python libraries. It took way too long to make an executable run. Come on, let me finish that one off. If we can get one hive down, that makes it that much easier to push for the next. Alright, we got a blue spitter up. Let's back off. Alright. Yeah, so that's seven guns using armor-piercing rounds. And even with that, they're barely getting them where they're still getting hit once or twice. Alright. As you can see, I'm just trying to inch forward a little by little. Alright, well I managed to save one of them. Okay, so that's too close. They've got the worm covering. I'm just gonna have to make that do. Okay. New plan. Oh, I forgot how much closer I gotta get with those. I can just get rid of those last couple of, Okay, there's another nest down. Alright. Have you used grenades yet? Yeah, no, the problem is I gotta get right on top of these. And because we're starting to talk like the really big, the real big, more tanky, tanky guys here, it's much harder for me to do that. If I can get the spawns down, I could run in to try and do that. Yeah, because like right now they're faster than me, so once they get on me, as you can see, I can't get away from the biters. Use the car to lob them? Too many trees down there. I'll just catch on the trees and get killed. Like that's the challenge with the cars. If you hit a single tree or a grenade or a rock in the wrong place, you just fall over dead. Oh, that's a big biter. Yeah, so it's just, I've fallen behind on our military tech, which I'm actively resolving right now. But it has put us in a bad way. Yeah, the trains aren't stuck. They're just busy doing their jobs. Of course, I walk in the slime on the way out. I do look forward to artillery and all that, where when you have these nests, you're like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put down a defensive line and start lobbing artillery at them. I was trying to get him stuck on the nest for a second to give me a few more chances to throw hits in. Because I'd like to get closer, but the moment I did, they started shooting my turrets with their stuff. Oh, that's not me doing so hot. Help! The moment I stepped in the slime and slowed down. Alright, that's fine. But yeah, that's fine. You just drop your stuff. And where I died, I managed to get underneath my defensive guns, so we're just going to drop these in here, because I'm not going to use them. I'll just run down, retrieve my goodies. But we should be able to finish that one off. But I need to be able to deal with those a little bit easier. When you get the tank, you suddenly get a much better fighting situation. Because with the tank, I could sit there and just do a drive-by and blast it with, like, the really big main gun. Do you mind? I just want my stuff. And you put goop on it. And the goop hurts. I thought you could just shift or control click the body. There we go. We're pretty low on a lot of the stuff here. Okay, so let's draw them in at us again. Hey. I stepped in the goop and almost instantly die. It's basically a chest now. Alright. I hate that that's hard to see on the sand. Because the slowdown's the thing that sucks with that. Alright, so we've got your strong ones. Let's go aggro them. Hey, over here. I need to be able to get these a little bit closer. Because we've almost got this nest cleared. If I destroy either the nest or the worms, we're in good shape. Because if I destroy the nest, then I don't have to worry about the stuff running after me, and I can just like step back and forth to avoid getting hit by the worms. But with the worms, they drop that crap on the ground that slows you down the moment you step in that with the things chasing you. The biters seem a lot more scary in this version. So these are kind of the same biters we've had for a long time. Later on, my understanding is we get lots and lots of more dangerous things popping in. Come on, finish the job, finish the job, finish the job. Okay, nest gone. So now I just got 2 worms and 1 nest left. So at least the number of biters that can spawn is way lower. They can still spawn those really tanky blue ones, and the big blue one, like, will practically solo me. Hey. It's fine. Pretty sure the biter difficulty didn't change the DLC. Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say. Is these are the normal biters. Like the map generation's a little different, but these are the normal biters I'm used to. It's just rough at how hard it is to do these right now. Like I definitely remember there was a whole point in the game where the biters can be a little rough if you're not, you know, defense crawling them. But then I just remember you get the tank, and then the tank just rolls over them. So having a little bit of trouble getting to that blue science is really what's killing us. Alright, draw them away. Oh, we have a random attack from a different nest that's coming by here. Hate to see it. Yeah, so that's that nest down there trying to attack us as well. I gotta get that nest in the back. Once that's done, this is up spawning the big blue one. You take 1 hit even with the armor and just half life. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm gonna need the modular armor. I usually don't worry about the modular armor until I start actually having a decent number of modules to use with it. I was hitting the wrong button to try and throw my grenades. Things don't work if you hit the wrong buttons. Alright. Like, right now, I'm not making a whole lot of ground. Hey, Tim the Sorcerer, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. But, what were you playing tonight? And can I get a shout out for Tim the Sorcerer? Let me go down there and manually snooze the ad so y'all don't get stuck with that. But, what were we playing tonight? According to this, you're playing some RimWorld. Always a good time. But Tim the Sorcerer is another fantastic content creator on the platform, something I definitely recommend. Oh man, that's 3 of the really big ones. Okay. We are struggling because the biters have been evolving, as they do, and we are just not ready for it. Okay. Looking forward to getting into this. Oh, it's excellent. Alright. I'm remembering a couple of things a little bit better about doing this, so we're actually getting some hits in. I keep putting this on my mouse and then not using my gun because my brain is like, this is what's in my hand, so I can't use my gun, but you can use both. As you've heard, the DLC is larger than the base game. They're both very expensive, 30 pounds each. Yeah, no, the DLC definitely looks like it's going to be way bigger than the base. I hate the stuff they leave on the ground. It's so hard to see on the sand. Okay, so we almost got this one over here done. Alright, so we did get one of the 2 worms down. I could probably finish the other one. We're not going to be able to push that other hive right now. But we can at least get this one knocked out. That's a little bit of pushback. And we are currently actively researching our next stuff. And I still see the trains moving around, so that's at least some good news. Realistically, something has a throughput issue. More than likely my iron plates. I walked right into that. No, 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 let's be friends. No, 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 no. Oh, I stepped in that. That's bad. Okay. But yeah. Well, there's also, yeah, exactly. There's a free demo that'll get you it gets you decent ways in. So it's a good way to learn and get a feel for it. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, used to is the key operative word there. That record has been beaten. But I do play a variety of games. We recently did 2 full playthroughs of Satisfactory. I've done lots of simulation games in the past. I do a lot of RimWorld and a whole bunch of other good stuff. Let me grab those grenades again. And at the moment, we're doing some Factorio. Come on. It's the blue ones that I just can't do anything about because I fell behind on the tech. They're playing catch up. I'm gonna die here. Yep. I got gooped and I overstayed my welcome. That thing is down to 1 hit, and once that's dead, I can knock out that hive real fast. Alright, let's drop off our pistol and that because they're not going to do anything against these anyways. Alright. But yeah, so we got to the point where the biters are starting to be an issue. The issue was just, I'm rusty to the game, so that made me do a lot of things a lot slower than I normally would. I made some design decisions that have taken me a lot longer to get set up. There's things I forgot about doing, like setting up my signals, I got them backwards, things like that. And it put me on the back foot with the biters. There we go. I'm getting low on ammo too. Grab them. Drag them into our guns. Will biters evolve without pollution? Yeah, so there's killing them will evolve them, pollution evolves them, and then just time. They all contribute. And there's like a whole formula to it that I don't know. Oh, come on, you're right there. Its health is down to just like 1 or 2 ticks. There are also settings for all that? Yeah. Yeah, you can adjust the combat a lot. Like the last time I played, I believe we did a peaceful world. The time before that, we did a death world. It kind of depends on what you're looking for. As far as you know, there is a time evolution factor roughly equivalent to a constant 200 pollution per minute. Yeah, I have no idea what, like, the rate is and all that. Finally, it died. So let's aggro this blue one and get it out of here. And apparently this blue one to get out of here. Because apparently I could shoot the gun and throw the grenade at the same time, which I forgot was a thing. Alright, well that nest is done, and we probably went through like 800 rounds or some nonsense. Probably not that much, but probably like 400 rounds. We burned through about 200 grenades or something. Also, evolution is based on pollution creation. Pollution absorption only affects the raiding parties. Gotcha. Let's get around these. So I did at least get that one out of the way. Let's get the car out of the middle of the base. Okay. So, we're getting enough ore on the belt. We're still not quite getting that much ore off the line. Which is probably just... Very genuinely, I probably just need to build more smelters. Yeah, they're getting pulled very unevenly. Yeah, we need to go and get that sorted. Actually, we can check all this. So, ore-wise, let's see, for the last 10 minutes, we are consuming more ore, sorry, we are mining more ore than we're consuming. We are consuming and mining close to the same amount, but we are consuming slightly more than we are producing of iron plates. which does tell me that needs to change. Now, I've been putting off upgrading these things. I've got a stack of them. I should just do that. If it's actually being a problem now, it just needs to be dealt with. So I can go right up here. I've literally got a box of these things. I can just grab those and drop them off. I really should have done this a while ago. It's a command where it tells effort really goes into evolution. Let's see, time, population, biter nest kills. Upgrading the stone sealers might save you a bunch of belt brain power. A building power saves half the fuel too. Gotcha, I didn't realize it saves so much in the fuel. Usually, like, because haven't played in like 2 years. Let's get you out of here. I used to just try and like beeline immediately up to the next tech. Why would you? Oh, is it doing those things where it wants to know like what quality I want? Gotta check why those ones aren't running. Okay, so I got a group of these. Okay, they're not running because they're not getting ore over there. Which is partly probably because of upgrading and all that. That's a belt throughput issue, though. I see. Thank you. Alright, so all that is blue and all that. So we're about to hit the point where I have to have blue science to advance. You have trains on Novus, that's great to see. How do you like the current system so far? I'm liking it. I've always been really big on doing the trains. I'm actually surprised at the idea of like not having trains on Novus. Like, trains have always been the way I've made it so I could scale my well, not always, but trains have been the way I've generally gone to scaling my factories these days. Because just the moment I get low on something, I can just slap down another train to go someplace. Yeah, you're still... Where is my coal? Okay, so we've got a problem here with our network. I see. So I can grab you, get rid of you. All right. Oh, this is on the same network as well, I understand. So probably put you here. Get rid of that one. Put you there. There we go. Because this is the new train that's supposed to be our green circuits train. And this is the first we're going to do, like, the interrupt where it says, hey, it's time to go get fuel. Because it's supposed to be the refueling depot. Okay, so let's go over to our thing. So we get in the fuel in there. So add station, you go to the green circuits pickup, and you either wait till you have a full cargo. We actually don't have the drop off, so this isn't going to go anywhere. Tie pass 60. And we'll add an interrupt. I don't have a clue what I'm doing here. That's selecting the icon. Yeah, there's a search thing, but I don't see how you make an interrupt. Is that a John Coltrane? Perhaps a Robbie Coltrane? Give it a name first. Fuel? Ah, okay. So allow interrupting other interrupts. We're not going to do that. Add interrupt condition. I want your fuel. Not full fuel. Where are we at? There's got to be like a fuel amount or something. Fuel any locomotive? No. Yeah, because I wanna have like, so I could have it where there's nothing else to do, just go wait at the fuel. Yes, I see fuel any locomotive. Coal is less than, I mean, honestly, so it's 150 on the train. So we'll say if it gets below 50, that's an interrupt. At interrupt station, I assume the interrupt station is where I want it to go, so refuel stop. And we'll wait to the condition that fuel, refuel stop, full fuel. Save interrupt. Let's see. Yeah, in case you have multiple types of fuel, different names. Gotcha. So then if I click on this, so we have the interrupt here. Let's go check on another train. Gotcha. So I can set the fuel on. I understand. So basically, I have created interrupt. It's here. But then I could add it to any other train. Right now, that won't be necessary because all the other trains, where they go, fuel ends up there anyways. But that does help in the future. Meanwhile, I could have that go do more, but it picks up the green circuit boards here, but has nowhere to drop it off yet. So let's go ahead and try and get that set up, which has been entirely too long coming. So we're going to go ahead and get the red circuit boards set up here. Because the red circuit boards, then I'm most of the way towards getting my blue science online, which needs to happen in such a big way. In hindsight, if I were to start this over from scratch, like if I were to do a new run or whatever, I'm not going to. Is I would do what I've done in the past at the mall, where I'd have like a single science lab there, and have at least one blue science being made there and one military science. Like, you'd still scale it up elsewhere, but just have that trickle feed happening, so at least we were making progress versus how long we just kind of sat there with no anything happening. Alright, I'll deal with that later. Let's get a little bit of space. I mean, I can put it all the way over here and use the existing signals. That's probably not a bad idea. You're not wide enough. Yeah, use this existing. Well, actually, you don't have signals on both sides. It's fine. We'll go ahead and branch off this signal. Alright, we're gonna start this way. I changed the way I'm setting these up, so I have to like go back and figure it out later. Alright. So with that, that's the in, that's the out. We can go down here and say 2 spots there. Everything's gonna lose power for a second. That's gonna be a real messy signal. Yeah, so you're gonna lose these, and we're gonna have to rearrange this whole mess. But first, let's get the power back online. Okay, so we've got both the outs. So let's go down here. You need this signal. I put this signal here just for the whole area. That separates out that train spot. That separates out there. I need you to be split off up here. And for right now, I'm gonna just put that signal there. I'm gonna need a different signal there in a minute. Yeah, so this whole monstrosity here is one spot. Do biters target track at all? Yes. The worms, they will lead their targets to like nail you and all that. And they're actually pretty good at it too. So that's the red circuit output. So you can go here and say, boom. Red circuits will be coming out here. I'll need more of those boxes. So you can go, basically we just need to know that conveyor belt goes there. So the next one needs to at least be far enough. I'm gonna say one gap here. So then we'd have the boxes there. So that the track, so we have the inserter, and that we'd have the inserter in this, so I need a marker. I'm gonna mess up the lineup otherwise. We can go here. There we go. Because I want to make sure I have enough room to build. All right. The biters tend to have preferences for what they attack. You don't think they specifically target tracks, but if they happen to hit it, then shrug. Yeah. Like I've definitely had tracks, not recently, but I've definitely had tracks damaged by biters before. But it's never been something that like was a ongoing problem of them like going out of the way and trashing my tracks. Genuinely, if they got to that point, that would become entirely obnoxious. Actually, you should probably be these signals. No, you shouldn't. Because we got another signal right down there. Okay. And that'll be the green circuit lines. And then I just need copper and I need plastic. So we'll again do this where it's going to be that, belt, skip one, that, and then train track. One too many. Okay. And that's the plastic. Can I easily see what the distance... Actually, you know what? This I'm just gonna do for my own... There. It's a throwaway blueprint just to get the measurement. Like, because I don't have bots yet, it's not super useful to do it that way too much. But at least then I don't have to, like, re-measure again and again and again. When I get the bots, we're gonna be blueprinting like nothing else. Like, I'll get to the point where it comes to these train stations. I'll have a train station blueprint. I'll have this blueprint. Okay, so we've got our 4 different types. And all that. And that should be the output, the plastic, the copper, and the green circuit boards. But first, I'm going to need more boxes. I'm going to need to remember where my car is. It's down there. How are we looking so far as this intersection? Yeah, so we actually should be fine in the intersection. Yeah, so we got this all separate out. Each of the stops is separate out. That should be okay. Probably not optimal, even like in the sorriest excuses of optimal. But enough that it'll work. Okay, so let's get down here. I need to grab a bunch of the boxes. I need to grab a bunch of conveyor belts. I need to grab a bunch of inserters. The rest I should be relatively okay on. But that'll give us the red circuit boards And then the only complicated thing I've got left for blue science after that is the motors, which, compared to what we've been doing, isn't that bad. You have a good time, car. Always rolling. We also should get more train stops, because I'm going to need those, so here's the train stops. We haven't been attacked for a while, which is a little concerning. Oh, right, inventory. Alright, let's drop this crap off. How are we doing power-wise? About half. How's our map going? Yeah, so pretty soon the biters to the north are going to be a problem. We already have biters to the south and east. Basically, pretty much every direction is going to be a problem soon, if it is not already. Lovely. So I got those dropped off. We can go up here to... Do I have iron? No. We have the stone. We can toss that up here. Cool. Alright. So now let's go back to what we're doing. Grab some magazines, because we're going to need bullets. Grab the conveyor belts. Grab the inserters, and grab the steel boxes. I'm also going to go to steel boxes now, and I'm going to change this. 2 stacks. Wait, did I already grab the steel boxes? No, why did I not grab? That I want out of here. So this is... What was the shortcut key? There was a way to delete that from existence. Right-click to open... Oh, it was you right-click, open it, and then there's a delete button. There we go. I forgot, blueprints actually take up inventory space in the game. You saw nothing. All right. So you're still just doing your thing just fine. Let's see, train's zipping by, so we're okay for a little bit. Alright. So that's the red science train. Or not red science, red chip train. Green circuit board train. Plastic train. And then copper. Let's make 2 more boxes myself. Okay, so out. Do it this way. So out and then out. And these are in. And this one's in. One of the other nice things you can do is when you get to the blueprints, you can actually have a thing that's just upgrade. And you can just walk up and it'll just start upgrading everything in range. Like I think that's this one here, the upgrade planner. I believe I can just select the thing and say, please upgrade this. And it'll be like, okay, that's going to take you like 50 of these, and you'll just do it. Alright, so we almost got through that. Do we have any more? Yeah, no, it's all that. Okay. So with this, we have the power. Yeah. So the lesson, if you want to learn from my mistakes, the lesson to learn here is probably at the beginning when you make your mall, just have like the one lab in there that every time you unlock a type of science, you can just feed it into the one. So that way you are able to progress some of it, even if badly, versus like, I'm gonna hit the same thing where the moment I got the military science, we blasted through it real fast, but there was just a huge lag where I wasn't doing it because I didn't unlock it. Alright, so the next thing we're gonna do is get all these hooked up. That's one of our inputs. Then this will be the next input. And there's the last input. Okay. So we've got all our inputs all hooked up now. Give a little big space. So now what I'm gonna need is we have, let's see. Honestly, we're gonna have one row here, aren't we? If we look at what we need for the red circuits, so the red circuits are, oh, actually, no, we're gonna need 2 rows. I'm gonna need to make the wire, and then I'm gonna need to make the others. So it's probably something like this. We go over a couple tiles. And I don't know what the ratio is. I'm just gonna go with it being 3-2, even if it's wrong. You're surprised how many train stops are required? You could do it in less if you were trying to optimize. I'm just not trying to optimize in any definition of optimize. I'd rather have extra train stops versus trying to like wedge more stuff in what I've already got. Yeah, so the plan is going to be the copper is going to go down this way and feed all those. That's going to be our this is going to be our input lane for the plastic and the green circuits. That's what I'm looking for. Yep, so that'll be the red circuits, the wires, and we can have all that, and that will pass across to another belt here. There's the red circuits out. Don't do that, please. And the red circuits go right back out here. And I've run out of fast underground belts, which is why it's complaining. And then that'll be the red circuit sorted out. Alright, so let's go fix that. So I need more inserters, I need more red underground belts. And those are the 2 things I ran out of. I just realized I can go back to the car. Yep, so I've run out of research I could do until I have blue science. So that is the issue, is because I'm building this with so much scale in mind, it's just a lot of the time I'm sitting here and stuff's not happening because it's waiting for me to get the next thing going. So that's definitely been a mistake. But at least now we've got 2 more upgrades of our weapon damage and our weapon firing speed. Okay, we're good. Weapon firing speed. So it's at least giving me a little bit more of a chance of fighting. Alright, let's just push through here. It's fine. It's just less trees I can run into in the future. Because these aren't absorbing pollution at any meaningful capacity anymore. They're long since finished their task. I'm hitting every tree on the way back. Just like that, it's like nothing happened, and all those trees are now gone. So we're good on tracks, we're good in this. We could grab the ammo. Let's go ahead, and I need the underground belts. We're good on the regular belts right now. Grab our inserters. We can grab the steel boxes as well. Oh, 3 of these are damaged, which is why they're not stacking. It'll be so nice when I get the logistics network set up and we could just have, like, the constructor bots, when a turret gets destroyed, just plunks down another one. When I go to build, they just drop a blueprint and knocks it out. Get the logistics bots starting to zip around so that, you know, when I need more belts and all that, I don't have, like, I can have an area I just go to and top off. I don't have to, like, run around the mall and find all the things. That's going to be a little while. And as I mentioned before, I really don't know how things change with the DLC and the new planet, because it used to be launching the rocket was, like, way later in the tech tree. Oh, that's not the right spot. Whereas now it seems like it's way earlier, which I'm not complaining about, but it just means my understanding of the progression is different. Okay, so all that's hooked up. We just need to get you this. I believe all of that's already set up now. So now it's just a matter of getting the power up here. And getting all our inserters. So that's for the copper, copper. Okay, and then we'll have each of you bringing in materials. All right. Before we get too worked up about getting all these configured, let's get the trains on their way. So, first train, that's going to our copper lines. So that's going to be our copper train. So for the moment, what I'm going to go ahead and do is first wire you up. So I can turn on and off the station based on demand. We can go here and say enable, disable, and that's for copper plates. Okay. And then if you are less than 2,000, send for the train, and now you are copper plate drop. And that means we should have a train on its way, if not now, soon. Yeah, so that's a copper plate pickup train here. Yeah, so it's about to leave. I don't know which route it's going to take, because there's lots of copper plate drops. Cool, so it is coming this way. Perfect. So our copper is on its way. This one we're going to wire up, because the only one that matters is the copper one. All the other ones are just going to feed around the other side. So we'll go here. Get you wired up. And so same deal, enable, disable, we will do this. Green circuit boards, okay. If there's less than 2,000, all right. And you'll be green circuits, drop. And I haven't configured the train yet that's gonna do that. So I'll do that in a minute. And now our next contestant. And this one I don't have actually wired up yet. I don't have the actual stop set up. I am producing plastic already. I just need to hook up a train track to it. And you're going to be plastic drop. We're going to set U stuff here, so plastic is there. Same deal. If there's less than 2,000, deal with that. And then finally, the last one, we'll go ahead and wire it up even though it's not ready for anything else yet. And this will be the red circuit pickup. Alright, so red circuits pickup. And we'll have this. 2,000 if you have more than 2,000. Okay, so I've got all those hooked up right now. At this point, I can hook up the green circuit boards and get them running up here. What's the playtime? I have no idea the easiest way to check that. We could take you now. We get you configured, so you have the pickup here. So we're going to add a new station. The command time. All right, I can do that here in just a minute. Green circuits drop when cargo is empty, or if you have had at least 60 seconds pass. Cool. Get out of here. So green circuit board should be on its way doing its thing. I don't even know how to get to let me type in a command. Not that it matters. We started yesterday, and so this is only our second stream doing it. So we're probably in somewhere in the area of like 16 hours, give or take a little bit, I'd guess. That's the coal drop stop. That's the oil drop. Yeah, I'm not worried. It'll be around 15, 16 hours. I don't care what the actual amount is, but it's in that ballpark. Because I stream about 9 hours a day, and we're not quite done with this stream and all that. Alright. Just clearing out some trees so I can add the new stop. Because like I said, I'm already making the plastic. Not at any meaningful... No, actually, no, I do have like... I think 4 chemical plants going on it. It's not... We don't have enough storage, like it's long since paused its production. But I should be able to just run this over and plug it in. And I've already got sulfur being made as well. It's the same deal. I should be able to just run it over, plug it in. So then we'll have just the not electric, we'll just have the motors to add to the system. And then once I've got that, we can get our blue science online finally. Okay, so let's see here. I need to check my signals on this one. Cool, and that part's fine. Alright, so this is going to be a pickup one for the plastic. So let's add the train signal here. I'll worry about naming and all that later. You'll actually check to see if this is sulfur or plastic. Let's, yeah, it'll be plastic, because plastic's right there. Like, that obviously is going to be able to be scaled up later. But for right now, that's just what we've got here. I am doing everything wrong. Splitter there. Yeah, we can just cut right across this way. Okay, so that'll get ourselves plastic on the network, and that'll certainly need to be scaled up. But getting stuff scaled up to where it needs to be is going to be step 2. I just need to get this online now. But this will get us the red circuit boards being produced once we get a train on it. Cool, so I've got that. We will connect you. I am imagining, with all this new stuff you could do with the trains, you could configure the trains to basically say, what material do I have? Okay, if I have that material, go to whatever station. That kind of a thing. I could see doing some pretty wild things with that. So enable this, do this. If you have plastic, okay. And if you have at least 2,000, cool, that'll turn on the train station. And then this is plastic pickup. Alright, now we're not putting the plastic pickup train there because it's not going to have any fuel. What we're going to do is I'm going to run down here to wherever we have our fuel thing. And we get that set. Yeah, no, that's fair, because then you could effectively have, like, this is your cargo train or whatever, and you just drop in your stuff and it would take care of everything else. And then when you needed more, you just add more. Alright. So we'll add the interrupt for fuel. So that way, if we need fuel, it'll top off. And then we can add station. So we will have the plastic pickup. And then wait until cargo full or time has passed. And then plastic drop. Cargo is empty or time has passed. Get out of here. And with that, red circuit boards are in production. And what are you waiting on? Oh, that's green pickup. That's fine. That's fine. Yes, that's the green pickup. And green drop off is fine. The plastic's going to get the plastic. That'll get that going, which will get my red circuits going. And then we'll have the red circuits. Okay, so next contestant on the list. For the blue science, that's a red circuit boards. Cool. Sulfur just comes directly as it is. Cool. So that leaves me with engines. Engines are fortunately just steel and iron is all I need. And the good news is both steel and iron are already on my network. Fix that signal below you. Ah, yeah, I see what's going on. That's probably fine. And you've already got your signal there. Cool. Alright, so the question is, where am I making the engines? With this cliff here, I don't really have space there. I can put it down here. I don't think there is another thing I'm going to need to smelt here anytime soon. Yeah, so I think down here is where we'll make the engines. So let's grab our car. I'm gonna run down there, and like I said, I already have what I need for, like, on the network. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? Is I'm gonna go ahead, and I need to drive down to grab more inserters. We're gonna grab the inserters. I'm gonna go over to the sulfur. I'm gonna get added to the network real fast, just since we already have that over there, and I know that's a thing. And then we can run down, get our engines sorted out, which is, again, I just need to add the 3 stops, and then put the assemblers together. And then that means we'll just go over to where we want to make our blue science, and just import the 3 things, shove them all together, and blue science pops out. And we can deal with all that. Okay, so things I'm going to need is the inserters and maybe the red belts. So there's the red belts. My inventory is always full. Drop you off. Let's just drop that iron box in the garbage now. Because at this point, I'm making the steel boxes. And it's not like there's a reason to not use the steel ones, because I can take a steel one and artificially make it smaller. So steel box, or iron box, you're out of our life. We can drop this. This is where the logistics network gets in. How are we doing on power? Alright, so we're about 70-75% fluctuating wildly. So we're getting pretty close to when power's going to start being a problem again. But upscaling that's going to be really easy. I've got plenty of room to grow on my coal and all that. We can drop you here. And you over here. And the rest of that's oh, and we got wooden coal in our inventory. Yeah, so that coal's starting to get narrow enough. We're starting to get coal off of our train network too. Oh, wait, our coal drop-off's over here. All right. And I'm not gonna worry about the stone. I'm gonna get more of that in just a second. Yeah, so all these smelting points, like this is gonna go away. This is literally just sitting here right now because it was already set up, and that's still depleting. I have a whole new setup with that, but I figure it's there. I'll just let it wipe out that ore. It could just trickle feed them all for now, and when it's gone, I just rip it up and it's gone. For now, it's just extra ore I don't have to mine someplace else. Yeah, I think we're good. Alright, so let's pop over here real fast and get the sulfur on the network. Because just plop down our train station and then get it wired up, and then it's good. And I won't deal with like scaling it or anything. It has been an alarmingly long time since we've had an attack. Something is not right. I'm like terrified we're gonna have this giant model. Oh, I can get rid of this pin, can I? I don't actually know how to get rid of that pin. You just live there now. Let's see, so looking at some complex blueprints, but you have no clue how to import them. Any suggestions? Oh, so I want to say if you go to your blueprints, it was like you go in here. There was a yes, it wasn't upgrade items. Export string, create copy of this. I actually don't remember where it was. There's like literally a place that you can drop a text string in there and it will do the import. I think it might be on the blueprint itself. There was somewhere where there was an import option. It's on your toolbar? Ah, here you are. Yeah, so import string, you put it in here, you just paste that in there, click import. And assuming it's up to date and everything, like the thing you're getting is using the correct stuff, it should just pop in. I haven't used that in forever. Okay, so I've got you here. And there. Drop our stop. And then this is for our sulfur. Even though we're not ready to consume it yet, I just figure it's like, we're just here. If I get this set up, then this stop is, you know, quote unquote done in the sense that it is capable of doing what I need it to do. Not at the rate I probably need it to do it, but by having it capable. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Did I not grab the inserters? I don't think I did. I did not. But because having that all set up, we'll be able to, like, at the next point, I could just go, okay, plug it in, and it's just done. But unfortunately, I gotta go back and grab inserters because I forgot to grab them. I'll get everything else hooked up here in the meantime. Are you missing the tech? Yeah, that's the whole thing. Generally speaking, I find blueprints to not be particularly important until you get construction bots. At that point, they become amazing. All right, so sulfur we've got here. The good news is they have the boxes and everything, so I could like get every bit else of this setup, and I just got to come back with the inserters. Okay, so sulfur drop. No, that's not right. That's wrong. Sulfur pickup. There we go. Do this, do this, do this. Sulfur. Okay. 2,000 if you have more than that. Cool. Alright, so let's grab our car. Grab those inserters, because I'm not doing the next stop either without the inserters. So you can grab the inserters. Finish that stop up real fast. And then we can just drive over to wherever we're going to put our next stop. And our next stop is going to be where we actually make the motors. And then once we make the motors, the next stop is the blue science. And just the blue science is a big thing. You forgot the true endgame enhancements. Lamps. I mean, I have them automatically being manufactured as well. I just keep forgetting to put them down. I usually notice them at night when I'm like, man, I can't see. And then usually I'll slap lamps down then. But like, if you actually look, I've got lamps strewn throughout this area. Because I end up here enough that I notice I don't have them. We can leave those alone for right now, because my inventory's a bit short. Okay. Let's grab some more steel boxes. I remember making the mistake one time of having my train station set up that way with the boxes, but using passive provider boxes. That was not a good time. Because I had set it all up, and I'd gone to there, and I got my drones kind of on the network later, but, you know, I hadn't bridged my train stations to it. So when I got my train station, suddenly all my drones are flying across the entire map, picking up stuff from where I was leaving it, like dropping it off with the train. So the train would drive it all the way across the map, and then the drones would go chasing after the boxes to then pick it back up and then, you know, bring it back kind of to where it started, or like the next train station over. I was like, oh, that's wrong. Cool. So I've got that all set up. I'm not gonna worry about actually putting the train on there yet. I don't have what I need for the train to do anything worthwhile. Even with the marker, I'm losing my car constantly. Because it gets down to this and it's just too much visual noise for me to see. But that's okay. It's still a massive improvement for, like, where the heck did I leave my car? I feel like, honestly, one of the things that help is just... Okay, so they did get a hit on it, but not much damage. Alright, let's get over here. Alright, so motors, like I said, I think we're thinking that area. So just north of where we're planning on, or we're making our military science. I'm gonna have it come off this path, though. Yeah, that'll probably be best. Because if we get the blue science online, we'll be able to start doing some stuff with that. Get that tank. We're gonna go hunting some nests. That's what's gonna ultimately happen. Because I get like, it's just one of those things. You get the tank, you start making the ammo for it, and the immediate thing you do after you get that ammo is like, okay, these have got to go. All right, so this one is gonna be that signal. And we're going to put one of these signals over here on the front of it. And I figured out that and over here, this one will give me what I need here. All right, so this is for the engine. So this is just iron. It's just iron and steel in, and then the engine's out. So this should be a relatively simple one to set up. Just need to clear enough trees to get the rail through here. And once we've got that set up, we should be good for the next thing. Okay. So, we have the train station. Boom. This is our output. Don't worry about wiring all that up in a bit. That's more than I need. Like 2 ticks probably. And same deal with the signals. Just separating it off the network. Making a block, whatever you want to call it. Seems to be... yeah, that's fine. It's 1 tile farther than the last one, but that's okay. I think you're not in the right spot. Because the beauty of this is I already have all the materials that go into this on the network, so literally the moment I name these stations, the train starts showing up. Like, and I just don't have to do anything else. The trains just arrive. And I believe this is a relatively... the motors are a relatively simple setup as well. Gonna need more inserters. Okay. So let's go for the extra inserters. Yeah, because it'll be just making our pipes, and it was pipes and gears? No. It's fine, whatever it is. It's two things made out of iron, and then we shove it in with a piece of steel. That's what it is. I know pipes are one of them. I just don't remember what the heck the other one was. But it's just iron. So we just need the iron plates in and all that. What is going to happen is once they get all that set up, and then we have it becoming blue science, I'm going to have to circle back. I'm sure there's stuff like iron plates that I'm not making enough of now, or what have you, that I'm just going to have to backtrack and figure out, like, where my problems are and all that. So let's grab you. Almost a full load. Everything else we're just good on. You just made a cursed discovery. You cannot craft pistols. I mean, I thought that was true for almost ever. Because there was like... I mean, I guess technically if you threw your pistol in a box and then destroyed the box, you could get yourself into like a stuck state until you died, and then you just, you know, you get a freebie one. Oh, I also have been putting down the radars. Remind me, red circuits needs a radar. I'm gonna work on this, but red circuit needs a radar. Are you running out of mats because of your mall or your miners? Neither. It's because we are adding more and more things that are consuming them. So like as we're making these circuit boards, that's consuming a bunch of materials. As we make the red circuit boards, that's consuming a bunch of materials. As we make... You get the idea. I don't need to walk through it all. But it's just one of those things, is we're doing a lot more with our materials, but we haven't taken the time to expand our materials. Like, this is going to be another burden that I'm going to be making. I think it's gears and pipes. Okay. So, with this, let's go ahead and start wiring this up. Because then I can start having the trains come over here and top off these boxes. Gotta wire them all first. And I'm gonna go long tonight. I've decided. It's been a really good night. I'm not feeling tired. I want to at least see this blue science happen. My goal here was to have like the blue science like properly going during the stream. And we're gonna get there, but not in nearly the time I wanted. Okay, so we've got all those. So the next thing is power. And the reason I want to get this all set up, because if I get this set up, we can at least have the train start dropping off loads of materials. And with the iron and the steel trains, I don't have to worry about having them have the coal interrupt, because they're just already good. Okay. Let's get the... I don't need, like, all the conveyors in place. Let's at least get these ones here so that it doesn't just drop all the junk on the ground. Cool, so that one's all sorted. That one's all sorted. And honestly, the last one will be easy because it'll just be wherever it comes in from. Probably from behind. It'll just be something like that. I'll deal with that later. Okay, so with all that, I just need to plug it in, which should be just slapped down one of the big towers right here. And the whole thing's on the grid. Cool. Let's get it all figured out. So we go here. Enable, disable, do this based on iron plates. Okay. And you need to, if it's under 2000. And so you are iron plate drop. And the train is now on its way. Alright, same deal here, but for steel. So I got you, if you're under 2,000. And you are now steel drop. Okay, train is on its way. And then you here are going to be the motors themselves, once I figure out where those are. Maybe intermediate. There you are. So I got those. If you have over 2,000, engine pickup. What is it actually called? I'm gonna call it motor. Because remember, there's like an electric motor and there's like a gas motor. And cool. Then get out of the way of the trains, because they've arrived and they're already loading up the belts. Which I'll need to deal with here in a moment. So for the moment, let's bring those over here and run that down there. And bring it down there. Cool. So that brings in our 2 goods that I need here. So let's double check what I need to make these. So I need pipes and gears. All right. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go down a little ways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, we'll start with 4. I'm sure I'm going to need more for the gears because gears are pretty obnoxious in what they consume. So go here. So you're going to be gears. 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 I'm just going to sneak in this way. We call those pipes. It's pipes and gears. I need both. I also need more. I also need more of these. Yep, no, you're all good. So what I am gonna do though is for right here. So use both sides of the belt. Alright. So I need to go and grab more inserters. You are waiting till the next vehicle gets out of the way. Where is things stuck? So you're stuck here. Oh, and that's because that hasn't been updated yet. I mean, it's fine for right now, but that will need to be sorted. The other thing you can do to fix that is just have this exit the other way too. Cool. So you can go right over here real fast. Put this signal on there. Go to the other end over here. And honestly, I'm not going to bother having the other side. There's nothing over there that needs to go in here. Alright, so I need to run back for more inserters. Looks like we got a gap in the trains cutting across. And I'm just wearing out the rocks, don't mind me. Do you have elevated trains yet? No. I imagine for the elevated trains, I'm guessing there's going to be a material cost for like standing them up, whether it's steel or concrete or something else. And that's just the idea is it's a more expensive train track, but because it's above, there's a value there. So like basically have if you just want to get this done, just do it. But if you want to have it elevated, there's an extra expense you can invest to make it happen. Alright, so we got enough of those. It's above, it doesn't run you over. Oh yeah, no, that's the whole thing. I could see, like, it's probably costly enough you wouldn't want to elevate all your trains, and probably there's a bunch of limitations, like you have to lower it down before you can utilize it. But I'm assuming what you'd actually do is you'd have, like, your entrance and your exit, so, like, here's your crossroad where you go underneath the train to reach your next destination. It's probably used for that kind of thing, where you have, like, you're dedicated, this is where you cross your railroad tracks if you want to not die. Because I remember once upon a time even having a thing where, I can't remember how I set up, where I don't remember if it detected the player or something, but you'd approach the track and it would change your signals. I don't remember how I did it, it's been too long. But I had a way to handle that situation. So pipe. I didn't double click it. Gates can detect the player and send a circuit signal above. Yeah, that's what it was. That was a long time ago I set that up. It was on a Mega Factory run I was doing. I got tired of dying to my own train. I also just realized that's the last thing this is gonna be used for, just so it's pipe it in. At least I'm pretty sure that's the last thing we're using it for. Yeah, because it's these two and the steel. Probably won't be able to actually support that. That made a great clip. We were hit by the train while talking about that. Oh, I'm sure those clips, for people who play this all the time, I'm sure there is no shortage of that exact clip. Like that has to be kind of one of the regular clips that pops up for people who main or just very regularly play this. All right, so this is the motors. Instinct is like, I want to go ahead and set that. Like blue science, but we're not there yet. We're one step from blue science. We got, after this, we have all the ingredients. We have a major attack happening. Okay, so they damage the walls here, but it is holding. That's gonna have to be dealt with soon. But that's kind of what I'm hoping I can do here. Is that I could get this all built up really quick. And then we'll be good. That doesn't mean the train is going to obey, though. If it's close to you, it's too close to bother stopping. Yeah, that's, for me, when I did it, it worked. Like I said, this is a long time ago. I couldn't tell you the version. I think it was before, was it before release? I don't remember. I don't remember the last time I did, like, a mega factory, because I only ended up doing like 2 or 3 of those. Which I'm sure there'd be others that like, how big was your mega factory? I don't know if that should count as a mega factory. I made bigger. And you know, fair enough, they probably did. What? Oh, right. I was like, why is that sticking out that far? And we're all connected, and we're officially making motors, and they're going directly into the system. Cool. So we are making all 3 things I need to make blue science. I'm a little worried that we don't have any defenses nearby here, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is just plunk down a handful of you. It's not perfect, but it's at least more than literally nothing. Okay. Spaghetti bus or city factory? I know I did one as a main bus. And then, like, I did one of my, like, my first big factory was a main bus. And then all the factories after that, I've leaned towards trains, doing kind of what I'm doing now. Just because, like I said, I found scaling up the train factories to be way better. Just because you could just get an astronomical amount of stuff moving at a really long distance very easily. Versus, it felt like main bus, the farther and farther you got from the bus, the more annoying the train started to get. Which, ultimately, that's what happens. You kind of use the main bus as the main part, and then the trains are like your distribution network. Can't see how many tracks I have. I could use another stack. Top of our tracks. I need more inserters. I'm probably okay on boxes. And I probably need more conveyors. Okay, so let's drop off our trees and our coal. Okay, so the bus is more about getting through tech. Yeah, no, I mean, you can make a absurdly large factory using main bus. And it's a really good design for a lot of things. But when you start getting to mega factories, there is eventually a point that you're like, okay, it's a main bus, but I have trucks going in from everywhere. You know someone who did no belts, no logistics bots challenge? Bus or train life. Since we have nothing else here that we can do there, uranium mining. I mean, literally all of these are going to be things. I'm just gonna approach it this way. This isn't being strategic at all. It's just, I'm gonna get blue science online, and it's gonna be like the other one where I got the military science online. And in a matter of like an hour or 2 or 3, all of the military science was researched. Just because, you know, having 6 or 8 factories pumping out science at... So I mentioned you can absolutely clobber the light poles or the power poles easy. That's just what happened there. Okay, so the big question now is blue science, where is it going? It's not going to go right here. I've got a cliff there, and I've got the stone there. We got a lot of cliffs there, so that's not a good spot either. These are too close for it. I can pop it down here. There's space. That said, this is where I've been running into all my attacks, so I'm going to be building it. You know what? This is a good spot right here. We can build it right here. Because I'm going to say, I'm going to be trying to build in the direction that attacks are coming. I almost took out the exact same power pole. With the bus, you're lucky to arrive on time. With train, you're lucky to arrive at all. Arrive on time. Oh, that is a lot of trees there. This was once a nice forest. It's dead now. Yeah, so right up here. And then once I get the blue science in line, we gotta go biter hunting. All right.
Thank you, Sol Adams, for gifting a sub to Regathian.
Thank you, Soul Adams, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Regathian. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Regathian. And I do hope you enjoy yourself some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes at Regathian. Whether you want them or not. That said, if I got your name wrong, by all means correct me. I'd like to get it right. Okay, we can go over here, set our last signal over there so our trains don't have issues because I'm working on this. Oh, cool. Well, your TT's got us right. I don't even remember what the TTS said. Because usually the TTS is the one who's like, hello, Katai Karma. And you're like, what? What was that? Like, it's one thing when it's like a really obscure name, but there'll be something like there'll be like, you know, Cursed Cookie or something like that, and it'll be Cursed Cookie, and you'd be like, what? I don't understand. What'd you just say? Yeah, sometimes, like especially with names that the reason I don't know it is it's a different language or dialect or something. It does good on those, where it's just like, oh, that's just not English, and I'll be like, oh, okay, like I just didn't know the language. Yeah, like Burnin' Sun. A lot of times the TTS is like, what is it? It was like Burnin' Sin. You're like, what? It's hit and miss. But yeah, now if I get your name wrong, by all means, like, don't feel bad correcting me or whatever. I'd like to get it right. Okay, so for the blue science, that's what we need. So I'm gonna need one more stop on this. I remember having a much better organization of these in the past. I think the way I set up the railway to the top, where I set up the oil, it was something like that I used to do, where it was just way less space consuming, but it's kind of like in and it'll like wave over. Alright, so that should be the stops I need. So this will be our blue science out. And then the other three, it doesn't matter. They're all just being jammed into assemblers. It doesn't matter the order they're coming in. They're just going into assemblers. There's not a process that happens before it. Just three things go into assemblers, and then one thing comes out. Okay, so we can start with this. And then once I'm done and I need to go back up and collect stuff again, I want to go ahead and drop some guns on the south side of the base. Just in case some sneaky biters try and skip past my other defenses and just hit this. Okay. They still need the train stops. Okay, we should be good on that. Let's go down here real quick. And I'm going to grab our sentry guns, which I'm very low on from the looks of it. And we can grab our walls. Okay. Usually turn stations on the side since you don't need the underground access rails. Yeah, and that was, when it's one in, like, oh, that's what I used to do all the time. Like, these ones I've been just using the one engine on the front. I remember I used to use all the time, I'd always have a front and a back engine on the train. That way it could pull in straight and then, like, go right back out. Just could save space. Versus this one, I've just been putting the engine on the one side. I'm just gonna walk. It's right here. That's a problem. That's a big problem right there, is what that is. That is our coal not keeping up. The good news is none of these are turning off. Let's upgrade the belts. It might just be a belt throughput problem. Okay, I think it's just a belt throughput problem. I got a little worried there that it was going to be one of those things where I was going to have to drop everything I was doing, because this is where the train belts come in, and then that's what was my main coal node. All right, so I need the inserters again, which are over here. I got a bunch of yellow inserters. Let's go to, or yellow conveyors. Let's go here and drop those off. What else do I need? I need the steel boxes. I got plenty of assemblers. I need the power poles. Not the big ones, these ones. I need the sentry guns. And I need ammo. We're pretty good on splitters and everything else at the moment. Alright, let's get back down there. The locals are very heavy though, so only having them on the front makes them much faster. Yeah. Yeah, so false alarm on the, oh god, the coal's bad. It was just, literally we had hit a point that the belts were a throughput problem. So we just upgraded the belts and everything was fine. That'll become a problem eventually, but hopefully by then we're starting to look at other power types. That's fine, that rock had it coming. It knows what it did. Cool, so we've got all those down. All the crates are down, all those are down, we're good here. Let's get power to these, because then what I'll do is I'll start doing the stuff where we start sending the trains. And then while the trains sort themselves out, we can, go about getting everything wired up for actually making the blue science and getting it out of here. I'm gonna run down here to the bottom. Okay, so this is blue science pickup. Then we can go to you and your configuration. So actually this one I don't want any logic on it. Just leave it on. Because with the blue science train that's dedicated to blue science, just come back. Don't wait. So this will be for our motor drop. Because what I'll likely do is if this ever doesn't make enough science for me, I'm just going to expand this spot. And motors, select. If we have less than 2,000, I want to train here. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and just drop the conveyor belts for this one real fast. I'll deal with that in a moment. Yeah, it should be enough. Nope, one more. There's the motors. There's whatever's next. Okay, so that's all of that. So we've got the motors hooked up down there. So the next one is to go here. And we need the sulfur and then the red circuit boards. Okay, so you could be sulfur drop. Enable disable if we do not have at least 2,000 sulfur here. And then grab your wire and hook you up. I am real happy about having blue science here in a moment. It's going to be one of those things that the next stream we do of this, I'm just going to be sitting here like just too much tech coming in all at once. And then this is the red circuits drop. And red circuits, if we have less than 2,000. Alright, so now what I could do is I can zip up here. I don't have a sulfur train. I don't have a red circuits train yet, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I have a red circuits train, and I don't think I have a motor train. Well, so those three trains, that's fine, because all I'll do is I'll just go to the train stop, and I'll just plunk them all down. So honestly, with this one, I'm just going to drop 8 of the labs right here. And we're just going to plug in one side and have them go out the other. And I'm sure I'll need to do a lot more work to make them like more efficient and yada yada yada. But getting these online now is just literally dropping the labs, plugging in the belts, and we're good. So we can go here and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. We'll have you go like this. And if I need more production that I can put in a row, I can just take those and change those into splitters. Actually, I just broke it. Okay, so we've got all those. I'm gonna run out of conveyor belts just short of what I want here. So they're still hitting that same spot. They're luckily not making any real progress there. I'm just making 2 of these by hand real fast to just shove them there. Okay. So if I'm not mistaken, all of that is configured. I just need to drop you here, and you here, and you there. I'm going to go ahead and do this nonsense. Because they always put them in the far side of the belt. And now we just set that to blue science. I just want to make sure I have the blue science part configured. I'm pretty sure we do. Yeah, because I just want it to show up. I don't want it to be... Like, it's not going to have any intelligence, like, turn it on and off. Just, if there's blue science there, go get it. Don't wait till it starts to top up. So the first thing is, before we worry about actually hooking up the stop for the blue science on the other side, let's go and I will need to grab the cargo cars. I'm going to grab, basically, I'm going to get at least 3 train engines, at least 6 cargo cars. A bunch of conveyors, because we're out of those. Grab the ammo as well. Conveyors. I always need more inserters. And we'll go with that. But what I can do is I can go up to the refuel location. And I can just plop down one train, configure it, let it go on its way. Plop down the next train, configure it, let it go on its way. Plop down the 3rd train, configure it, let it go on its way. And then the 4th train is going to sit there because I don't have a place for it to go yet. Like, I'll send it to do the pickup, but it won't be able to do anything after that. Okay, so this is the refuel location. So my plan is to go like this. Boom, boom, and boom. Configuration, we add the fuel interrupt. Meanwhile, we add station. So, we want red circuits pickup until you are full cargo or 60 seconds has passed. And we want red circuits drop until empty cargo or 60 seconds has passed. And you should have some fuel in there, so get out of here. Oh, let me guess. No, the red circuits? You don't have anything there. Why am I not getting red circuits? I never configured those. Hold, please. So this whole time we could have been making red circuits. It's just been sitting here. Do you mind? It just turned on. Also, where did you come from? I was thinking the same thing. I'm guessing they expanded up here somewhere, and I missed it. We'll deal with that in a moment. Because I got a lot of problems on this setup here. Like, problem number 1. Okay. Yeah, because that's going to be probably our biggest bottleneck. The other ones I'm less worried about. Okay. Why do you double-click the red chip? When you get later on, yeah, it's the quality thing. So if I choose here to change this, if I click it once, I gotta go down here to the check mark, which is annoying. If I double-click it, I don't. I honestly wish there was an option to be like just default to the normal quality unless I specialize, specifically say otherwise. Yeah, no, I only learned that this stream. I had people tell me. Yeah, so just go there anyways. Oh, you can't, right. The stop's not available. By the way, red chips are 1 copper cable per 6 red chip makers. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's here. If they just sit there doing nothing, I don't really care. That number's gonna need to be smaller. I forgot how slow red chips get made. That number's gonna be a lot smaller. So it's 1 copper cable per 6. I would say I could probably make this into a solid row. Because that one I can just slot in right there. And that'll just be good. I can go here. Do the exact same thing here. So yeah, so we got the ratios fully wrong. But that just means I could shove 2 more of those in there. At least increase the throughput. One thing, oh yeah, that was one thing I was gonna do. It's fine, I can do it over here. Make sure they actually use both sides of the belt. I know the plastic needs that too. That'll actually sort out once we get more material in here. Alright, sorry about that. Because what should happen here is once we hit that 200 red circuit boards, which will be soon, that train will come by. We definitely are going to need to increase the production on all of these things. That's going to be more and more and more of a problem. I just want to get this train out of here so I can get the next train going. This wasn't supposed to just sit here on me. Right, so we got the blue signs. Alright, what we could do is while that sorts itself out... Well, no, the whole reason I wanted to wait a second was I wanted that to do its thing. I wanted to get that out of here so I could have them start producing the blue science. There we go. Because the sulfur should already have plenty. I should be able to just drop that train and it should have plenty. The motors might still be in the same boat that was. We're just going to take a little while. Okay, so fuel. Let's go here. Add interrupt. Fuel. Okay. Schedule. We can go to schedule. Add station. Sulfur pickup. Add condition, full cargo, or you've waited for 60 seconds. And then add station, sulfur drop-off, empty cargo, or you've waited for 60 seconds. And get out of here. Alright, we add the interrupt, fuel, okay, add station, and you are motor pickup until either full cargo or time has passed 60 seconds. Oh, I remember why it's a big deal to have like a parking thing between like the drop-off and all that. In case they pick up, they fill up, and then they don't have a place to go. You can get into a situation where they block the station, and then you have, you know, something else that needs to pop through there for whatever reason. You just can't go. And there's ways to work around it, having multiple paths and all that. And get out of here. Realistically, the motors, I don't have the 2000 yet. Alright, so let's go over and check on our motors. Make sure we got those. Yeah, so once again, they're engaged down there. Like I said, I need to get the blue science going. The moment we get the blue science going, we're going to be going after a bunch of military tech as well. In fact, what I'm probably going to do is cancel all of this out of here. I need to go for the military tech first, because this is becoming too much of a problem too fast. And if we do not get ahead of that, we are going to just get obliterated. Now we can go for these ones. This is my motor production, if I remember correctly. This will be the same thing, where we're going to drop that down to 200. Alright, train is on its way. And with all that, we'll have the blue science going. And that leaves, all I need to do is take the blue science production, or blue science itself, and give it a place to drop it off by my labs. It doesn't happen anymore since mainly fluid stations being affected with fluid changes is a non-issue. Yeah, I appreciate the fluid changes. I remember you'd end up with like weird stuff where like one pipe would just take a little while to fill, and so you'd have to like kind of just shove another pipe into the side of it to make it fill a little bit faster. And like a whole bunch of stuff. That's usually late game when you start having your like oil duct start running out. You have to do all sorts of weird stuff. Fix that before I actually destroy it. Alright, should be... Yeah, there's my labs. And there's where I currently have my military science drop-off. So you need to be switched around, so you here, get rid of you. That's fine there, I'm pretty sure. You can have that signal, that's... Actually, you don't need that signal there. That signal will cover that. You here. Train station there. And you are blue science drop. And after a nice casual 10,000 years, we're gonna finally have our blue science up. Realistically, I do not need this many things hooked up here. Realistically, we're not going to have anywhere near this amount of stuff coming out of here. Did you ever get to the other side of that belt? No, you didn't, which is perfect, which means I could just put the blue science on it, because that's the thing you end up doing is you end up making a pretty ridiculous setup just to try and get the all the sciences into your lab, because there's something like 8 of them or something like that. Cool. So that's all set up. All we need to do now is this stop. No conditions at which point you don't go to the stop. The way we're going to deal with that is the limiting on the train. So I do have another train ready to rock and roll. We just need to get it about its way, and it's going to pick up the blue science and all that and bring it on over. All right. There'll probably be something I'll change those to have like a delay on them later as well. But for right now, it's like, no, get the science. Probably literally just have cargo full, cargo empty, and pause. Just so it doesn't ever leave it partially away. So we just drop a train here, set it up for the blue science, pick up and drop, and we're good. Did you finish the red train? Yeah, red train's done. Okay, so we'll go here, interrupt, fuel, do that, schedule, blue science pickup, conditions if your cargo is full, or if you've waited for 60 seconds. 60 seconds. Which does mean this train's needlessly going to be on the network a lot, even if it doesn't have anything to do. We will want to change that later. But right now, I don't want to wait till there's like a couple hundred science waiting there when I really don't need a large volume to make it worthwhile. Get out of here. And with that, we can go ahead. We haven't seen the science or no 30. Let's see. Usually play space exploration, so you'll have to have like roughly 40 science to deal with. Yeah, no, I don't yeah, I don't usually mod my games very much. Most games I play vanilla or like vanilla with quality of life mods. Sometimes we mod, but usually I'm someone who mods fairly lightly. Okay, so what do we got going on down here? Okay, so we are producing blue science, just not nearly as fast as we could be. Which the beauty of it is, with the supplies I'm seeing there, this feels like the kind of thing where I could just slap down another set of blue science labs and not have to worry about it. I'm also realizing I need to check our power. I'll just handcraft that. Same walls under attack. Yeah, that south perimeter is the very first place I need to throw some defense at. The moment I'm able, I need to run down there with whatever upgraded kit we get and start dealing with that. Okay, more blue science. How is our power? Still holding. It's at like 80%, which is probably higher than you want to have it, because it just means you're going to have like one thing you're going to improve efficiency and the whole thing's going to come down. But for the moment, holding up. We'll probably want to go and expand that, which is pretty straightforward. I can literally do that here in just a couple seconds. Let's not hang out here with the car too much. Okay, so this is a threat. This is a threat. That's a threat. That's a threat. There it is. There's a nest that got built right above us. That one's got to go. I don't have as much defense on that side. So I've got a lot of threats going on right now. So we're going to want to deal with that. So let's run over here. Let's top off our ammo again. I'm going to need more of the engines going on. I was hoping for more ammo there, but that's okay. I'm also going to want more grenades. Somewhere around here is... It's up here somewhere. There it is. I'm going to go ahead and drop down some more steam engines. Steam turbines, steam whatevers. Things that make steam into electricity. You know the ones. Yeah, so we're hitting our wall up there. And we need the inserters, and then we just need to run the power. Okay, and like that, it dropped down to just a little over 50%. That's good. Okay, so let's go grab our grenades. We should see blue science. Where's my science labs? Yeah, it dropped off here. Let's figure out what's going on where all those trains are waiting. I got a signal wrong somewhere. Okay. So you're waiting to go in there. Okay, so you're waiting to go up here. And those are all not clear. You're all waiting to get out of here. That signal's green. Ah, there's your problem. The top row here wasn't separated. I'm gonna put these two here, and then suddenly trains are gonna start moving around. That one gets there, that clears up the next spot, which gets the next one going, which clears up the next spot, which gets the next one going. Clears up the next spot, which gets the next one going. Actually, I think you're just snoozing because nothing needs coal right now. Alright. So that's all that was happening, is we had a backup on the trains because one of the stops is misconfigured. How am I doing on time now? Okay. I know I'm over by like an hour. Part of this is also because I know when I end stream, I need to stop playing this. I don't want to play it because otherwise I'll do stuff off stream. Like I'd do a different save file, but I don't have the time to like start another save file off stream and get anywhere. Yay, blue science. Not as much as I was hoping, but that's still blue science. Alright, so let's go grab the grenades, because I still haven't grabbed those. And let's go to the nest to the north, because that one looks like it might not be as big as the others. Let's go to the nest to the north and try and start knocking back the bugs. Because right now, I basically have pretty close to anything else I need until blue science gets me more stuff unlocked. Alright. And with that, we officially see science on progress on blue science. And I'm sure we have some efficiency problems, like maybe we're not making enough iron or copper or something. I am going to have to deal with that. But right now, I'm actively under attack and want to deal with that real quick. If we start seeing things start really dragging, we'll diagnose, like, okay, am I not getting enough iron plates? Am I not getting enough steel? Like, where the problem is. Well, let's back that up. Excuse you. You can make less noise if you don't mind. I used the wrong control. Or not wrong control. Wrong mouse button. Okay, so that doesn't look as bad. We've got, what is that? 4 hives up there? I'm only seeing maybe 2 big worms. Which is still something to contend with. But, all things considered, not as bad as we've been dealing with. Oh, calm down. Okay, we did manage to defeat them with our guns, but they are really in a bad spot down there, so we don't want to wait on that one. Okay, so yeah, so we got 2 worms and 3 labs. Or 3 labs. 3 spawners. I want to inch as far forward as I can until we start looking at like we're going to be taking... Okay. So that's probably the limit on how much farther forward we can take. I'm going to go ahead and add in an extra couple of these. Okay. Just so that we can hold that. Alright. Okay. Research something using chemical science, so we got that going. Let's grab our grenades, aggro this, and draw it into our guns. Okay. So we did destroy one of the spawners. Getting a little bit of problems. Research a technology using chemical science packs. Oh, that gave me an actual achievement and not just the thing on the screen. Hey, Miss Adams. Can I get a shout out for Miss Adams, by the way? Another content creator on the platform. Definitely someone I recommend checking out. How have you been doing? You were playing Project Zomboid recently, if I remember correctly. Would you... It's those big blue ones that are the problem. They... And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, well, I got about half its health down. But then there's just too much thing. How's the Factorio DLC? It's good. definitely want to recommend checking out if you're into factory automation style games. So if you like Satisfactory and all that, kind of the same idea. Just this one is a lot more on the factory growing side of things and less on the there's no meaningful exploration by comparison. Like, by all means, find more resources, whatever. I was trying to finish. Oh, I did get it. Cool, cool, cool. So we got the big worm out of there. So now we just have the 2 spawners and the little worm. So we can recover our health here. And that at least gets our north front, so we don't need to deal with it. The south front is actually getting hammered pretty hard. They took out a couple of our guns that's last attack. So I'm getting a little nervous that while I'm trying to deal with this, they're going to punch through that hole they've made. But honestly, I figure we deal with this real quick. Of course, get the big armored one. I cannot wait till I get more damage, so the big armor one doesn't just become a thing that I can't deal with. Okay. So I got that, and they are attacking our wall down there. But the good news is we got that one that snuck in behind us and set up is gone. So I'm now back to fighting mostly only on the southern front. Alright. The shotgun works a lot better against the big ones. Gotcha. I was finding the shotgun to be pretty disappointing earlier. For like the little ones for cleanup. That's fine. So you can go over here. We're going to top off our ammo as we're crossing by. Do you have the combat shotty yet? No, I just have like the regular shotgun. We're currently actively working on research. Actually, did we? We may have just gotten it. We did. Oh no, we got the rocket launcher, but we did just get the combat shotgun. Let's go ahead and make that and retire our old shotgun. Energy shield recipe. We also need to get the modular armor going. So let's go ahead and drop off down here. So I can go here, and I would like to drop the old shotgun in there. We got the combat shotgun, because I'll give that a try. I'm assuming it's just a faster firing rate shotgun. I know I've used it before in the past, but I don't remember. So I don't have a lot of inventory space to dedicate. Oh, I got wood and stone to get on my inventory, so we can ditch that. They'll give me enough room so I can grab some shotgun shells, grab some more of the other ammo, and we'll just see what makes the most sense. So I've got the wood dropped in there so it can be burned in the steam stuff. And go up to the stone. Drop that there. Okay. So then I've got shotgun shells here. I got my armor-piercing rounds there. Hey, Army of Stars, how's it going? Another fantastic content creator. Did we get a... I didn't check. Did we... Well, actually... Did we get the shout out for Miss... Not, that's the wrong command. Shout out. Just making sure we did get a shout out. Cool, cool. Because we'll get that one going. Oh, wait. You see nothing. But playing Project Zomboid, Conan Exiles, and Satisfactory recently. So, definitely check them out. Streaming is hard. Alright, so we've got all that going on. No trains coming this way. Alright. Are you though? I'm doing good. Okay, so this nest is probably our next target because it's actively absorbing pollution aggressively. Man, I'm doing good. Okay. That's like almost all spitters. Alright. So I'm gonna try and do is first draw them into me. Because that's a lot of the big armored ones. But if I destroy that nest down there, then it should be pretty easy to take out this one. How are you not aggroed to me yet? No, but seriously, how are you? Yes, that's a big worm, so that's the one with a lot of range. So let's go poke the bear. And the goal right now is we just want that nest. Okay, we got the nest. The rest should be relatively easy. Let's recover. But yes, the rest of that should be pretty easy for us to take out. That's gonna basically just not take hits to the face. You're pretty new to Factorio. Is the combat more prevalent than Satisfactory? Yes. You can disable it though if it's not your thing. But it's not tower defense. But there's definitely the biters, as you pollute the world more and more, will get more and more aggressive and stronger and all that. Okay, that's that nest done. Evidently you need more coffee. Yeah, no, it's all good. I typo real bad. Okay, so this is our next target. That's our next target. And I think that's all of the... Oh my god, the pollution is everywhere. Okay. So let's see if I can get a little bit of eyes on here to decide how I want to approach this one. So it looks like all the spawners are on the top. We do have a lot of worms in here, though, but it looks like they're all on this corner. So let's try and go up here-ish and push down that way. So hopefully I can destroy most of the nests before we're up in our eyeballs with the worms. I want the tank so I don't have to do the sentry gun creep. Let's just wait a moment before we... I think we have to move this up farther. Be fast about this. Okay, one nest down. And you can see that the ranged one there could hit right in front of my gun. Okay. Oh, right, I meant to try this thing out. I got hit by a slime. Yeah, no, that one I probably need the longer range. Defender drones let you skip the turret creep a bit. Yeah, I can probably make those now. Alright, so we did just die because I wasn't watching, got caught by the big thing, and those big worms hit me for entirely too much right now. Now, my body might actually be hard to pick up now. We'll see. I need to make the modular armor and start putting the modules in it. Which I'll probably do as soon as we're done with this nest. I also need to check because our projectile damage research has slowed down. Get hit by 2 strikes at the same time. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, but the one that slowed me down is a real problem. Okay, so they're still just hitting my wall of guns, which is good. Because all I need to do is manage to get over to that body long enough to, like, control-click a couple of times. Okay, we got it. I wish it wouldn't be the moment I go to move up we get the really big armor one. If we can destroy that hive, it's just... Right now, well, I think one of the things I want to say is the rocket launcher, one of them has longer range, you can stand back and just drop the hit in. I want to say, like, the nuke I know is where you can just put the beacon down and just drop the nuke. Come on. Because you get slimed, and then that thing, even just running back to your guns, almost gets you. That nest is nearly gone. Okay, the nest is done. I've got one nest left. After that nest, then it's just worms to deal with. Alright, nest is gone, and now it's just worms. Oh, stepped in the goop. Yeah, so just stepping in that, about half health. Because it's missing about a tiny little bit. But with just the worms, you can back off, recover, and they won't have enough time to heal up much. And then each one you get makes it easier to dodge the attacks. I got hit by one and slowed down and then pegged by the other two. It's fine. We killed two of them. When I get the tank or one of those things, we'll be in better shape. But the point is I got that nest, and that's the nest that's been constantly attacking our bottom front. I'll have another one causing me grief soon, but that'll be another issue. Alright, so we're almost out of that coal node. Our copper's still doing alright. Alright, what is going on that our research just stopped? Are our trains stuck? That's all I want to know. They don't appear to be stuck. I don't see a gridlock of trains. I think what's probably happened is something like our iron or steel has fallen behind, and I just don't have what we need to keep up. All right. So I've got to grab the body. Which is going to be a little tricky, because I'm going to have to bait the attack. There we go. Well, I ate one on the retreat, but that's fine. These don't matter anymore. I can take these back into our inventory for the extra ammo. Let's check on our... Okay, so those ones are fine. That's the last in range. I don't know how to clear this marker. Oh, here we go. There we go. I wasn't scrolling down. Okay. So that nest is gone. You can left-click markers too? Gotcha, I tried that earlier. I may have just not hit the right spot. Okay, so that's good. So we got the two nests that were causing us the biggest grief out of the way. I still have this nest over here on the left that needs to go. We'll probably want to clear out these nests over here as well. The good news is it looks like I got a natural bottleneck here I could take advantage of. And then there's not a great one, but one there. This side down here is just wide open, so I don't see myself being able to, like, really block that area off. Meanwhile, we need to go see what's happening on our base. That all my blue science has stopped blue sciencing. So we're going to start backtracking this. We're going to start at the blue science, see what's going on over here. And if we see something that's just not in stock, we go over to whatever that not in stock thing is and go check on it. Okay, so, blue science train literally empty. And what are you? You are my motor drop. So the motors we have in stock, the sulfur we have in stock, the red circuit boards we do not have in stock. So the red circuit boards appear to be the problem. So let's go over to red circuit boards, and actually I don't need to drive there. Let's go over to red circuit boards. Take a little peeky peek. And it looks like the plastic is out of stock. So we can go over here to our plastic, and that appears to just not be producing fast enough. Okay, so we can go over here and run up to our plastic and get that sorted. Wait, actually, do I have radar range on that? Yeah. So I still need radar range up here. So the motors and the copper, or sorry, the motors and the red circuits need radar range. Okay, we are starting to see some of these coal areas go. They still have like 1 million each, but we are starting to see them have drills run out. As those drills run out, we will have a slowdown in how fast we replenish. Okay. So our stuff is still going, it's just the speed it's going isn't really what I want. So let's check here and what needs to be doing. It might even be just the refinery itself. So if we look at petroleum, petroleum is not keeping up. That's an easy one. Oh, right, we also got the other reaction. So if we grab our oil refinery. Oh, I still have the basic. That's fine. So we'll go basic. I'm just gonna overdo this. So we need a plug here and here and here. All right, now we need to do the same for the output. Which it's sad, I'm setting this up, and we're probably like, with the blue science in progress, we're gonna turn around and be like, nope, time to change the reaction so we get the 3 different types. Cool. So that's just massively increased the output we have of the petroleum. It's still struggling to keep up though if we watch it. It is hovering around 20 to 30. Meanwhile, let's check on our oil. So our crude oil is topped off. What that tells me is we can do more. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so you can choose your reaction. And these are going to all have to be rearranged when we get the other reaction. Because the one we have just gets us petroleum. The other reaction, if I remember correctly, it gives you like... I think it was like heavy oil and a couple other things. And so you want all those things, but yeah. Extra long stream today? Yeah, I know we're having like a really good viewership night. I'm not tired. I want to keep playing the game. You just apparently ran out of fuel, which is not what I want. So just like, I'll keep going. Why are you not... Oh, yeah, people mentioned... Ah, so it's just... I could always switch it from the sides. It's still not bad. I didn't realize it switched all of it. I couldn't, like, picky-choosy. That's fine. Cannot mix fluids. Oh, that wasn't even the right way of doing it. Thank goodness this game doesn't let you mess up everything like other games do. I feel like you used to be able to do that. You'd get... Oh, right, because your pipes were individual segments before and not the whole system. So what I would have done in the past if I did that is it would have had part of the pipe would have been one thing and part would have been the other thing. And I would have had to, like, delete pipe and do all sorts of nonsense to sort it out. Alright, how are you doing now? Petroleum number... I think it's moving up. It is juggling, but I think it's moving up now. It's hovering at around 50, 60. Yeah, no, that looks like it's going up. Just not well, but it is going up. How about our oil? We'll let that settle, but that should improve our plastic throughput. And then we also had sulfur here. Yeah, and it's going as fast as it can. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay, so we're not making enough. So what's happening is the plastic's running fine, but the sulfur's a bit greedier on how much it gets. So it's running fine when when just the plastic and a little bit of sulfur is going, but the moment it gets to a certain amount of sulfur, it kicks back down. Right, so that needs more refineries. That's good because we can accommodate that. Now the downside is that is going to absolutely balloon our pollution production. Considering we had 4 refineries there to begin with, and we're up to 14, I think now we just jumped up to. But I'm gonna grab another stack and add like another 5 or 6 or whatever. But with that, we should be getting plastic, and that plastic should go to the red circuit boards, which should get the red circuit boards producing, which should get our blue science back in order, and yada yada yada. Yeah, the other one's more efficient, but it requires you... Yeah, no, usually what I do early game is I just turn the light and the heavy. I just turn them into the solid fuel. And with the solid fuel, there's things I could do with that. Okay, so we're good on SIRS and all that. We need ammo, because every time I do one of those attacks with the biters, I go through, like, several hundred ammo. What else do we need? We're good on all these. Alright, so let's go over here, and the chemical plants, I'm good on. But the actual foundries, I need more. That's it. Doesn't matter yet, because I don't have the other reaction. But yeah, no, all I'll do for the other reaction is I'll just pipe off the light and the heavy someplace else, and until I need it, and I'll just turn it into a whole lot of solid fuel. And then we can go and use the solid fuel. Like, I can genuinely go and have our train stop that brings in coal. I could switch that over to the solid fuel. And that'll burn up a bunch with the trains, and then ultimately I can potentially bring it over to our, I believe your steam generators can run on it as well, if I remember correctly. It could be wrong. Okay. Yeah, because that's still struggling. Oh, it's smart enough that if I set that while it's already hooked up. No, it's not. Okay, we can get this. Yeah, I remember having the entire thing where I had layout where it's like one would branch out this way, one would go out, branch out that way, one would go 3 and branch out that way. Everything requires fuel, can use solid. So boiler smelters. Yeah, so it's just you basically start replacing coal on most of your network with the solid. It's just stuff like making plastic that specifically require coal. But it's also nice because that's effectively renewable. Your oil ducts do slow down over time. Okay, so with that... Oh, we got a building got destroyed. Alright, well, so much for the south boundary being sorted. So yeah, so we got the green science. So your plastic pickup. What is plastic pickup's condition to be Send. Ah, no, you need to be over. Okay, so we had a misconfigured port. So that's what is happening, is they weren't picking up the plastic because I had it set to the wrong way. Ooh. Before I... Yeah, let's double check to make sure sulfur's not the same problem. Yeah, okay. We're good. Alright, so I need to go grab more grenades. And I need to grab more ammo. Because we got another nest that's attacking me from somewhere. And they managed to take out some of my defenses at the bottom. They didn't get into my actual base, but they did hammer my wall and my turrets to knock out a couple. But that should get our red circuit boards going again. And we'll have to figure things out. And then I really do need to check at some point, you know, what production lines need to be amped up. Because like I said, I'm willing to bet copper or iron or steel or something. Like coal seems fine. We've been able to keep an eye on that one. But one of my refining lines has got to be no longer adequate. I mean, the way we check is we go here, set you to like the last 10 minutes. Yeah, so the iron plates are technically supposedly producing them a bit faster than we're consuming them. The brick, the same. The copper, the same. Steel, we're about 1-to-1, which tells me we are consuming any and all steel we get. So that would imply that steel is my current bottleneck. Which would be easy to go over. I just need to go to its stop and just add a bunch more smelters to it and we're good. Alright, so where do we think this attack is coming from? Right there. Okay, so let's add some pins. We got a pin right there. Why can I not? I'm trying to for the life of me. It was right. There was alt right click. So there's a nest and there's a nest. There might be nests along here somewhere. But yeah, so you can tell that's a nest because it's absorbing the pollution rapidly in the middle of the pollution area. So that means there's something there absorbing pollution quickly, and B, that there's not another thing that can do it other than the biter nests. Clearly it's a biter nest. Okay, it's only got the one spawner. So chase me and shoot at me. Don't shoot at my guns. Okay, so we just can keep inching this forward. The good news is most of those worms... Ooh, big worm, probably... I wish I could see the range on the big worm. It's probably around here. Which is a little annoying for my purposes, but not unreasonable. So we can go grab the aggro here. Get rid of them. I'm trying problems getting closer just with how much. There is a lot of big worms there. But yeah, so the good news is those ones, because it's only putting out the ranged ones here for whatever reason. The ranged ones are actually not very difficult to deal with when attacking by just dropping a bunch of shots and grenades and all that. Because even their tankier versions are not that tanky. Stop. Okay. So we took care of the actual nest, and we took out, I think, one, maybe two of the smaller worms. I've got those two big ones. I eagerly await getting the better stuff. Do I have the supplies to just make the better armor? I keep forgetting about that. No, I need the red circuit boards and plastic. And then the night vision will be a big one. I don't actually have that many of the other upgrades. Alright, another little one down. Yeah, because we got big worm. We get, yeah, those three are all big worms. But yeah, so we'll want to get the shields, and we'll want to get the other thing. I almost got that one up top. But what is going on now that I'm just not getting the science in? There's military science dropping off. They're being made right now. Okay, we were just stuck waiting for the red science to act, or the red circuit boards to actually get produced. Alright, got the big worm down and got the other one to half health. Okay. So yeah, so we should start seeing the projectile 5 come up here, because we're now going to be getting that blue science produced again. It just all got stalled because I had the plastic misconfigured. But that's all resolved now. And then once we get that out of the way, we'll continue to escalate our military abilities, which is just what I need for the moment. I knew when I got hit down to that little bit, I was probably getting stuck. It's fine. We're down to 1. It's at half health. I got caught by attack and I didn't feel comfortable dodging around it. Ooh. I was gonna be careful near those railroad tracks. Okay, so it does look like that steel, what was my steel refining area that I got rid of before I did the replacement, is all empty now, which is something that makes sense with us slowly consuming all the steel. Alright. That's pretty close under that. We're gonna have to be quick. Bait the attacks over here. Okay. Okay, and we can remove that ping and that ping. Over pollution. We might have another nest there. We definitely have a nest there. There might be a nest here. Okay, we're officially actually seeing some research happening, and thank you. I am going to need to rearm. Yeah, so we're kind of stuck dealing with bugs. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna fall back. I'm gonna grab some ammo and grenades. I'm going to check on our steel to expand that, since that's one we identified as potentially a bottleneck. Which is up here. And we're gonna kind of work back and forth where we knock down a nest, check on something as a bottleneck, get it fixed, until we start to get ourselves a nice little bit of breathing room, or I have other tech I gotta work on. You let the turrets up? Oh, I'll have to go down there and get those. Thank you for the heads up. So there's the ammo. Gonna run down here and grab the grenades. Yeah, that's almost done now. That's almost done. You've already got new sources of copper and all that. That did not give me very many grenades. Yeah, and if we automated making the defender drones, all that. Oh, one of the things we could probably do. We might stop long enough to. Do I have steel on me? I do. We might stop long enough to grab the red circuit boards as well. That way, I can get the modular armor, and then we can see about what modules we can put in to make it worthwhile. Because I can make a portable solar panel. We can make an energy shield that protects us for a little while. And those, at a minimum, are good. The night vision is just a really nice quality of life thing. It's kind of a bummer it's locked behind tech, but at least you do get it at some point. Okay. Oh, let's just grab the upgrade smelters and shove them in there, and that should increase the throughput of our steel. Yeah, so that first wave that we just got there gave us about 10% more towards our projectile damage research. It's not the right thing. Alright. So we just added a bunch of production to our steel, so we'll see how that helps. While I'm here, I'm going to do the same to the copper. If that's not already a problem, it's going to be. And you're waiting on green circuit boards. So I was going to just... Well, that's not how this works. Because what I'd like to do is I need how much for the modular armor? 30? Yeah, I'd like to get 30 advanced circuits for the modular armor. There we go. So you can make the modular armor. And then I would like the energy shield. And I'm going to need more steel to do the other goodies. Yeah, so we got the equipment grid here, so I can put the shield in there. It's not going to do anything yet, just because I don't have anything to power it. Yeah, so that looks like it's doing fine now. We just fixed the problem, which was it was getting the signal and saying, hey, don't bother sending me green circuit boards because I already got enough. But they weren't getting there because the conveyor belt was facing the wrong way. But that's the reason why we take the moment to stop every once in a while and be like, okay, what's going on at the base? Are we good? Because then those little issues like that should pop up and we should get it sorted. Now let's hop down here to where we're producing our steel. I'm going to grab a stack of steel out of one of these boxes. Okay, so with that, get 2 solar panels, night vision. I don't really care about belt immunity recipe right now. And I don't remember if these stack either. Because remember, there's certain modules you can just keep adding more and more and more in. And it'll do a lot of good. And then there's some modules that you can only ever have one. Or if you can only have one, like, or if you can have more than one, it just doesn't do anything worth doing. Yeah, 300 kilowatts. The personal shields do stack? Yeah, it looks like it's actually going to be pretty costly to get that up, because that's 60... Yeah, so shield hit points is 50, and it recharges at 100, and... or recharges at 12. Alright, and we also had the night vision. Okay, so let's be ridiculous here. So we get 2 of those. We're gonna grab as many of those as we can make happen. And lasers. Yeah, no, the lasers ones, I remember that being just like comical, just sitting there just having lasers go in all directions. Now, the issue we're gonna have is we're not gonna be able to power all those shields I'm adding. It'll be one of those things that will get the shields online. It'll give me a lot of max hit points. But what's going to end up happening is the moment they start taking hits, our power is just going to drop. So they're not going to recharge at the speed they're supposed to. But I'm thinking it'll give us more of a buffer. We'll see. I'm going to be able to get a total of, what is that? 9 solar panels going? Do you have batteries? No. At least I don't think I do. I take that back. We do have personal batteries that we can add in here. And we're going to want those. So we'll put those for like the other 2 slots that they can go into. But I'm going to have to make batteries to do that. And batteries require sulfuric acid, iron, and copper. Which I don't have what I need to do. Okay. So, sulfuric acid requires iron, and copper. Now, well, it's sulfuric acid, iron, and copper. What do I actually need to make sulfuric acid again? Iron. Okay. So we have iron, sulfur, and water to make sulfuric acid, and then iron and copper to turn the sulfuric acid into batteries. I do remember previously from playing this that getting sulfuric acid on your network was worth doing because there's enough different things that require it. And it was something, there was something like to get uranium or something like that you need sulfuric acid. So I remember it being a thing. The good news is I left myself some room to grow here. So I could literally just go boom, there's iron, boom, there's copper, and then we're making batteries. Or the alternative is I bring in the iron and I have the sulfuric acid go out and I make a dedicated location for batteries. I honestly don't know which way is the way I want to go with it. Oh, can I actually... I probably can't see what the next science will require to make. No. No, I can't. Meanwhile, got both of those queued. Okay, and now we're just working our way through these. I feel like we make the batteries over here. That what I do is I bring in the iron, I bring in the copper. Oh, I'm gonna be short in space, aren't I? It's fine. Either way, the iron needs to come here so I can make the sulfuric acid. It's also going to be a thing because I'm going to be making heavy oil or whatever it is, heavy petroleum, I don't remember what it is, the light stuff, and all that. So realistically, I am going to need more stops here that are going to move liquid around. And we'll probably pave over a lot of this water is how we'll deal with a lot of this. I'll probably just start filling that in with landfill. Oh yeah, I still need to put the radars over there. I need to deal with that. We also should clean out those. There's so much more to do. Because you've never been good at trains, such a pleasure and amazing to see the networks you build. Yeah, no, the trains are excellent once you get them set up. There's a little finagling to figure out how to do your stops. Once they're set up right, you can see it just works like clockwork. Eventually, these main avenues will start being a problem, and that's where I'll start doing a thing where I'll split off, have like an extra set of lanes. But you can get a pretty absurd amount of trains just running on a total of four lanes, just two each way, because then it'll just wiggle past each other, you know, switching lanes as they need. All right, so the sulfuric acid. It's going to require iron plates. That's just the reality we've got. Is I got to get iron plates in here to do anything with that. There goes my power. Oh, did it really make that many? I mean, for right now, there's no reason not to put them there, but I'm going to want more batteries. So that does mean daytime fighting, I'm gonna be pretty good off. Nighttime, it goes sideways. So let's get the sulfuric acid, because worst case, if I can get the sulfuric acid, I could probably just... There we go, we have enough light. And those shields are just coming right on up. Alright, clear this out. So regardless, if I'm making sulfuric acid here, we need iron plates in. Simple enough, we've done it a dozen times. And I found right around that distance to be enough. Ooh, maybe not. And we're offline. Okay, we can go here, put you there. Go over here. Put you there. I don't have a train stop. Do I have the materials on me? No, I do not. Alright, so let's drop back down, hit our train stop get our train stops real fast, and get all that online. But the goal here is we want to put on the iron plate drop off. The iron plates go in, we feed everything into the chemical lab, and then that chemical lab makes sulfuric acid. We put the sulfuric acid into storage, and then depending on what I'm thinking the approach is for right now, we will either then bring in the copper plate here to make batteries, knowing I'm not taking them anywhere, or I do feel like the answer is we bring the iron plates in, we make the sulfuric acid, and then we put the sulfuric acid on the network. Then we find a different location to make the batteries. Because the more I'm thinking about it, I believe you end up needing the batteries for the accumulators. I believe you end up needing the batteries for the drones. I believe you need the batteries for a whole bunch of things that I'm probably not thinking of. So it is one of those things I do remember needing a decent number of batteries. Let's grab you. Let's grab the trains. Let's grab the boxes. What else did I come down here for? The train stops are over here. We'll grab those. We're good on power cables. We're pretty alright on inserters. I probably won't need the... Let's grab a stack of the long inserters. And I think that's good for right now. How is our power looking? Sitting about 70%. Now, just because it came to mind and I keep forgetting, let's run up here to where my red circuit boards are. Was the red circuit boards and motors, I think? Yeah, the red circuit boards and motors. I want to just drop a radar there so, you know, I don't have to go there to inspect what's going on. I could just go to the map and take a peek. Let's go over here anywhere. Plunk. It's now on the map. Plus, I like having lots of those just because the more and more I have of those, the more often our little map gets updated so we get a wider view of it, and it can kind of go over areas we previously have been to check to see if any biters have moved into the area or anything like that. Cool, so we can go this way. And here's this. And we are making good progress towards projectile damage 5. Okay. So train station. And this is one that's going to be out. Yep, and all I have to do now is, since we already have iron plates on the network, I don't have to go through a whole bunch of nonsense. I'm just going to tell this, hey, if I've got a lack of iron plates here, please send a train with iron plates. So I can go right here and say signal enable iron plates. Okay, do this. If it is less than 2,000, all right. Train station, iron plate drop, and train is on its. Yeah, train is waiting at pickup, but it will be on its way when it's able. Meanwhile, let's make it go down that way. Bring that across. Okay, so for what we need here for the sulfuric acid, I need the sulfur, I need the iron, I need water. So there's our iron in here. There's our sulfur, so we're gonna go ahead and just do this. So there's our solid materials that need to go into the chemical labs. We can grab our chemical labs over here. It's gonna be sulfuric acid out. So we got liquids going in and out. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is approach it like this. I need that battery. The idea of this thing like kicking on and off constantly, not my favorite. Gonna be real here. Not my favorite thing going on. So I've got the sulfuric acid there. Cool. And the iron plates are apparently already here. So that's good news. So with this now, I am going to want a place to store the sulfuric acid, so I'm just going to go right here. And I always do store entirely more than I need. Because the way I look at it is if it backs up and it fills all that up, who cares? I now have more than I need. Oh, right. I was sitting there for a moment, was like, what? Yeah, that makes sense. So have that go up. This go down. That go up. This go down. That go up. This go down. Connect these outputs. That'll connect all that. Meanwhile, I just need a place to input the water. We'll make it get its own dedicated pump. Those are gonna have to move. And get around those easy. So boom, and boom, and boom. Then meanwhile, I can grab the pump. All right, we are now producing sulfuric acid. Cool. I don't think I can squeeze another train in there right now, though. I would really like to. So this is the receiving side. I can start getting it set up, but I think running in a situation where space is going to be the issue. Yeah, as you can see, it's just a tile or two off. I can maybe make this work. Yeah, we can make that work. And then that's kind of the hard limit on how far I can go that direction until I get the ability to knock down those cliffs. Or we fill that in and we go just skip past that. All right, that'll still work. So with that, we can get our sulfuric acid train going. So same deal, put that there. Grab our signals. We're right about to get our weapon upgrade we've been waiting on, so that'll be good. Alright, so we got all this stuff going. And don't forget, if you have been enjoying the content and all that, you're not going to find your way back here if you don't drop a follow. Just saying. That is how this works. Oh, I need the pumps. What do I need for the pumps? Steel. That's fine. We can go... I can't remember if I'm making pumps or not. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And the reason I bring it up is I know I have been notorious in the past. They'll be like, oh, this person's great. And you'll just kind of assume you followed them. And then you'll realize you had forgotten. I've done that so many times. Yes. More pew pew damage. Follow like the trains, follow the ore. Yes. Because we'll get the sulfuric acid going to get in there. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's almost like calls to actions work. Who would have thought? Okay, so we need more bullets. I don't think we are making pumps anywhere. Okay, so what the heck do I need for a pump? Motors, steel, and that. I am making motors down here for the trains. There. I do have steel. I can probably, like, literally just wedge this thing in right there. So, for the pump... Yeah, actually. Not right there. But if I scooch it over one more tile... I can put you here. And that'll let you make pumps, because... There's your pipe. There's your motors. There's your steel. And we get that like this. Yeah, and it's just waiting on the motors. And just like that, we've got the pumps being produced. Alright. Let me top off my drink. What time are we dealing with? Yeah, so I can go a bit longer, but then that's probably going to get to kind of about as late as I can go. It's just one of those things. For those who don't know, I'm Eastern US time, so it's only about, 6 a.m. here. So while I'm not feeling tired yet, I do know we're starting to get to that point where I'm going to go from I'm not tired to... Wait a second, no really, I'm very tired. Especially doing, what is this, 11 hours of this game straight? I do enjoy it, I've done that before. Which, for the record, people would be like, oh my god, that's ridiculous, you do that much? I used to do, literally 7 days a week, 11-hour streams. I don't do that anymore. Normally I do 5 days a week, 9-hour streams now. But, I'm enjoying this, I'm into it. I'm just gonna sleep in tomorrow, that's what I'm gonna do. Those are rookie numbers, gotta pump those numbers up. No, that's not, like, for the record, I've always been someone who's been able to put in, like, lots more time than the average person and stuff. It's just kind of part of the personality I have. But, there is definitely a point where it's just not sustainable. And thank you for all those follows, I really do appreciate it. Alright, so that's 6 pumps. That might be enough to run everything. Meanwhile, I'm going to drop our old armor into the box of this doesn't exist anymore, it can't hurt me. That is the opposite of what I wanted to do. I did not want to take the things I didn't want out of the box of pretend this doesn't exist. So the weapons I'm not using anymore. Drop those there. Put you down here, put the shotgun shells in there because I just realized I had the pistol still equipped. The old armor we're gonna chuck in here. There was something else. I'll chuck the old power poles in there. If there's anything else here I can't delete that we just wouldn't use ever again. I don't think so. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go to our box over here. I'm gonna chuck the wood and coal and all that in here. Okay. Yeah, I feel like really I'd want 2 batteries, but we'll see what happens when I get a battery here. What am I missing? Oh yeah, let's go ahead and grab one more round of the pumps. Yep, that'll do. That's 10 pumps. That should be plenty. Meanwhile, is there anything else I need to grab before we go? Conveyors? Probably inserters. I also need to get my stack inserters being made. The downside is I have plastic nowhere near here, so I do need to resolve that. I think that's finally going to be the point that I'm probably going to deal with the inserters and all that by just making a separate location, so that way we can go all the way up to stack inserters. But we'll deal with that later. I just woke up again, continued to watch the stream. Not surprised to hear about the time. Oh yeah, no, I got a lot of people who, a lot of European viewers who, they start watching my stream, it gets really late in the evening, they call it a night, and then they start their day, and I'm still streaming. That's just because they stream for like 9 hours, and, you know, a lot of people don't get like a full 8 hours of sleep, just different people have different sleeping schedules and all that, that they go to bed and wake up to the stream. Oh right, we were working on this train station. So for this train station, I need the pumps, which are here. We'll put 4 on each side, which is probably overkill. I'm really happy this is one network now, because by this being one network of fluids, I don't have to worry about being like, oh, I need to manage the throughput of the pipe. It's just like, nah, there's no such thing as throughput of pipe anymore. I'm gonna need to attach one wire there. And we officially have sulfuric acid on the network. Okay, if I put the train here, it's not going to be able to do that. Let's put the train over here, just as a quick thing. Where's my car? Down there. We're going to put the fluid train for the sulfuric acid. I'm going to go ahead and put it at the refuel location, and then tell it to go to where it needs to pick up, and just not have it fully configured to do another stop, because there's no stop for it to go to. Just this way, it can top off its tanks. Alright, so we will add an interrupt to get fuel. And then we will add a station. I did not name that station, did I? Can I click on it, name it here? Yes, I can. Oh, man. Sulfuric acid pickup. I probably misspelled that, but that's whatever. Okay, so now you're going to go add this, you're gonna grab sulfuric pickup. That's not the right one. That's the wrong one. Not sulfur pickup, sulfuric acid pickup. Wait until full cargo. Or time has passed 60 seconds. Now you'll notice I don't have a second station on there. So get out of here. So that's just going to top itself off with sulfuric acid. So the next thing is, if I want to make batteries, where are we making batteries on our network? Oh man, that really bigness is about to be a problem, isn't it? We're right on the edge of going there. Okay, oh, we've also got a nest. We've got a lot of nests that are becoming a real problem. So I need to grab ammo. Let's actually... You know what I can do? I probably have enough materials on us. Let's do a little cheaty way of getting ourselves the battery for our armor real fast. I'm just going to drop a chemical lab here. I'm going to shove some materials into it and just make my battery real quick. What is the power use of that night vision? Because that night vision is actually kind of obnoxious because it keeps turning on and off. So it's max consumption 10 kilowatts. I'm just going to shove that in my inventory for right now, and we're going to get 3 batteries. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is up here where we're making our sulfuric acid. I'm literally just going to pop up here real fast and go, where's the chemical lab? Congratulations, you live here now. You make batteries, congratulations. So that's plugged in directly. Oh, need one more. The biters won't mind their own business. Yeah, no, that's the thing. They get to be aggressive. Okay, so with this though, is I can just say, you know what? Hey, I just need those batteries. So if you don't mind, how many do I need for my defense thing? 5 batteries and then some steel. And you're out of sulfuric acid? How are you out of sulfuric acid? How are you out of petroleum? Where is our oil pickup train? What's going on here? Ah, right. I've got it programmed to fill then empty. Okay, I mean that was okay before. We're gonna change your conditions. Cause that's perhaps a little too slow. That's fine. Because to have all of that shut off is a problem. Yeah, so that's obviously not going to work long term, but it'll work short term. Okay, so that's going to keep producing sulfuric acid. And it was 5 batteries. I don't know what I just switched. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, it's 5 batteries per one of the personal batteries. And I'm going to get 3 of those, so I need 15 batteries. So that's doing its best to keep up. We're already at 7. And I might honestly just leave this thing here. Just in the off chance or something else I just want batteries for. Or more. I'm honestly surprised it took that long to... There we go. That took that long to fill up the train. The oil train, that is. Yeah, so clearly we're burning the oil faster than we're getting it. That seems off. No, it's doing it. Okay, so we can go down here. That's just what it is. For all these pump jacks going as fast as they can, that is just completely obliterating our thing. We'll have to have way more oil supply. It'll just take way too long to top it off. Oh, we got one of these stopped to refuel. Happy to see that's working. Okay, so let's get down here. I need to grab some steel, and then once I grab some steel, I can get 3 personal batteries on our armor, and that should let me potentially be able to run my shield on my character for a little while. And then the thing is, I'll have difficulty fighting at night, and then not so much difficulty fighting during the day. Just grab a stack of steel out of the boxes over here. Okay. And I can put the batteries here. And that should help a good amount. Yeah, the night vision didn't super impress me. Like, it's cool, but the turning on and off was, instead of having it gradually go from day to nighttime, was like getting flashbanged each time. Alright, so let's grab our ammo, let's grab our grenades, and let's go deal with the unruly neighbors. And the good news is we did get a damage increase on our weapons again since the last time we fought the biters. And we're a little over halfway on getting a fire rate increase as well. So let's see here for... The grenades are down here. Time to get off my lawn, cock shotgun. Basically, that's not something I like seeing. Oh, no, I mean, it's already sorting itself out. Yeah, we're not getting as good a throughput on that because it's not hitting all the cars. That's going to be a thing I'm going to need stack inserters to resolve. We'll get there. Just another thing onto the to-do list. Okay, so that and clear those ones out. Those ones down there are fine. There might be a nest in that area somewhere. That's too close as well. So you see here, we've got basically all fronts of us are in that zone where we're going to start getting biters from them. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I think the south front is the more important one, because that's like right in our pollution area. But yeah, it's a thing that when you get the tank, that usually I could just take the tank and just roll. Whoa, 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 what am I seeing on my radar down there? Alright, so they're prepping an attack right now. Hey, you want to be friends? I also just realized, people reminded me last time that I do have... Yeah, I do have the sentry guns over there. Let's go grab those, because those have a bunch of ammo in them, and I don't actually have that much spare ammo. Alright. The biter situation gets way easier to manage once you start getting artillery. Once you start getting artillery, you can kind of just sit back, feed the artillery guns, and just have like a defensive line. And then just, you know, when the biters get too close, it gets sorted, is the way I would put it. Okay, so let's start moving our line forward. Is this game Unreal, Unity, or its own custom thing? I actually don't know the answer to that. Oh, that is a terrible nest. Okay. So the reason I'm like, that is a terrible nest, that is a lot of big worms in there. Okay, this one's gonna be a bad time. No, don't go, no, be friends. Yeah, that's right, over here. Don't hit my base. Feed yourselves into my art. artillery. Do you attack that if I put it there? I think we're getting to limit on how far forward I can go before those worms are going to start causing grief. Alright. Hey, friends. Okay. So I can actually move the line a little bit farther forward. To about here, I think. Nope, I'm wrong. That's fine. Okay. I don't know how I'm getting in there to do any real damage. I can barely stand in there at all before everything surrounds me. Okay. Okay, one nest down. Just went off to the one that was kind of on the edge. Let's give her health a chance to recover. That is the concern there, is I just... All those nests, Ooh. To the south we could potentially do a little bit. On that south front I could potentially knock out those two nests. We'd have to move our defensive line, though. If I can get to the south edge and knock out these two nests, then I'm only dealing with two nests I gotta fend off. There we go. I got one of them, the other one's at half health. Alright. Okay. Another one done. Let's try going up to the north again, where I can actually see a little bit better. We destroyed 4 of the 6 nests in there, so that should really slow down the respawn rate. It looks like I got another attack on its way here in just a moment. Yeah, I don't think it makes a big difference here. Which side I go from? You cool? We good? You gonna attack that? Guess not. I'm hitting the wrong control again. Yeah, okay, so I got that about as close as I can when I take one step forward. Yeah, like, I'm right there at the edge. Yep, go take care of them all. Okay, we got firing speed. Please. Please, no. That slow is a bad time. Meanwhile, I can go here. We've got all you queued up. Lasers, better drills. Alright. Oh, the hangar's for the sleep. Came in with? Yeah. So draw out the little ones. No, please. Yeah, that slow is just brutal because you just get tagged by one after the other after the other. Hey, could you all, like, come over here, please? Hey, 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 hey. Big Mama Jamba group over there. You know what you want? Yeah, that's right. You want this. You want to just feed yourselves into this. I'm trying to avoid letting them build up a proper attack force. Oh man, it's so many. Better lasers, better drills, better ingredients, Papa John's. Let me get away. I'm trying to. Okay. Please, not like this. Ah. It's that slow, man. That slow is just really a bad time. Okay. So let's throw the pistol away. They're probably going to attack those sentry guns. They were moving right towards it. Death, yeah. So the challenge is, I still got to manage to run over there and grab that garbage. Okay, so where are you attacking? Okay, so we had like one enemy run up and get killed by the power. The other good news is at least this is like right here. The bad news is it's right here directly under where they're going to be spitting. Alright, so we're going to try and run in, get them to spit up here. Be fine. Okay, I got everything. Okay. One down. After all that work, we've killed one. That's just so many large worms. Even with 3 of the shields, my defense just melts. Give me that car. It's probably a terrible idea, but give me that car. Yep, that's a terrible idea. Took it to half health in just 2 hits. Okay. Alright. I've got that hive to about half health and all that. We are just researching away this whole time. That's the good news we've got here, is we did get ourselves a couple of combat upgrades while we're doing this. I literally can't get in. There's a wall of all that goop on the ground. Alright. I keep wanting to run in that way so I can get around the worms. And just the way I'm trying to run in, though, gets me up. There they go. Let's hope we have defenses. Alright, so I've only got one hive left. One spawn, or whatever you want to call it. And then all the worms. Okay, about to kill this worm up here on the top. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff I can't see well on there. If we kill that one on the top, each one of these I get rid of makes it easier for me to push on the other ones. I overstayed. Okay, that's fine, we got away. Really should be using rockets against the bigger worms. I really do need to get the rockets being produced, but I need to get explosives being made. And for explosives, I need coal, sulfur, and water. But you're not wrong. The coal, sulfur, and water I actually have in kind of the same area. I don't think I have the rest of what... Oh my god, please. With the slime on the ground. Okay, another worm done. Yeah, so we're gonna need to back off once this one's done, and we will get those rockets. It's just this thing is like in a steady attack pattern on us now. If I get rid of that, I'll just leave the worms here. Okay, well we got the nest, so at least they should stop spawning here for a bit. We have rocket? Yeah, that's like it's definitely the point where I'm not able to just do that. Like I'm burning just so much munitions. But we got it so at least they won't be steadily attacking us for a couple of seconds. So let's run up here. We can go to where we have our oil production. I'm probably just gonna have to... What are you waiting on? Okay, you're fine there. Ah, here's the issue. That needs a signal over there. I'm gonna put it up a little ways so that way I don't get a train stuck there. Okay, that should make that run a little bit smoother. Alright, well let's go ahead and run back up to our oil production area, get explosives being made. And then if I have what I need, I might get it to start, like, just making a thing of rockets. This wouldn't be one of those things that I'm trying to scale it up. This would be literally just, I need rockets. I do need to get a lot of these things to scale. It's just, right now I'm dealing with, we're up-teching our science, good. But I'm also dealing with the biters, like, right at my door. And I need to find a way to get them pushed back so I can get myself some breathing room. And like I said, usually I just get the tank, and once I get the tank, I can just start rolling through. But that's been a while. Otherwise, that I'm doing like a death world, and we just do like the slow crawl of a push. Where we just inch our line forward a little at a time, which I don't need to do that. Okay, so. For the rockets... Okay, so the rockets will be pretty straightforward. I actually have everything I need here to do that. Okay, so let's get this set up. So first, I need the explosives. The explosives, I make it a chemical lab using the coal, sulfur, and water. We have all these things. Why are you... Oh, right, I forgot our oil is slowed down. So we've got our sulfur here. We've got our coal down here. And water I've got plenty of. I'm not trying to make a lot of this. I'm trying to make this not do nothing. So go here. And we go ahead and say, hey, bring me that. Bring the coal over here. Get you power. Explosives, okay. The water I've got right here, so I'm just going to plug that in right over. You can bring the coal right up here. Alright. So I've got the explosives. And then for the rockets, I just need iron plates, and the iron plates are right here. I think that's an assembler. We'll double check that. And with that, I've at least got some rocket production. So now I need a rocket launcher. That's just plates. I can just go whoop and rocket launcher. So let's take the flamethrower off my bar. Also to kill trees if you're into that. You prefer grenades. Yeah, poisonous capsules are great options. Yeah. I remember doing that one before as well. Dropping stuff behind me and dealing with it. Probably don't need a whole box filled with that. Oh, thank you for reminding me to... Not to... I'll actually make it 2 stacks. Same with here. Yeah, so the problem we're running into now is I'm actually running into an oil issue where I'm just not getting enough oil to justify the trip. It's still going back and forth every minute, but it does look like we are going to want to push out to wherever we've got more oil and get more oil hooked up. Because even though this thing is like, what does it say? 1022%. If we look at this, it just takes so long to get any amount of oil in there. So what I'm going to need to do is, as we're able to fight, there was another oil area over here. Yeah, we got an oil area over there that's not particularly big. We can grab that. And I want to say there was another one way down here. But we'll definitely want to get more of those. Big clusters can eat a whole stack. So 2 stacks is probably good. Okay. I wouldn't have anticipated it being that fast firing, but that's okay. Alright, how am I doing on time? So, chat, what is going to happen here, though, is I have already gone way longer than I really should have. So, if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be going down abruptly because there's no raiding over there. But if you're over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go find someone for us to raid. But thank you so much for tuning in and hanging out and all that good stuff. I really do appreciate it. Don't forget to drop a follow if you have enjoyed tonight's content, because that's how this all works. It makes the shotgun seem slow. Oh, wow, that is